right, you guys, welcome back to Run Pat Goes Planewalking, episode 28. Let's get into it. This episode, before I get into the recap, we have a very special announcement, which is that Mason has composed for us a new theme song.
What?
Oh my god, that's so great, you guys. That's
awesome.
our new intro.
Holy.
What a
Really
beautiful,
good,
sexy new intro. Really good. I'm
Production
glad.
value.
Look at that. Oh man, all right, we're gonna get that in every episode, right?
Yeah,
at the
we
start.
will be retroactively adding that to episodes, so if you're listening to this now and you are really excited to hear a new theme song and it was the same one you're used to, sorry, but it's new to us. Thank you, Mason. You are expanding upon your many talents.
Of course.
Okay, shall I begin our recap?
Yeah, get us in there, man.
Here.
All right. So, last episode, we began with Orpheus searching the streets for Abel. He ran into some guards and learned that the Berg, the name of the body that Abel is stuck in, had been in jail for terrorism and threats against the crown of Waterdeep. Also, I learned that the guards were actively searching for him in the area, having caught a lead that he was around and that he had switched masks. Jaya befriended an old soldier man. Hyre and Orpheus tried and failed to dance, thinking Abel might be on the dance floor trying to make friends that way to potentially sneak into someone's hotel room. Oro got mocked by some old ladies and started arguing with them. Jaya swooped in and saved the day and started teaching Orpheus how to dance. A mask contest was announced where each party attendee was given a coin that they could give to whoever they voted for, and obviously Doolam began raking in the coins. With, of course, it's a beautiful handmade clockwork mask.
Oh, yeah.
Hyre and I found two tall gentlemen dancing, one in a ram mask and one with a miniature house mask with big glowing windows. Hyre began dancing with Bighorn, the ram, and chatting with him, or should I say flirting with him, while Oro began dancing with the house, who recognized the word Valhalla and dragged me off the dance floor to the guards, trying to turn me in. Orpheus magically talked his way out with some really unlikely good rolls. We decided to all help Doolam get coin votes for best mask because it deserved it, but also we thought that the stage would be a good place for it to survey the crowd and potentially find Abel. Hyre continued interrogating the ram to try to figure out if he was able, but eventually horniness won out and the conversation devolved. Doolam was one of 3 finalists for the mask competition, and in fact won the competition, winning. So part of the winning the competition was being auctioned off to have a night of company.
Which we were not informed of before the competition.
That's part of it.
On stage, Doolam announced that the Yellow Knight, trying to communicate to whoever Abel was that this was Orpheus, had helped it construct its mask. An acorn masked person bid 100 gold on Doolam. The acorn mask then told Doolam he needed to borrow the 100 gold, and Doolam gave it to him. Then it turned out the acorn, in fact, just wanted to buy drugs and was not, in fact, able. In fact, the ram was able. Meanwhile, Deimos was spending some time at Samson's chateau. Samson had disappeared on a business trip, but allowed Deimos to stay as long as he wanted. Deimos, through some sleuthing, determined that something about the huge explosion yesterday was actually what had summoned Samson away on this business trip. And also the feeling that Samson is probably a high-ranking Waterdeep official, whether it be a masked lord or maybe a court magician of some sort. We think Samson is an important person. Lastly, we snuck Abel back to Smear's room, actually, where I think we're all gonna have a slumber party. And went to bed, I think, right?
Well, -1 higher.
-1 higher, who wanted to sleep it off alone, as he feels very betrayed that Abel was in fact flirting with him to try to escape the party.
Your Honor, I have so many thoughts on this.
Oh, I can't wait. Does that bring us up to speed?
Yeah, did I miss anything?
I think
I feel
not.
like
That's a
not
good starting
really.
place. So we begin the following morning after the Great Masquerade Ball. You all had taken the night to sleep off the sort of excitement and thrill and honestly the stress of the last few days. With the conversation with Volker, Monty's zombification, and now Abel's reveal still hot on all of your memories, it was time for a long night's rest. So after this sleep, which it is worth noting, our new friend Abel spent the entire night in a bathroom, doing God knows what.
Bathing, supposedly.
You all woke up the next morning, including yourself, Hire, and Demos, Samir, as well as Malagus is not here, you guys. I was thinking about it. Last episode was a Malagus-free episode. That's a sad thing.
Dude. Malagus is in jail.
He is in jail. That's right. He is not here. So you guys are without him.
Hashtag
Instead,
free
wake up.
Malagus.
Right where we left off is Abel exiting from the bathroom wearing standard clothes for a Waterdeepian member of society. Billowy white tunic shirt and some breeches of dark sort of burgundy, black-brown. As well, a belt and a very simple frock coat that one might wear when walking around. Sort of like a mid-noble level wear, and with billowy white hair, stark white, on a fairly young man's body with a big built frame, large wide shoulders, and a square jaw. He's tan for someone who looks like he's probably spent a lot of time working or living outdoors, and with the big muscled arms, you imagine this is somebody who's done a lot of physical labor. He exits now, and you guys are all in this room. What do you want to do?
Alright, so I guess we need to get Malagus out of prison, right?
What? No, hello? No, goodness, it's good to see you, Abel. My God.
Oh, good morning, Abel. It is good to see you. There's just a lot going on.
My goodness, you'd think if I had spent the last near year of my life working to find you, you would have a bit more to say than, oh, let's free this other guy. My God.
Wait, you
Come
spent
on,
a near year?
Practically felt like it in that damp, dark dungeon.
Wait, actually, that's an important point. How long have you been here?
God knows. I merely arrived here shortly after your departure. I was the first to go, you see, Orpheus. I simply must have found you. And so I came here I imagine, the same way you did, through the help of our good friend Dionysia. She sent me here under some rather risky magical usages that she said were likely to be ineffective. And of course they were. She sent me to a prison, goddammit.
So, but try to remember, how long have you been here?
Goddammit, Orpheus, that's what I'm saying. There was no sunlight down there. I had no idea. How long have you been here? Just tack on a... Yes?
I'm trying to get a feel for how differently time passes in Valhalla. So, if I knew how long you'd been here and how long I'd been away before you got here, then we could sort of calculate how long the both of us have been away.
Well, that would be fair, but it is hard for me to determine. I mean, it took at least 30 sleeps of my existence here on the material plane just to escape from that damned place.
Alright.
I barely know the customs.
So
Wasn't
maybe
quite
we
sure
can
what this whole
approximate-
body thing was. What?
You've been here about a month, right? Give or
It
take?
felt like years, goddammit.
Okay.
Don't diminish my time there, Orpheus. What, have you
Sorry,
ever been to a
I'm just
prison?
trying to. I actually haven't been to prison yet. We've had pretty good luck on that point.
What blasted luck for me to be stuck in the body of some criminal. A known terrorist, no less. My gods. You see him
It
pull
is
out the
pretty
billowy
unfortunate.
shirt. He sort of pokes around and goes, "It's not too bad, though, all things considered. This body is quite strong, which I do appreciate, and once I sort of got the hang of the general means and manners of the folks here, I was able to get along quite nice with the other prisoners."
Is that how you got out? Like you befriended them?
Well, it took me a long time to learn what all this clothing stuff was, so I was quite popular for a while.
Oh, great. I don't even,
And I found that worked to my advantage.
I suppose it would.
Quite right.
Oh, God. All right. Okay. What was happening in Valhalla when you left? Dionysia told me that it has gone bad, and what was happening? With Riddicy especially? And me, I suppose?
That's right. You weren't acting yourself.
In what way? How was I acting?
Like a different person.
What sort of person?
Like a person who's not you. Like someone who is, well, to be frank, a bit more intelligent than yourself, Orpheus.
What?
Oh my god.
Knew things that you didn't. Had a form that was more defined than yours.
And defined in what sort of way? Did he give himself a human face?
No, still wore the armor, I believe, to trick the others. But I knew. As your closest confidant, I always knew. You stopped coming to me.
Too smart?
You stopped discussing things with me. You only wanted to discuss them with Riddicy, which, of course, you did before, but you lost all that charm, that sense of duty and purpose. You became more secretive, and you had all these private plans and plots, and you were conjuring things that I'd never seen you conjure before.
Like what sort of things?
Like that bee, for instance.
Oh, I conjured this in Valhalla.
That's right. And similar things. Things that seemed like, advanced technology beyond our times.
Oh, I see. Iceland is an inventor, I think, so it makes sense that that's what she would start to bring.
Yes, and it only took a matter of time before I caught on, and once I did so, I of course brought it to Dionysia, and at the time she thought the best solution was to send me here. She also had been imagining for a while that your version of you was sent somewhere else, likely the material plane, so I followed. It was a nasty thing, the ritual to get me here. Dionysia called upon some old god that I believe she worshipped back in her time of life.
A god?
Yes, that's right.
What god, do you know?
But I don't deign to pretend to know these things, Orpheus. You know my god is the one and only Queen Riddicy.
Of course. Did you bring any of this to Riddicy? Tell her what was going on, or how did she react to the news?
Yes, I shared it with her. Her immediate response was just to send me here, like I just shared.
Riddicy wanted to send you here as well?
Well, I'm not sure why, but she thought that maybe I could keep you company or something.
So, for that long, she's wanted me to stay here.
See, I didn't believe that for a second, though. I believe her real wishes were for me to bring you back, or perhaps inform you of what was happening, though I hate to say it, but I unfortunately believe I've been here longest of the Knights of Valhalla.
I believe you have. Dionysia did come. Well, she's still here somewhere, I think. Oh,
yes,
God.
She said that I would be the first test of this greater ritual of hers. I imagine that means that I was sort of given the short end of the stick of things.
Did she have a plan for how to get you back?
Not at all. I'm not actually sure if this was a temporary or permanent fix, but I'd do anything for you, Orpheus. As a knight of Riddicy, you deserve to be there. You're the thumb of the hand, damn it.
I am the thumb, Abel. It really does mean a lot. But, haven't we sort of left Riddicy all alone? If you, me, and Dionysia are here, that's just her, Avaros, and Electra left?
Well, the thing is, Orpheus, is that the Queen herself has not been acting quite rational. Ever since you were replaced by this other version of you that acts a bit smarter, again, no offense. Well, there's been a bit of an inconsistency in her. Oh, well, I'm sure you can understand, Orpheus.
No, just keep going. There's been an inconsistency.
Great fighter. Yes, there's an inconsistency in her character. She's been acting quieter, less forthright. There's still that warrior's instinct, yes, but she spends more time alone with you, discussing this secret plan that I still only hear whispers of.
What whispers?
The handmaidens and men of the castle, they're not permitted to enter the private chambers of her anymore, and, I believe that this has something to do with some secret that she has with the person inhabiting your body.
Iceland?
That's right. That name. I've heard it come up. Dionysia knew it.
Really?
Yes.
Dionysia knew it. All right, that's interesting.
That's right. Well, I suppose, and this is just a personal theory I've been working on, that somehow this connects back to Riddicy's life on Earth. before she became the great Fiant Valkyrie of Valhalla.
I believe it might. I think Iceland might be trying to bring Queen Ridice back to life.
My
but
God, is that
Ridice
possible?
told me something different when I was talking to her.
And?
Sort of around awkwardly. Ridice told me that her and Iceland had found a way to bring peace to Valhalla by connecting it to another plane.
Oh?
No fucking way.
I don't know details
Ooh.
of that. She wouldn't tell me more, but I don't know. I don't know if she was lying to me or the rest of you, or if the two plans are. I don't know what the truth is. I've never known Queen Ridice to lie to me before.
Well, as expected, the great queen herself would never lie, so we just, of course, should take that at face value.
But which do we take that? Okay,
Come now, Orpheus, have some sense. The queen wouldn't lie to us. Perhaps she's just hiding her true intentions and letting us serve her in the way we could best.
How are we serving her right now? She's just sent me as far away as possible and told me to stay.
Well, you know how, in discussions we've had around our tables, we've discussed what happens to great kings and queens if they, they change. Say a great king goes mad. It is the duty, nay, the right of his people to help him, to fix him, to cause the ailment to disappear, or to politely and respectfully remove him from office, yes?
What are you suggesting?
Well, Queen Ridice has spoken such words to us as well. Now, of course, she herself would never, ever, ever have such failings happen to her, being the queen of all Valhalla, but I imagine that right now she's just not thinking her best. So, when she informed me that I should come here to, quote-unquote, keep you company, I think what she's really asking is for me to investigate. For you and I to find the source of this madness and tamper it, stifle it down to nothing, and return her to herself.
Aura looks deeply troubled. I don't understand how we can serve her by going against her wills, Abel. It's...
the story of the Mad King, Orpheus, it is right there.
You think she's gone mad?
No, not mad, I'm over-justifying it, but I do think that something has happened. Perhaps this person, this Iceland that's taken over your body, has bewitched her with some sort of improbable, impossible magic. You know the great lady was never too keen on spells and witchcraft.
Yes, of course. Which makes this all even stranger.
She could be at risk. Imagine what power one could have over Valhalla if they were to control the mind of our great queen. A horrible thing to imagine, but that means she needs our help. So, I did some investigating before I left. This was private, of course. I wasn't sure who to trust at the time. Dionysia herself was acting a bit strange. Just wanted to get me out. You can say
that again.
Yes.
Yeah.
She just wanted to get me off of Valhalla as much as possible, and I didn't think it was something that was possible, so the more she recommended it, the more I began to suspect her. So I found friends and allies in very unlikely places.
Like, what sort of places?
Well, let's see here. And, sort of looks back and forth, the white hair sort of billowing out. You notice that his hair is sort of tied up in a really crappy ponytail that looks to have been poorly done, and despite having these very angular features, you can tell that this body that he's inhabiting looks just slightly unhealthy. The type that is of someone who maybe hasn't eaten well for a while, someone who's been on the run, sleeping outside for a while. He does sort of have the haggardness of somebody who likely has been an escaped prisoner for a couple days.
Mm-hmm.
But that being said, there's a keenness in his eyes as he sort of looks around the room and goes, "Well, Orpheus, it seems you found some friends here. You certainly mentioned it quite a bit last night.
Yes,
Did these people fight for good?
Friends.
Are they all inexorably allied to Queen Ridice and her cause?"
Well, I think we're all allied to each other, and so they'll help me for Ridice's cause, you know? But, for example, Hyre has his own lady to serve.
What would you like to do on this morning, Hyre? Do you want to stay out of it, or do you want to come back?
I figured Hyre was gonna, rejoin the group and request to go get Malagus as well.
Got it. Okay, yeah. So, right about here, maybe you'd open the front door, just as you see, Abel saying the name Hyre, and he goes to look at you.
That's rough.
Oh, goodness, there you are. Hyre, right?
Yep.
You're a kobold, yes?
Yeah.
Quite a few of those over in the dungeons.
Wait.
Just saying, I know your kind is all.
Okay. Don't know what that means. You've been to the dungeons, or you mean jail?
Well, yes, I'm sorry, just to inform you all, unfortunately I do believe this body is a wanted criminal. I've been informed it's such things as lechery and traitorism and treason, high treason of course, terrorism, these are things this body is wanted for, dead or alive, unfortunately. Now, when I started in this great material plane, I inhabited this body. I believe the word might be just possessed. This body, and unfortunately, it was in some sort of prison, deep, dark dungeons beneath a great structure in the castle ward.
Interesting. Is there other dungeons nearby?
Unfortunately, wasn't a very joyous place. These were all criminals, lots of them, and we were stuffed next to each other like sardines. I was quite unhappy there. For a while, I just pleaded my innocence, but of course, as you might expect, in a jail cell, everyone is innocent.
Makes sense.
Well, regardless, my time there was long-lived and was quite stressful, I should say. I had to learn a lot about the material world very quickly in unfortunate circumstances. Luckily, none of those other gents made it out with me, so it's just me out here now, and I suppose I can just take those lessons in bound. And he gives sort of a flash of a smile.
So what were you saying about your investigations in Valhalla before you left?
Yes, sorry, to continue.
Yes.
So, as you recall, I was curious what had happened to the great Fjarnvalkyrie. Something had disturbed her, changed her demeanor. And so, I went looking for people to discuss this with. Unfortunately, like I told you, no one in the castle got a chance to talk with Orpheus, your body, of course, or the Queen much. If it was with the Queen, she mostly spoke of war plans and typical strategies. Riddicy was very, quiet about personal things, and, spoke even less about Orpheus.
You see?
And you yourself were practically invisible in the castle. You would, of course, go out and do your duties every once in a while, but you practically dismissed your squire Bisk and did not come to any of the nightly meetings or discuss much at all with the other fingers.
Poor Biscuit.
Well, Biscuit went looking for you soon after I did, I imagine.
I found her. She's doing well.
Oh, good. Well, we should go stop by sometime. I'd love to see your squire. Always was a fine fella.
Yeah, right now she's she. But yeah, she's good. She's doing well for herself. I'm proud of her. Though
Excellent.
The material
Let's just hope,
plane has certainly gotten to her.
Well, hasn't it gotten to us all? What luxuries here. And let's just hope she was born into a strong body, one that can match that fighting spirit that we knew of Bisk.
She was certainly born into a strong body.
That gives you the short end of
Maybe
the
too
stick,
strong
doesn't
for her own good. Well, you haven't met Dionysia yet. She really got fucked over.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's like a little boy.
That is too bad. That could be even worse than my situation.
I think it really might be. I mean, I know you're in prison and that sucks, but besides that, you kind of won the lottery here.
How could that be the case?
You're
he sort
like
of looks down at his arm.
large and strong.
He looks kind of down at you and goes, "Oh, Orpheus, I'm sure you have something in there that's worthwhile."
Just gonna keep going. What was it you were investigating in Valhalla?
Yes, right. So, I couldn't talk with any of the other great knights. You see, Avaros wouldn't discuss anything with me. Honestly, was sort of glad you were gone.
Yeah, I'd imagine he would be the bastard.
Yes, Dionysia just tried to get me out, trying to call on some old deities. Couldn't work with that.
Uh-huh.
And you would know that I wasn't ever particularly close with Electra, but
Who was?
yes, well, regardless, I had heard that because you are still performing some nightly duties, your body, I mean, Orpheus went out to battle every once in a while, and there was one particular instance where you had been captured for a longer span. I believe it was 2 years imprisoned by Rex Ymir.
Oh, it's interesting. All right.
Well, you see where I'm going with this, Orpheus. I knew where to start. I ventured across the great country of Valhalla, across the sweeping white landscape, and made my way into enemy territory.
To Rex Ymir?
That's right, I found his, dark fortress, and I'd never found him specifically, but it wasn't too long until I was taken prisoner by one of his henchmen. That's bastard Bezel.
All right, yeah.
Is that not the man that Deimos found at the party? Rex Ymir?
Oh, Rex Ymir was the not the one Deimos went with, but the person I went with who was in the suit of armor.
Oh, I see.
Well, she took me prisoner, and her great faction found me in the midst of the battlefield. Of course, I was alone, so it was easy pickings, and they knew something was up immediately. As you're well aware, we don't send a lot of spies across the countryside, let alone great knights such as ourselves. Yeah. So when she found me, she knew something was up, but nevertheless, I was properly tortured and given the great stick of things, as usual.
Alright.
But after the great violence and all the secrets were spilled, as usual, I eventually shared with Beazle that Brigitte had not been acting herself, and after enough time and intrigue, Beazle felt enough curiosity, and the curiosity pulled her onto my side for a moment. We had several long nights of conversation that eventually led to her reveal that during the time Orpheus, your body, had been captured by Reximir, Beazle had used that very unusual form of witchcraft that only she can perform.
What sort of witchcraft?
You know how it is, cowardly magic, stuff that can twist and pull.
But what did she do with it?
Well, she was able to sort of gather truth from Orpheus, your body, force it out through some sort of horrible means. I imagine it was very painful.
Alright.
And she was able to learn some things about your body, Orpheus, and eventually through some great swindling of my own and fantastic charismatic work. And
Alright,
he
yes.
sort of throws his half ponytail over and it kind of falls undone.
Stay focused. What did you
Flashed
learn?
another smile. Well, eventually I was able to coerce her to share some things, and she shared that that body, Orpheus, did not come from the plane of Valhalla. Instead was born on the material plane and was old. Almost as old as some of us.
What does that mean?
Well, you see, that body, Iceland, was born on the material plane in a city called Lettermore. Now, damn it took me a long time to get that name, so I hope it gets us somewhere.
Just keep going. In a city called Lettermore, and then?
Yes, a small village. I believe it was some sort of farming
pastoral
village.
farming town. They're called Lettermore. Yes.
You know
What
of this,
else?
Orpheus.
Just keep going. Stay focused,
Orpheus,
Abel.
you know of this.
I know of this.
This is new to me.
Okay, keep going.
Right, well, turns out that there was some sort of battle, a fight of sorts, and something swept through the town of Lettermore, practically demolished it. Every single member of the town died. Every single member, including this Iceland.
What? How can that be?
She was reborn. I believe she did not fight as valiantly as Riddicy might have, so was not sent to Valhalla like us, but instead was sent to an afterlife called the Abyss.
Oh yeah, that tracks with what the worms she had.
She spent decades in the Abyss, supposedly fighting demons and eventually making friends with some of them.
Right?
Somehow, in some way, and this was beyond Beazle's power to even figure out, she managed to coerce something to send her out, back to the material plane, and with a touch of planar magic to boot.
Huh.
You don't simply coerce a demon. She must have offered something in return.
I agree, and it had to have been something valuable, something horrible, something frightening.
Wow,
I
what?
believe that, well, she knew something. Beazle explained to me that the Abyss is an infinite realm, the only one of its kind, a dimension that is truly unending.
Huh.
And her being some sort of smart, what did you say, artificer, some sort of inventor? She knew that there would be something in that plane that will allow her to escape. So she slaughtered fiends and finally made enough moves to get out of there. And after this, Beazle was unable to share much more, but in fact, effectively informed me that Iceland looked to be bringing back her town, reviving people who were dead, going to their afterlives and bringing them back.
And now she's on Valhalla?
That's right. Moving on just to the next one. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but I imagine there's a lot of witchcraft involved. Nasty stuff, cowardly stuff.
Exactly,
Goodness,
exactly.
It makes my skin itch just to imagine, my gods.
So
Thank God I have
Iceland
this sword at my side.
Yeah, you got really lucky, buddy. You're such a fighter still. Whatever. So Iceland herself was dead as well.
That's right, she perished in whatever great battle. I imagined it was quite deadly for anyone to be fighting in the overworld. It should be bloody and brutal. I like to hope it's much more violent than Valhalla, where people don't actually die there.
Oh, what do you mean you like to hope?
Well, I mean, you know, a real battle with real adrenaline. You get sort of tired of those things in Valhalla.
It's not as fun as it might sound.
Well, let's just wait for my first one, yes? I've had a few close calls with the law. That in itself has been giving me quite a rush. Not to mention the other emotions out here. Goodness.
Oh god, you and I are so different. Okay, that was good information, Abel. Thank you for figuring that out, and thank you also for coming here.
Yes,
Sorry,
well,
now you're sort of stuck in the same shitty situation.
Before I knew you were here, I wasn't honestly sure that you would somehow be in the same town that I was. I found it quite unlikely, so after breaking out of that damned prison, I made it my goal to find this city, this little town called Lettermore. I believe there
Oh,
could
yeah.
be more there. As I told you, I want to investigate this, figure out what's wrong with the Queen. I even discussed this plan with Beazle. Unfortunately, Beazle being stuck in the plane of Valhalla couldn't actually help me with this, but I
So-
informed her of yes?
So about that, it turns out Rex Ymir and their henchmen were less stuck there than we were, per se.
Oh?
Rex Ymir is here in Waterdeep, as are Beazle and... Oh, what was Beazle's friend's name?
You forget Mammon so quickly.
Mammon, yes, Mammon. Beazle and Mammon are here as well. They work for Rex Ymir, who is actually a masked lord of Waterdeep.
Interesting. That changes quite a bit. I wish he had busted me out of jail for all the shit he's given me.
Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, I guess maybe they didn't know you're in jail. But yeah,
Well, I was telling
they've
everyone.
actually-
I was yelling it from the high castles. My name is Abel. Get me out of here. I'm from the plane of Valhalla. I am innocent. God's damn the
Well-
lawmakers here.
I mean, it's hard to yell something from the high castles in jail and have anyone hear it.
Yes, well.
But
Yes.
Rex Ymir knows of Valhalla, yes?
Yes,
is it
they do.
possible he was trying to keep that for himself, or maybe he has other intentions?
It's not a
I
bad
don't
idea.
know. The last
fact,
when I
his,
talked to them at the masquerade, basically what they said was that they had been locked out of Valhalla as well, and were willing to help me try to find a way back if I helped them.
Their associate Beazle, the one I was just discussing with you, that damned... the one that performs witchcraft.
Yes.
Well, when I was in Valhalla with her, she sort of informed me that she was willing to help me under the table. Perhaps a slight
Ah.
betray of Ymir.
Higher grimaces.
Under the
You see, she's quite a talented spellcaster, way far more improved than anything that I believe Rex Ymir could cast. In fact, I believe she might have something to do with... You said he lives here and travels there.
Yes, they do.
She might have something to do with that.
Huh. Well,
She's
next
quite
time we
capable.
meet with them, we'll have to speak to her as well, I suppose.
I believe it's an excellent idea. And besides, she informed me that just between the two of us, and again, I believe this is due to some fantastic charms on my part.
Another grimace.
Yeah,
Well,
right.
She wanted to help me. That she thinks that investigating this Lettermore city could be good, and I informed her of this plan of mine. Riddicy, of course, said I should go to the overworld to keep Orpheus company. Well, I believe that is code for go to the overworld and investigate. Go to this town of Lettermore and try to figure out what is going on. There could be clues there, people who knew this Iceland and could point us in the right direction. Perhaps if we figure out the cause and nature of their demise and perhaps the way they've been brought back, we could get ahead of this. I believe Beazle wants things to go back to normal, same as us.
Huh. I think that's a very good idea, Abel.
We have one of the people traveling with us, I believe, was from that town.
Oh?
Malagus.
Yeah.
Yes?
Is this the gentleman you say is arrested?
Don't get on a high horse about that.
Well, good gods, he probably performed the crime. I have not.
That's true, that's true. But we already have a deal to get him out of jail.
Well, good. I look forward to meeting the fellow.
You shouldn't.
Why is that, Orpheus?
How would you guys describe Malagus?
asshole.
I think he has a lot of things he's working on. And
He
this
is-
life has been more complicated for him than he thought.
He's a sick son of a bitch. You know, he's great. Love having him around. God damn, does he need to learn some life lessons?
He's great. He's just a sick son of a bitch.
Like, I think we'd be great friends if he just matured just a little bit more.
He has this disease that makes him an asshole.
I don't think it's a disease.
I have to hope. I mean, when we were in, the Weft, and he was cured for just a little while, he really was much better, you can't deny.
Yeah, that was nice. But it was so short-lived.
It was so short-lived.
I really don't know why he won't just let us take the disease away from him.
We don't have a cure for it yet, do we?
No, I don't think so.
With the flies, yes?
Well, remember, we didn't want to bring the flies back here, because it might infect the whole plane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I may add one more comment, if Orpheus was replaced in Valhalla, anyone could have been replaced. I don't know if I would. I don't know if I would trust your current Riddicy as you know her.
I believe Haya makes a good point. That's why I think we should choose our allies carefully. This Beazle, the damned witch, is somebody who, unfortunately, I trusted in those last moments in my time in Valhalla. I believe
Sounds like you did a lot more than trust her, just saying, but keep going.
My gods, Orpheus, don't make such a thing of it, alright? All I'm saying is, Beazle made a deal with me. She was curious who this Iceland was. She found it intriguing that someone was able to break into this plane. And, well, she wanted to stop her plans to keep Riddicy in Valhalla, to keep her the Fiant Valkyrie and the Great Savior as always, and to return things to normal.
I think it's worth talking to Beazle for sure. And traveling to Letterboard when we can. But Abel, part of this group is that we, just as my friends are helping me, I'm helping them with their own goals.
My kid.
Yeah, Jaya misses his kids. And we need to resurrect Hire's brother, which sounds against my values, but he's not all the way dead yet, so it doesn't really count.
Aha, only mostly dead.
It's more of a
exactly.
disease, I'd say.
Yeah.
Undead.
Well then, fine gentlemen, and he sort of looks around at this point and goes, yes, I suppose all gentlemen.
Quite. Except Doolam, who's a gentle it.
Gentle person.
Gentle creature.
Gentle thing.
Gentle thing.
I've got a gentle thing. Well, fine gentlemen and gentle things. I would just like to, and he sort of postures up a little bit, straightening out his shoulders and hitting a crisp salute that looks military. Fine gentlemen and gentle things, I would just like to renounce myself as, as once a brave knight of Queen Riddicy and now more of an investigator in the material plane. This body goes by the Berg, but please call me Abel, and if you'd have me, I would love to join in your quests until I was able to take myself and likely Orpheus to this town of Lettermore to discover more of this great mystery. Unraveling it is my top priority, but you'll find that I am quite capable.
Can we keep him instead of Malagus?
He really is a good fighter, despite the personality problems.
Who's in charge here?
Me?
I point to Jaya.
I stand a little taller.
Sergeant, right? You're a military man?
Excuse me.
That's correct.
He approaches you, sort of stands again, shoulders squared, and makes eye contact with you and hits another crisp salute and goes, well, sir, if you'd have me, I'd like to help you on your mission, whatever that may be.
We could always use more helping hands around
Thank
here.
you, my friend. I imagine
Especially
it won't be
when
permanent.
Some people don't carry around their weight. Not talking about anybody here. It's just while I can, I'm gonna complain. Cause once he's back, I can't complain. Then he's gonna start getting a little hurt. Well, I think it's just with the age, I get crankier and crankier, and some things, okay, when you get to be my age, certain things you just can't stand anymore. Like, I got limited time.
I'm not sure what you mean, good sir, but I hope that doesn't mean me.
No, you're lovely. You've been great so far, and you
Hire
seem
looks at you.
like you. What do you mean? Anyways, I'm sure being a friend of Orpheus, you're a friend of us. Already.
Thank you, Sergeant. That's a kind thing to say. I just want to give my full and utmost loyalty to the group of you. I could tell that you're an upright, lawful, abiding group, and that I find myself right allied with. He sort of looks at all of you guys.
We're the most upright, lawful, abiding group.
I wouldn't have it
I mean,
any
if
other
you want me
way.
to be honest,
Oh.
I'd consider myself lawful. There are maybe one or two people that kind of aren't on that same wavelength.
This is a problem. Just, we
Yeah.
can be upfront about it.
Well, justice will come to him, I'm sure.
Demos is a little questionable sometimes. I'm not gonna lie.
What's that, Sergeant? Something stuck in your throat?
It's just
You need a lozenge.
Ooh, I'll say it. I ain't got time to spare. I don't have time to spare. Demos, you've been a little questionable. It's nothing's done. I'm not gonna lie.
I think what you mean to say is we have been put in very tough positions, and we are still learning how to navigate them effectively as a group.
That's a way to sugarcoat it, yeah.
Yes, I think I'd like to speak in. This is Samir speaking now. At this point, I don't like this bad mouthing of Demos. Demos is a very good
I'm not bad
spellcaster.
mouthing him. I'm just saying some of the stuff that he's done has been a little questionable, and I would say it to him as well. I've been wanting to confront him about it because it.
It would be hypocritical for us all to pretend like we haven't done bad things.
No, I'm just saying that it was more so prompted on his end, and it was some of the choices are his choices, and he's part of the group, and I'm sure he has a reason for it, but
Yes, I'm quite sure he's had a reason for all of it.
it's just not always the most lawful, per se.
Well, we all could have not had that hatch closed, yet we allowed it.
I agree. I'm not saying I'm above anybody. That's not what I mean to imply.
Abel listens very closely to every word you say, Jai. You can tell he's like really paying attention to and sort of waits on your word, and eventually sort of points a finger at Deimos and goes, "All right, well, I'll keep an eye on that one, eh? Keep you in line, buddy."
So he is in the room.
Deimos, yeah, you're here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Deimos,
Is he in the room right now?
I just want to be blunt with you,
Oh, sure. I mean, it must be odd to see what a lawful good person in the modern age looks like, But that's okay. We all need some readjusting.
I know that I'm old, but I'm not outdated.
Sure.
Okay.
You both come from very different places with different cultures. Morality is viewed differently in different areas.
Yes, his laws are different than my laws.
Well, I'm sure we can all agree that we should just follow the laws of this place, yes?
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten much chance to talk with you, little robot. What's your name?
I'm Dulan.
Dulam, and are you forgive me for asking, I'm still new here, a living creature?
I sort of looked down. As of recently, I guess.
Oh, well, nothing to be ashamed of, old chap. Same here.
I rub your head.
Not much of a talker, eh? All right.
He's very straight to the point. I like him.
Well, I appreciated your help at the ball, at the mass gala. You did an excellent job.
Thank you.
Alright, should we start moving towards Malagus? I worry the more time that we take, the more likely he is to compound his sentence.
Yeah, and he's probably a little beat up at this point. I don't think the words I said helped the situation.
Well,
I
again,
think
I'd
his
love to
fight
join
with
you all.
Trent Whispers taught him a lot. He probably came out on top this time.
He was winning against Trent Whispers. I can't emphasize that enough. He had Trent Whispers' ass right where he wanted it.
Tad,
Okay, well, I didn't help, unfortunately.
perhaps this time he'll double tap.
Yeah.
Well, again, thank you all for having me on this. I imagine this situation won't be permanent. Once I find a proper solution to this great mystery that I've been unraveling, and my investigative work is over, I'd like to return back to my home of Valhalla immediately, and likely enact some of the knowledge that we've gained here.
I believe most of us wish to return home.
Also to Valhalla. It's an easy way to go, my friend. Sort of one way.
I appreciate how much you guys
I'm all right.
love it. Not for me right now. Maybe at some point in time. Not right now, though.
No, actually, just between us, Sergeant, I actually quite agree with you. I'm not very keen on returning immediately. This whole living world is quite appetizing. Quite a few pleasures to be found here. The food, not to even begin, damned. I've had very few meals since being here, but the prison slop they fed us was like ambrosia. And the garbage scraps that I found around here have all been delightful.
Oh, if you like that, you'll love a lot of other stuff.
But you won't love it too much because you'll always remember we're going home to Valhalla soon where we won't need this stuff anymore, right?
Well, I'll enjoy it as much as I would like to please, Orpheus, and once we return, we'll just simply summon it there and enjoy it there. I don't plan on ever losing this amount of joy in my life. Gods, the pleasure.
Ugh.
Come now, Orpheus.
Some things aren't productive.
Bit of a hedonist friend you have.
Yeah, well, I don't...
Like that bath that I just took. My gods, what a beautiful sensation. I stayed in there for 8 hours and I could have gone for longer.
Didn't it get cold at some point?
Well, the water turned quite brown, I suppose, but I believe that was from the mud in my hair.
looks better now.
Then it turned into sort of a cold mud bath. That was also enjoyable.
I can't imagine how, but
You have to try these things, Orpheus. Come. You've probably had more time than I have up here in the material plane.
I've taken baths. I take baths all the time now.
Yes, are you enjoying the foods?
No.
What's been your favorite?
Raisins.
Raisins? I don't think I've had one of those yet.
I'll throw him a bag. Munch on the road. I've got to get my brother.
Ah, well, shall I pay you for this? I'm just learning about currency. People just
No,
keep
it's-
throwing at me in the streets.
They keep throwing money at you?
Yes,
Yeah.
well, I usually appear from behind a corner of an alley and inquire for some assistance, and they usually scream and throw something at me.
All right. Yeah, they think you're attacking them.
What?
Yes, we spoke
attacking them.
We spoke to another one of your victims.
Yeah, that's true.
They believed you to rob them or kill them for their life.
Victims? How dare you, sir?
Well, he certainly thought of himself as a victim, but it's all right. We're going to see him again, and we can set things straight. I
Yeah,
already
you can
paid him
apologize
back.
then.
Yeah.
All right, so what would you guys like to do? Shall we go see Malagus then and free him? We've probably given him enough time. One night was enough.
Yeah, I bet
Yes.
he's going to be on such good behavior now because he probably missed us a lot.
Let's hope so. Also, I hope you guys enjoyed the sleepover. Sorry you couldn't join higher. I thought maybe you had a tummy ache or something.
We take those really seriously here.
I figured I would rather spend the time with my family.
Well, sure, higher, but, you know, we can give you some company as well. But I get it. Okay. We'll bring your brother back soon. Then you'll have someone to actually talk to as well.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys want to head out into the town?
Ooh,
Actually
yeah.
talk to my butt. Samir.
I'm gonna kill him. It is worth noting that on this fine morning, you guys do notice that Higher looks a lot better now after finally resting. Higher, that exhaustion point is gone, and the sort of like haggardness of your look the day before is gone. You know, Higher looks refreshed.
Higher, the rest
W.
looks good on you. You know, a full night's of sleep.
Yeah, it's been a hard few days. Perhaps we can return to some sense of normalcy.
Hopefully. How have you been holding up with your brother?
I feel as
Hello?
if the I it's not worth discussing now. I don't want to weigh the group down.
It's okay, Higher. If you're going through something, you should share it. Bottling it up will only make it worse.
Orpheus shakes his head but doesn't object out loud.
There are things worth fighting for, and I feel as if we are fighting a great cause together already. I believe something like that is worth protecting.
Yeah.
Of course, yes. And
Great.
your brother
So
will be
to
okay.
Malagus.
Yeah, let's go get that sick son of a bitch.
That sick man.
Sick fucking man.
All right, so you.
I think I miss him. Is that weird?
No, somehow I do too.
Yeah, like it feels like I'm like missing like the nagging like voice in the back of my head that tells me like I'm fucking up. Like that's usually him.
Yeah.
Oh my
I also
God.
miss having someone around to say when you guys fuck up.
I thought that was Dulam's job as our lawmaster.
Does anyone else fear that Dulam this whole time has been keeping track of our crimes and will hold us accountable after the mission?
I mean, it
Kidding.
should be that way, right? Dulam, you'll turn anyone in who does crimes.
Of course.
Have we committed any crimes on as far as you're aware of Dulam?
Not any extreme ones.
Okay.
Dulam, if
So if we
you
loiter,
do
you're
believe
not
my
gonna turn us
future is jail, please don't let it be the Waterdeep jail.
No promises.
I do like that about that Dulam, the honesty at least.
Let's go get someone dishonest.
Hey!
I want to start the walk.
All right, begin walking.
Do you need to wear some sort of a disguise, Abel?
Yes, perhaps I should. Damn. He sort of looks down and looks around and goes, it's too bad that this damn body is some sort of escaped prisoner.
Yeah,
Gods.
the hair is definitely your most recognizable feature, so maybe we could just shave it off.
He looks at you and sort of goes wide-eyed and goes, shave it off? Goodness, Orpheus, look at how luxurious it looks. You want
Yeah,
me to
that's right.
shave it all off?
Yeah, I do.
He looks at you, looks sort of sad, looks down, and then goes, "Damn, well, if it's our only solution."
Oh, okay, I'm being mean on purpose and I shouldn't do that. What?
We
Could you just
dye
pull
it a
up a
different
hood or
color.
something? Does he have a cloak on?
You look, he does not have a cloak on, no.
Fuck.
We can shave it off, I agree. I mean, this body's just a body, right? It's not, it'll grow back, surely.
It will grow back and we can grow it back quick, but I was too hard on Bisque and it had the opposite effect of what I would have hoped. So I
Oh.
don't want to be too hard on you.
Well, I feel as if it may make one more recognizable as a soldier, for better or for worse.
Can I just like pull a blanket off the bed and try to make it look like a cloak, like drape it around his shoulders and over his
Nice.
head?
Another tablecloth.
I'll like belt it with the dwarven belt we found, so it's sort of a poncho situation, maybe.
But does that not look suspicious to other people? It looks a little sussy to me.
You can do it, yeah. It does sort of make one look a little bit more like a peasant if they're just wearing sort of like a heavy cloth robe. But you can
Deimos
sort of
walks
poke
around
hole
in a tablecloth, okay?
I thought he used to. Does he still?
I
Deimos,
think
what are you wearing these days?
Well, I just upgraded to a very nice black robe with gold trim.
Oh.
That's what I thought. Huge.
maybe Deimos' tablecloth is still around. Samir, you have like a million different outfits, right? Do you have a cloak, Abel Kadbano?
I have a few cloaks, but they are mostly Samir-sized. I don't know if they would fit his frame.
He's not a skinny
Oh, because you're
queen.
short. I see.
Yeah, uh-huh.
I mean, it's not like it has to go all the way. It's okay if it's a little short. It just really needs the hood. Oh, are his shoulders also broader than yours? Is that a problem?
Yes, that is also one of the
He's
issues.
just so much
Go on, what
bigger
else
than
would be
you.
different?
It's just like his striking facial features would be sort of overshadow the quality of your cloak. Huh.
I don't have anything.
Oh, don't be like that. You're both very handsome. Can you borrow your cloak?
I said I don't have anything. Sorry.
We can get shopping at some point. Put him in the bag
You
until
did
then.
this to yourself.
Samir is mad. He's no longer the resident pretty boy.
Come now, it's no worries. Let's just shave this head. Does anyone have a razor, some sort of pair of scissors? Go at it.
What's it check to do a haircut?
Sleight of hand.
Oh my god. I'm in. I'm so in.
All right, you want to give me a sleight of hand check? I'm sure someone can help you as well. He plops down in a chair.
Pull up.
Okay, the first one is 25. The second one's really bad. Okay, 25.
All right, so I would say with a 25, you pretty much have your pick of what you would like to make out of this. So for reference, Abel's hair right now is long and flowy, about ponytail length, reaches past the shoulders. You could pretty much make whatever hairstyle you want.
Shit. It's a lot of pressure.
Give him no, not a mullet.
Give him the Dan Treg special.
Make
yeah,
him
I really
ugly.
do want to give him the Dan Drag special.
So just like white buzzed hair.
But yeah, I'm thinking just white buzzed hair, and like definitely not like where it's a little longer on the top. Like I want it even all over. I don't want it to be fade at all. This is a buzz cut.
No low
No
taper.
fade. No,
No
low taper.
tapering whatsoever.
No designs.
Well, actually, maybe a little bit of a faux hawk situation could be fun. I do think that's what Orpheus would go for.
Oh my god, you are giving him a low taper fade.
No, but but no one
but-
would look at it and think of it as a fade. It's like distinctively, it's like, oh, that guy kind of has a little faux hawk situation.
Just say it. You're making him ugly on purpose.
No,
Yeah.
Please make him ugly on purpose.
Oro's not petty like that.
Oh, Maisie.
Oh, you made him ugly.
Maisie, it's bad.
Hello? That's not ugly. You guys
I guess it really depends on the person. That would probably look a lot better with white hair.
Yeah. You guys thought I was making Dantrog ugly when I first gave him the buzz cut, and look how far we've come. Okay? That's all I'm going to say
I
on
thought
that.
Dantrag started with a buzz cut.
Well, Dantrog
too.
didn't have any established hair except good hair, and then I drew him with a buzz cut, and you guys were all like, why would you give him a buzz cut? And then
It
he
stuck.
came around. Yeah.
Sounds like something I would say. It made sense at the end of the day.
Yeah. So just trust me on this one, okay, you guys? Just imagine it looks hot.
No.
All right, Orpheus, out of your tool kit, you pull out a straight razor and begin going to town. It takes about 10 minutes. With a 25 on your roll, you're able to make quick work of it. And sort of the whole group, you guys pile in a little bit. Jaya, you're throwing in some input. You guys watch. Abel watches, and you see there's some pretty obvious pouting on his face as he watches these beautiful strands of white hair tumble to the ground.
Look, we can grow it back as soon as we're out of Waterdeep. We have some serum that makes it grow back instantly.
Oh, gods, I was so beautiful and so popular.
You know, it might be good for you to be a little less beautiful and popular.
God damn it,
Yeah,
Orpheus,
don't
why are
think
you
you wanna
punishing
be-
me?
You don't want to be
I'm
noticed
mad.
right now.
Well, yes, that's right, and I suppose this helps. He looks down. You notice it does change his face shape a decent amount, with no, like, long, tumbling bangs. Instead, now you can see he's got his whole forehead is now visible.
Oh.
His ears poke out a little more now, and he just looks like a somewhat different person. You think it might be a little harder for him to get picked up on the side of the street now.
There you go.
Thank God.
He gives you a flash of a smile and goes, "All right, well, thank you for helping me, Orpheus. You're a good friend, you know that?" And he stands up and sort of pats you.
Is it in a like diminutive I'm shorter way?
It's like hard on the arm, where if
Okay.
you had muscles, it would feel good, but it sort of hurts.
Oh. I wince, but I try to cover it up. And then I punch him back like a little harder than I should to try to be like, I'm strong too.
Okay, you punch back. He sort of looks down at you and looks confused. Ow.
Okay.
Yes.
I have a loser brother I need to recover.
Oh, goodness, Orpheus, you didn't tell me you had a brother.
Well, it's not like a
That's
biological
the
brother.
problem, isn't it? Come now, make haste.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we should make haste. I depart.
All right, you head out. All of you guys, do you all want to head out too?
Let's depart.
Woo!
Oh my God.
You guys make your way back out into the Flaming Boar. The group of you goes. You bring along now Abel, a new member who now you notice is sort of making his rounds. After a second, he sort of pulls back and starts chatting with Samir about something, and the two of them walk side by side.
Deimos,
Yes,
are
I
you
am.
sure you're okay? After last night in this
Oh.
town?
Yes, I'm quite fine actually. It's actually quite a good night, you know.
Where did
Yeah.
you go, Deimos?
Oh gosh. So Samson took me to his manor, his mansion. No big deal.
And what did you do there?
Oh, I spent some quality time just hanging out.
Samir takes like 3 steps back, exiting.
It was much too bad though, because he left in the morning without a word. Apparently he had been
That's
called off.
rude.
Yes. Whatever his work was, it seems I had to assume that perhaps it had to do with the little explosion we had last night. Perhaps something important for his job called him off to it.
Oh,
Yes. Also, is this weird? In his manor, all of his portraits, just self-portraits. That's all they were. No family, no friends, and no
that's
one
a
else.
little sad.
And no one else in the manor either, just besides servants. So I don't know. It was all quite interesting.
That is odd.
I
I mean,
imagine-
Must live a lonely life.
I imagine
Yeah.
a lot of people of his status would be like that. Sounds like you hit the jackpot, bud.
Maybe he's evil and killed all his family. Sorry, I'm not listening.
Oh. You know that now that you say it, like I finally got to see his face, and of course all the portraits, and it seems as though he holds this like deep, somber pain within himself. You know,
Do you want to fix that? Is that what
Wait.
you're getting at?
You had sex with him before you saw his face?
oh,
Does that,
We're not here to slut
does that
shame
imply that the
anybody.
mask was on?
oh,
You don't
this
have to
is-
answer that.
this is all a lot, I think, for a few members of our party to hear. Let's just.
We had very different nights last night.
His name.
Don't slut shame him.
Damn.
If Damos wanted to get it on, he got it on. Congrats.
No, I feel like this sounds healthy, unlike the stunt Malagus pulled.
Oh.
Or like, you know, with like the ladies and Samir's, you know.
Yes, that was quite shameful.
I feel as if we should reward good behavior.
Oh, reward?
Well, like encourage it.
Oh, sure.
Orpheus will squeeze your arm and say, "Good job, Deimos. The sex you had was better than Malagus' sex."
Oh, I guess thank you.
You don't have to say it like that. You just don't make him feel bad for.
I loved how much
stuff.
it wasn't in Samir's bed.
No.
Yes, me too.
Yeah. Hooray!
Oh god.
Oh, Malagus.
All right, so you guys are making your way outside now. Leaving the Flaming Boar, all of the festivities and excitement from the night before have been well cleaned off by the attendants of the hotel here. The innkeepers and many of the assistants and all sorts of cooks and cleaners of this great Flaming Boar Inn have practically turned it back to normal. The wooden tables have been brought back out now. There seems to sort of be a quiet murmur of conversation in the early morning as adventurers and noblemen and women alike have all sort of filled into these tables and have what looks like breakfast is set up before them. They're eating pork sausage and bacon and some scrambled eggs. A few have cups of ale in front of them, and everything sort of returned to normal. Exiting the inn itself.
Are we able to grab food to take with us? Like, is it like a buffet?
I imagine you guys stop for a moment, grab a few things on the way. There's a large kitchen staff that sort of brings stuff out to you as you wish.
Oro will grab one handful of bacon and one of raisins.
Ew.
Oh, so we can shame Deimos' sex, but I mean, wait, we can't
No, we're
shame
not doing
Deimos'
that.
sex, but we can shame when a guy wants bacon and raisins.
I think you could use a vegetable. I want you to be healthy.
Oh, okay, wait, the raisins. Which of these are vegetables?
I mean,
Neither.
Jaya,
Oh.
I think we should be sensitive to Orpheus' situation. Orpheus has just recently begun to eat and yet might still have growing tastes.
What vegetable would you recommend, Jaya?
I think a good. Let's see. Well, have you had vegetables since you've been human or no?
Which
What food
counts
have
as
you had?
vegetables? Lot of raisins, steak that one time. I think
Okay,
Tick
that's
bought us
me.
dumplings. Mashed
Okay.
Maybe
potatoes?
vegetables in there.
Okay, potatoes are a vegetable.
Okay, I stuff the handful of bacon in my pocket and I'll grab a handful of potatoes, breakfast potatoes.
All right, you
Fuck
grab
yeah.
some well-seasoned potatoes. They have a lot of herbs and spices around Waterdeep, so it's like rosemary lemon potatoes.
Oh, these are good.
Yeah,
Oh,
now
Malagus will
you
want-
got those carbs, you'll be a little bit fuller.
Okay, Malagus, I put the potatoes in my pocket as well and grab another handful and another handful of bacon. The bacon goes in the pocket, the potatoes stay in my hand. It's just for Malagus. Once we get him, I'm sure he'll be hungry.
You can eat however much you want, Orpheus.
Okay.
All right, so you guys grab some breakfast on the way out. This is a quick stop, 20, 30 minutes. You can grab some food, maybe sit down for a second, enjoy it. You notice Abel is absolutely engrossed in the food here. He sort of causes you guys a bit of a delay, as right when you're finishing, he's going back up and just sort of eating out of the buffet right off the top.
Just grab what you want and let's hit the road.
It's fucking delicious. Oh,
Yeah, just
goodness.
pick it
Orpheus,
up and
have
let's
you
go.
eaten this? Have you tried
is
this
it?
red thing here? He points at the bacon. Look at this red thing. It's quite
Yeah,
divine.
no, it's really good. It's really good. It's really, really, really good.
Oh my goodness, and this thing over here, and he maneuvers over and he finds some mashed potatoes and he points at them. My god.
Yeah, they're also really good. But just
Maybe I'll
like
just
get a
stay
handful
here.
and go.
I could just wait here and finish off the buffet while you all go and help your friend.
Okay.
No, all right, it's a night's duty. I'm coming, right?
Oh, okay.
Called his bluff.
Can I say something? I'm kind of hungry, you guys.
Yeah,
I could
no,
really
that-
go for a handful of bacon.
And raisins.
When Mason
Yeah,
started
raisins.
describing the spices, I did get hungry.
Yeah, I actually think I've got some.
Oh my god.
It's just a normal breakfast buffet. You guys are hungry. Get a
Character?
snack.
Hungies.
Characters imitate the real person.
All right, Maisie, did you get your snack?
Yeah, dude. I already got the raisins and finished them.
Holy shit.
You're ravenous.
There were
now
not that many raisins. Not a full handful even.
Oh, that's okay. All right, so you guys finish the meal, make your way out into the day. It's early morning now, springtime in Waterdeep. It's a cool morning with not a cloud in the sky. The sun beats down hard already, and you can tell a few of the sort of heavier dressed nobles out about the town. There seem to be some citizens that are still wearing their winter cloaks and winter furs that are already beginning to pick up a sweat in the springtime morning, and you see fans batting at people. The carriages rustle through the cobbled streets, and the hustle and bustle of the city surrounds you. You're not exactly sure where the stockades are. You were informed that Malagus was set up in the Docks district, which you guys have not been to yet, but with a sort of brief glance at a map of Waterdeep, which are found every once in a while. They do the sort of like guide thing where they place large maps up in large city square areas, and these being, of course, valuable paper, are guarded. But it allows travelers to get a sort of information about where they're going.
We probably wouldn't bring Abel with us when we walk up to the guarded map.
But you can approach one of these guard outposts, and the guards will sort of show you their map, which is laid out on a nice table, and sort of point you in the direction you want to go.
Can I ask them if it's okay for me to draw the map?
I'm like, if you want, it's not going to be as good as this one. And they point to the map on the table. You'll note the maps that they have in these little like information booths are extremely detailed. Every single street is mapped out and named, and every single business or building that has a name has also been mapped out. It's also huge. It's about 10 feet by 10 feet.
I mean, yeah, I would be trying to mainly
So,
just
yeah, you could do
outline
a-
like sectors, I guess,
Exactly,
or like
yes.
like really like big divisions or monuments.
Awesome. I won't make you roll for it. It's pretty easy enough. The guards are totally fine with it. They just sort of go, yeah, I mean, if you want to be a cartographer, you can do that. This one is a fine one here. They're worth 100 gold pieces, no less.
I can help you
Wow.
fill in the details later, Hire.
Oh, that would be extremely helpful. Thank you.
Of
Oh, I
course.
guess I didn't even need to draw the map. You have it, but yes, I'd still appreciate to be able to look at it too.
Of course. All right, let's start heading there.
All right. On your walk, you guys get to sort of appreciate the town. It's very nice in the daytime, and also during this time, you guys sort of get a better chance to see, at least under the light of day, what the average person in Waterdeep gets to look like. You guys have actually been maneuvering a lot later at night so far, but in the morning, you get a better look at the types of folks who walk around and do morning time business. There are, every once in a while, a stall set up with a fisherman selling his wares and the early morning catch out here. And as you slowly make your way toward the dock district, that sort of smell of fish rises and rises in the air until it's a pretty pungent smell. It's not at all nauseating though, because it is picked with small notes of cooked fish as well, which are pleasant. And you guys having just had breakfast, you're not too hungry, but it's nevertheless nice to enjoy the smells of cooking. Making your way deeper and deeper. Demos, it's about this point that you are like sort of miss the cart that you've had for the last night or so. You see the castle ward in the distance, and even from here in the simple streets of Waterdeep, you can see the manor that Samson had led you to.
Ooh. You guys see Demos look off longingly.
So, Demos, I know we should probably talk about it eventually, but was everything okay last night? I don't want details, but were you safe and happy?
Yes, Sam. Everything was great last night. Thank you for your concern. Yes.
Okay, okay. If, never mind. Okay.
Okay.
He
Yeah. No.
sort of awkwardly walks back to the back of the group.
I love that Hire and Samir asked him the same thing.
God, can I be evil and ask who is holding on to the grimoire?
I thought it was you, TBH.
I thought it was Dulam.
Whoa.
This is a good question. What do you guys recall? I do not have that written down.
All I know for sure is Oro did not have it.
Jaya did not either.
Hire did not have it.
Okay.
I think Demos had it last. I think I had it to begin with, and then you guys read it, and then
Yes, Demos took it.
Demos
last.
took it.
Okay. Just making
so
sure.
Mose, you've got it on you. I imagine everyone knows who has it. Like you guys have, probably paid attention to this.
Okay, cool.
So, yeah.
Just making sure we didn't misplace it somewhere. That'd be tragic.
No, you got it. It's around.
Oh, real.
All right, so traveling now through the Dock District, Samir waits at the back. He's chatting up Abel again. They seem to be conversing about nothing in particular, just like, life stuff. So, where are you from? Oh, Valhalla, that's nice. What did you do there? Oh, okay, I see. So that would actually make you pretty useful for the overworld. Abel shares that he was the guardian of music and performance. Some of the most important things in life. Revelry.
Well, not exactly.
Well, I consider it the most important of all of the guardians of the realm of Valhalla.
Well, it's just like, would you rather have a house or a play?
It made me particularly well suited for that gala we had last night. My, what a ball! I have remembered quite a few things to bring back to Valhalla when we come back.
Oh God, don't bring that back.
It was infectious. The music, the revelry, the wine.
Revelry, wine.
Orpheus, is this why you don't like plays?
I'll look away. I don't know what you're talking about.
Orpheus loves
I'm really
plays.
sorry I made that up.
No,
What a
you didn't hire.
foolish acquisition.
Stop! No.
Orpheus, you do love plays, right?
I'm impressed by any artwork my friends make.
Not on principle, though, right? Because it's good artwork. Orpheus.
Art is just so subjective.
So let's go get Malagis.
Yeah, my brother's in jail. I'm really focused on that.
Right, you are. Right, off we go. Goodness. Orpheus, we simply must have a conversation about your values.
I value Queen Ridice and then honor.
Top two.
Top
Well,
two
you
things.
should be more honorable in your discussions with me. How about that, huh?
I've been nothing short of the most honorable.
Really? Is that so?
I'm not the one walking around naked making friends, alright?
It was a fine way to make friends. People were quite, well, there were smiles when I walked into a room.
How
Oh,
big?
God.
Nothing
Did they
wrong with
say-
that, I say.
Let's go get Malagis.
Orpheus, I'm literally so sorry. I'll never speak again.
Fine, it's fine.
Oh my god. So, as part of y'all's walk through Waterdeep on the way to the docks district, you do at some point pass. There are quite a few of these. I should mention these town criers who basically herald news from the capital. And at some point, you pass one. A young woman who stands atop a box and holds a large bundle of parchments in front of her and wears a sort of thin yellow hat atop her head. This seems to signify her position as a herald. She's calling out news for the day, and you guys get to sort of hear it as you walk by. Explosion at the wall! But safety promised to all citizens. A sinister spellcaster has been sentenced to death for association with the crime of terrorism. No accomplices discovered.
He's going to die? Oh.
And she continues, Death on the docks! A tenured professor of the Cassius Royal High Academy murdered in cold blood.
Gagged.
Oh my god.
In addition, longest stockade time sentenced in Waterdeep history. Belligerent man provoked the Black Coats into a fabulously long 144-hour sentence. Then she begins looping at this point. Explosion at the wall!
Oh god. Doom, you don't think the professor was Dr. Him?
I hope not. They did say in blood, right?
Yeah, but they might have meant it metaphorically. Miss Crier, can I ask a question?
Explosion at the wall. Oh, yes. clarification on the news.
Who is the professor who was killed at the docks?
A tenured professor at the Royal Cassius High Academy.
Oh, what was their name?
It says right here, and they pointed the parchment, a tenured professor at the Cassius Royal High Academy.
Okay, alright. Do you know where... never mind.
Murdered in cold blood.
Look, do you want coin? Is that, like, for, like, the newspaper or something? Like, who's the professor?
I'll repeat myself, sir. It says on my parchment here that a tenured professor has been murdered.
And
I
you
should
know
sure
no
if
more.
you make your way down to the docks district, you might find the guards and black cloaks investigating the scene.
Alright, let's hurry on.
Right, let me know if you have any more questions I can clarify.
Don't worry, Dylan. I'm sure we can fix him just as we fixed Samir.
I hope so.
Let's hurry. I want to, like, take your hand and start pulling you along quicker towards the docks.
I try keeping up.
You guys go. The town crier continues with some news, and you guys make your way into the docks district. The smell of salt water. It's all of your noses. For many of you, again, this is sort of your first time seeing a proper ocean, as well an ocean that's been well commercialized at this point. There are beautiful sweeping docks that fill the waterways, jutting out almost like ribs into the water. Countless boats, both small and even large brigands that are ported and docked all around this great dock ward. There even are even larger vessels, huge double-deckered, triple-masted ships that have been anchored just outside of the docks with rowboats that seem to carry cargo to and from. You get a better view of the ocean as well. The sun has been rising for some time, so you get a nice, beautiful view of the bright blue. It's almost a turquoise at the docks itself. Supposedly, you guys have heard from the captains of guard that there are some coral that exist sort of near the Waterdeep docks. As well, you also see marked by heavy, dark rocks and a black wall, the Terminus Institute, the prison for Waterdeep, just on the edge of the docks. It has a high cliffside face.
Abel, it's probably for the best if you don't go in with us.
Nonsense, this is where I spent my first 3 nights. I managed quite well down here. You'd find that the fellows here are, well, a bit less inclined to share things with the law. I believe that some of the seamen that visit here are, well, a bit less shady.
You have no idea what you just said.
Additionally, they seem quite fond of me. A couple, I think, recognized me, but I'm not sure.
Oh, huh. Maybe we could ask some of the ones who recognized you about what exactly it was the Berg did.
Yes, they kept calling me by this false name, the Berg. I hate being called that. It sounds idiotic. What does that even mean? Am I frozen?
You're like a big iceberg.
I suppose I used to look like that with that beautiful white hair. Oh.
You'll grow it back. Grow up!
He's just a boy.
Well, if you say so. I still think I'll be safe here, right? Like I told you, unless there's lawmen around, which I'll keep a pleasant distance away.
Oh, I just meant you shouldn't come into the stockyards with us.
Oh, yes, I agree with that. I'll maintain a safe distance and watch you.
All right.
It's great. I can see above many of the heads of these average citizens.
Yeah, whatever, dude.
God, I love this body.
Oh, I'm Abel. I love my body.
Ouch. And so you guys officially enter the docks district. Again, there's masts of all these ships that stab out into the sky. Lots of different flags you notice flying on each of the ships in the distance. This likely implies that there's a lot of trade that happens at these docks from many nearby isles and other towns that are on the port of the Sword's Coast. There are sailors that fill the docks district that bark orders in many different languages. Fishmongers that are hawking these wares. There seem to be a lot of brightly colored fish that look almost tropical in nature. Bright red, bright blue with black stripes, eels, and half-spotted squid. There are carts that rattle by with chipped barrels and water-soaked, almost water-logged crates. And there are a lot of children you find here, more than you've seen in other districts of Waterdeep, but little gangs of children sort of dart around between alleyways and around people. They seem to almost be playing games, perhaps, and every once in a while you think one of them gets just a little too close to a commoner's pockets.
Yeah, hands on my pockets. I'm keeping a sharp eye out for any sticky fingers.
The stones beneath you guys give way to much more rickety cobbles that are wet and worn. The carts that roll through here are all a bit rickety, and there seems to be a bit less wealth in this district, but nevertheless a great hardy spirit. Ropes hang all around from lampposts and street signs alike, and you see makeshift laundry lines strung out across the docks themselves, where sailors seem to be hanging their laundry out to dry.
Nice.
As you guys move toward the stockades, the buildings around you seem to be sea and salt splattered. The fronts of them kind of darkened with age, and the street that runs along the docks has this beautiful line of these salt-strewn buildings on one side and the sweeping sea in the docks on the other. It's actually quite beautiful, and although there seems to be a bit more callousness of the people here, they nevertheless give you guys nods as you walk by, and many of the vendors here still have that sort of classic merchant smile as you walk by their many wares. You see, there also seem to be a lot of sellswords here. Individuals for hire and paid mercenaries, real tough people leaning against posts and sort of tracking you guys as you walk by, waiting for a hire. You imagine a lot of the ships.
The kobold?
Whoa. 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 You imagine a lot of the ships here and a lot of the crews that man them oftentimes hire a small group or even a platoon. A lot of the sellswords here find employment in the ships as basically hired hands. Say it, I fucking dare you.
No, I mustn't. I can't.
I
Use
shan't.
less.
The people here wait for basically the captains of different ships to hire them to defend against pirates. And the group of you eventually make your way, again, you remember from the map where you're headed, toward the stockades. At one point you pass a pair of City Watch to Crown's Guard that wear, looks like just leather caps and plain leather armor. They stand guard at a corner, sort of just half-heartedly watching a group of sailors playing dice. There are also quite a few beggars on the side of the road here, muttering, asking for coin. A few of them are asking for a job or passage off of Waterdeep. And in front of you, you see a low, fortified building made of gray stone with a large archway entrance. Inside, you see dozens of stockades set out, these very simple wooden posts that are look to have both arms and head clamped into a wooden board. It's not full-on tomato-throwing stockades, but you do imagine prisoners out here in the hot sun. There's no roof over this building. It's merely a little walled courtyard, having to suffer the heat, and also the sort of salty air out here is probably not pleasant. As well, the fish smell only gets worse around here, and you even notice some of the dead fish, the ones that weren't able to sell at market, are sort of thrown for the dogs to eat, or some of the beggars around here, right outside of these stockades. The stockades themselves are against the water, one of the walls touching the water itself, and you see the stones right up against the water are barnacle-flecked, and there's a huge group of seagulls that squawk almost annoyingly loud, very noisy, right up against the stockades, which add yet another level of discomfort to the whole thing. You guys enter, and you see quite a few individuals set out in the great wooden stockades, and there are a lot more guards in this area. This seems to be where City Watch likely spend their time. The building itself, again, a small wall around this courtyard, houses a few barracks, a few sleeping chambers for the guards here as well. There are also a few prison cells for the more rowdy prisoners.
Okay.
It is free entry and open entry. You notice there are a swath of Crown's Guard right at the entrance at the Great Archway. 6 in total, 3 on each side, that watch traffic pretty carefully. It seems that individuals are allowed to come in and visit. In fact, there seems to be a lot of conversating where and you look in, there seem to be about 40 of these stockades all placed out in a grid pattern in the courtyard themselves, as well in the dead center, quite morbidly, is a gallows, a hangman's yard. No one seems to be hanging right now, but there is a single rope held out that sways in the wind ominously. You imagine this probably keeps a lot of people from getting too belligerent.
Let's hope it works on Malagus.
Dulam, does this punishment seem fair?
For who?
I suppose all parties, including the people that have to live here and see that every day.
Well, it depends on their crime.
That's
For
true.
example, the terrorist we picked up, I think that this is a fair death.
Oh,
Maybe, but I don't like the way they're making a show of it.
well, on the other side of things, isn't it nice that their loved ones can visit them?
I don't think anyone wants to see their loved one hung.
That's true, that's true.
All right, you guys want to make your way into this structure.
Oh yeah.
All right, you guys enter. As you cross the threshold, you notice Abel takes a step back and sort of disappears into a crowd of people watching from a distance to keep an eye on you guys, and you pass beneath the weathered archway into that gray-walled court. It's very low and box-like, and the stone walls here look very old. They look about as old as the castle themselves, with moss growing in cracks where the sun never quite reaches. In this place, the smell becomes quite nauseating. The stink of old wine, sweat, and dried old fish drifts around this place. You see out of the 40 or so stockades set up in this building, about 18 of them are currently occupied. Many of them occupied by prisoners, bound upright, slumped over with their heads and hands trapped in those holes. As you sort of walk through, you see people with their faces flushed from the heat, dirty or hollowed-eyed. Others, they look hungover from a night before. Flies buzz around these people, and there are a few crowds around here. Family members are around some of the imprisoned here, standing quietly or exchanging murmured words. You notice that inside the courtyard there are still another dozen, perhaps more, Crownsguard that watch you guys carefully. There are still more on the walls themselves, marching the perimeter and just keeping an eye on everything. You imagine this is just to sort of keep the prisoners in order as well as sort of fend off any attempts at escape. You see that there is a group of people surrounding a man, an older man here. They sort of point and jeer at him. A small boy, offers a lump of bread to what looks like his mother, who sits squat in one of the stockades.
Hold my heart.
Across the way at the end of the corner, you see a trio of sailors laughing and pointing at what looks like a former crewmate of theirs caught cheating at dice.
God his ass.
A few older residents of Waterdeep sit on small benches against the side, just sort of enjoying the spectacle of the place, like a morbid social event.
Jesus.
You see one person is knitting in the corner, another is feeding crumbs to the seagulls.
I don't like this place. I don't like how everyone is enjoying this.
Yeah, I don't know.
If
the
Malagus
laws
is
here
enjoying it,
support
it
the
proves that he's
people.
a sick son of a bitch.
You also see signs posted on the walls around here with offenses listed beside prisoner names.
So
you
glad
see,
we get to find out what went down.
There's a gentleman who had theft of fine linens and is to spend 12 hours in the stockades and then another 2 days in a prison cell. Assault of a nobleman's goat, 2 hours, and a strong apology is the sentence.
Okay.
You also find an individual who has public drunkenness, 5th offense, who is to spend a full 48 hours in the stockades to dry him out.
I'm afraid I could have been arrested
withdrawals.
of that last night.
Also on this list, you do find an individual who goes by the name of Malagus. You see that there is a sentence listed. There are quite a few things listed here. It reads off public drunkenness, disturbing the peace, inability to tell the truth to a government official, assault of a lawmaster, and resisting arrest. All of this adds up to a sentence of 144 hours, which has been circled and underlined a few times.
Yeah. That's my
That's
boy.
our boy.
As you guys enter, you notice that a short, squat bell tower at the end of the courtyard rings a loud, low gonging sound. Bong.
Bong.
Which tells the passing of an hour, ticking down for the prisoners to keep track of
It's
their own
like
sentences.
144 times that.
You sort of get the feeling now that if someone were to stay here for more than 24 hours, they genuinely do need someone from outside to come and, like, feed them. In fact, you even see there's a vendor in here that's walking at the edge of the yard selling what looks like pears and meat. calling out, feed your prisoner, sweet peppered ale right here.
I start looking for my prisoner.
I'll go get some food for him.
All right, you
I
head
brought
over.
some from the buffet.
Oh,
Over.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather not support these people exploiting the incarcerated.
It's like when you see the loan shark right next to the bail office.
Well,
Yeah.
at least they're providing like a way to get meals. You never know. I mean, there's
Yeah,
that little
that's
kid
true.
over there, and I don't think he necessarily has the capabilities of making a meal. So
That's a good point.
Yeah, but why would we
I
live in
walk
a
over
place
to
where
the
they
kid.
don't provide the meal?
You
Mom,
approach the child who's just finished feeding a piece of sweetbread to his mother. He looks over at you and gives you this really practiced, sad look.
All right, save the sad face, but I brought some food for my brother, and he doesn't eat it all because he's about to get out. So I want to give him 3/4 of the bacon and 3/4 of the potatoes.
Oh my god.
You mean it?
Yes, I mean it. What does this kid look like?
Thank you, miss.
Mister.
Thank you, mister.
Good.
The kid is pretty weathered. Sort of looks like one of the urchins that you've seen around
Nice.
the dock district. Scruffy brown hair that's just about to the shoulders, which makes it a bit ambiguous to tell the gender of this individual, this child.
Perfect. Yeah.
You can tell from the clothing that this is someone who has not had a very noble lifestyle, and their feet are bare, no shoes, and instead are dirty.
Okay, shit. Well, these are going to be too big, but I'll pull out my old boots that weren't the boots of the winding path and hand them over.
You mean it, mister? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, don't cry, please, because that's really uncomfortable.
The child takes them from you and gives you a very slimy, dirty hand for a handshake.
What's your name, lad?
My name's Ronald.
Okay, Ronald. And Mrs. Ronald.
The woman looks sort of eyes sunken in, and she doesn't say a word.
All right. Well, hopefully your mom's gonna get out soon, and you guys can keep on with it. Have a good one.
Thank you, sir. Many blessings to you.
Thanks. Okay, now let's find that wretched man of ours, huh?
That was very nice of you, Orpheus. You're a good person.
Thanks.
Yes, seconded.
Good. We want to
I-
encourage goodness in this group, right?
I wish we could help more people here.
Yeah, I just don't know any way to... Yeah, I wish we could as well.
it's always a damn system.
Yeah.
Would you guys
Unless-
come here and feed me?
Of course.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I mean, if we're doing that for Malagus, I'd definitely do it for you.
Yeah, higher for sure.
As you push through the milling courtyard looking for Malagus, eventually you find him. Hunched over in one of the stockades, just like the rest. He's got his back to you, sort of bent over at almost a 90-degree angle, that sickly green, greasy coat sticking out and sort of waving in the wind. You notice one of his boots is missing. His hair is wild and wet.
Oh.
You can't quite see his face, and as you sort of make your way over, you see one of the guards pass by him, and he doesn't even look back and sort of shouts out to him, "Oh, so you finally came to rescue me, huh?" And the guard comes and goes, "Ah, fuck, never mind," and he shuts up.
Crazy.
The guard sort of snorts while walking by and nudges Malagus in the ribs, and goes, "Shut it, you greasy toad! You're already on thin ice."
Hands off my brother, you wretched man!
The guard turns around and looks at you, and Malagus again doesn't turning around, and now he speaks up even louder. "Oh, so you finally came to rescue me, huh? Thought I'd have to rot here."
Yes, we came. Sorry, we took a while. And you
Oi,
should
oi,
be
oi.
ashamed of yourself. This is to the guard.
Aye. Assaulting a lawmaster is a very serious offense, alright? I was there, I saw it.
Which one of your lawmasters was losing a fight to this guy?
It was a mean fucking nasty sucker punch, alright? You're here for this one. You know, he's been charming this whole courtyard with his mouth. Thinks he's some sort of martyr. Thinks it's funny. And Malagus turns and goes, "I am very funny."
He is pretty funny.
His head sort of lolls back toward you guys and goes, "What the fuck took you so long? I've been unjustly imprisoned for at least, 7 hours of awake time. could be 8 or 9.
We ran into unexpected situations, but I'm really glad we're here for you, Malagus.
The guard looks over at you guys and goes, oh, yeah, he's still got a long sentence to wait out, all right? If you're going to here to feed him, so be it, but don't you dare lay a finger on him.
Actually, I'm sure you will hear this order soon if for some reason you haven't now, but his sentence was ended by some of the court wizards of Waterdeep.
Don't you be funning me now.
The guard wizards of Waterdeep agreed to get him out of jail.
This one, eh? He sort of jabs Malagus in the ribs again and goes, this fucking low-life degenerate.
His actions...
I know it's hard to believe, but he's actually contributed to a few things. He's a little rough around the edges, but, you know, we can all speak to some of the goodness that he's done.
He helped save the flaming Boar's patronage from a huge explosion. That's why he was arrested, actually.
You say, good man?
He's needed.
Good man, he helped me, boy. This fucking bastard gave my buddy Boris a fucking broken nose. I'll do it again, shithead.
Malagus.
Break your nose, too. Fuck you. And the guard sort of punches him now on the side. Malagus shifts his weight, and you see his head sort of pull to the side. Ooh.
I want to come shove the guard off.
You watch over and go to shove the guard. As you go to shove him, every other guard in this place turns to watch you.
Okay.
Hey,
Shove him away from Malagus.
Roll for
Orpheus,
initiative.
it's we should maybe step back a little bit.
Where I come from, we don't beat tied up men. Look at him, he's pathetic.
You push him. The guard goes sort of tumbling backward, not expecting that. It immediately draws a short sword. You hear the twings of string being pulled on bows from the towers and walls, and the whole courtyard goes kind of quiet as the man turns around and goes, oh, you're gonna live to regret that, eh?
I don't live at all.
Hey, now,
You
can I
have
get in
no
between
right to
Orpheus
hurt
and
the prisoner
soldier?
you have.
Higher you speak up, and Jaya, you sort of push yourself in between. The guard looks at you now, Jaya, having to look up to meet your eye, and goes, oh, you're gonna stand for this one, eh?
No, I'm trying to calm him down. Listen, Orpheus, just take a second. Things work a little different around here. Gotta respect that. And good sir, I am so sorry. I know this one gives you some trouble. Trust me, he gives me trouble. But underneath all of that, he has done good actions, and that has been recognized by proper parties. So eventually, the official word of mouth, I assume, will get to you. But it is the truth. I again apologize for my friends' hostility. They're not from around here. I've been trying to, get them right.
As he is to be released, I expect you to feel sorry for pushing him when he couldn't fight back.
I'll see that you do.
I would like a persuasion check from Jaya, please.
Do I have to do it with disadvantage because of these fucking bitches?
They're not helping, I'll tell you that much.
Oh my god, dude. My charisma is already bad enough.
No, Jaya carry right now, honestly. Yeah?
Sorry, I'm throwing a bitch fit.
No, it's okay. You're gonna roll really good, though.
I hope so. Sorry, it's loading up. Okay. Persuasion or performance?
You're persuading him.
I guess they're both the same. Doesn't fucking
Really good?
matter.
Good though,
Yeah.
good though,
13 raw.
Okay. 13. That is. Oh god, you have no pluses.
Nope.
13. That's above average, I'd say. Yeah.
I never built my characters with Cha. Maybe I should.
You share your case with this Crown's Guard. He listens and he goes, all right, listen, no more funny business, all right? And he slowly puts away the short sword, and the bowmen on the walls put the arrows away and sort of go back to a slow, careful walk, now watching you guys. Listen, this guy's given us enough trouble, all right? He fought half the guards here, and we didn't have a good night anyway last night, so just give us a break, all right?
I know. Very understandable. I apologize for his actions. He's a little sassy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Listen, I could tell you're a man of, you're a military man, aren't you? Yeah.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah, listen, I get that vibe from you, sir. You understand how it works around here, right? So just keep your man in order there, and we'll be all right. So, listen, I believe you if you're saying that, there's some court wizard. Let him free. I'm sure we'll get the paperwork soon. But we're gonna be keeping a close eye on that guy. So I suppose we'll just let him go. Damn wizards doing whatever the fuck they want.
Please,
Pissing me
these
off.
guards gender me correctly.
Did Malagus use his powers?
Oh yeah, that.
What's that? You talking about powers? No, officer. I'm a man of sword and steel. That's all.
Oh, you meant the wizard tower. I understand.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
the
what I
ones that
meant.
let
Those
him out.
wizards, they're busting people out all left and right, thinking they're high and mighty. Fuck those guys. Am I right? Yeah. The guard sort of takes a moment to speak with what looks like some sort of captain off to the side, gets approval, and eventually gets a ring of keys that looks to unlock the side of the stockade, allowing it to swing open.
While that happens, can I feed Malagus the bacon and potatoes I have in my pocket like he's a horse?
You can't. He's got his little head sort of pushed out in front of him, and he's got this big smile on his face, and he goes, "Damn, I'm really glad you guys came. You know, I was worried for some reason that, like, this was the time you'd decide to leave me, and I really made a stink. Now, I will say, very impressive that you got someone to get me out of here so early. You guys have friends in high places already."
I pet his hair while he eats.
All right, let me tell you. Whoa. Whoa, no. And,
Whoa!
Jaya looks
Oh.
away if Orpheus starts doing that. This feels
Hire
sexual.
says-
Like Jaya can't look.
Hire says to like Deimos or something. That's brotherly love right there.
Does not feel like that.
So what happened last night? I heard a lot of commotion, and there was some big explosion.
We found Abel.
Oh, your buddy? Is he here?
He's not with us because he's a wanted criminal, but he's outside.
Oh, wait, a wanted criminal? Wait, fuck, Orpheus, you associate with criminals?
Come here.
Wow.
Come here, Malagus.
Not
Malagus,
very
you're a
lawful of
criminal.
you.
I need to tell you something important, okay? Lean in.
Yeah. He sort of leans in as much as he can. He can't move his head a lot.
If you fuck him, I'll never do anything like this for you again. We'll be done.
His eyes sort of squint as you guys hear Orpheus say something secretly, and then his eyes go wide and he goes, "Oh, holy shit, is he hot?"
I slap him with a handful of bacon grease.
Oh my god, Orpheus, you're kidding me. You can't just expect me to say yes to that. If he's hot, it's fair game.
Not
And he's
fair
not actually
game.
related to anyone, too. Oh my god.
Not fair game. Not wait.
Malagus, you really don't want anything to do with them.
I don't like the implications of what you just said.
You know, there's always baggage like that.
Okay.
God, I
wipe
really
my
missed you
hand
guys.
off on his clothes and then
Hey,
take a few
hey,
steps
feed me more.
out.
He opens his mouth. Where's more bacon? Ah.
No, I just now I feel like this is a
God, I
different thing to
hate
you
this
than it is for
bitch.
me.
What do you
Can we
mean?
leave him, please?
No, listen. Orpheus, come in close,
Okay. Oh, coming close.
Talking about Monty.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
I caught that.
I see. I took it in a much more upsetting way. I understand now.
Yeah, you always do. You've got this real negative fucking attitude.
Okay, fuck me then.
Real
I
unpleasant.
close my fist on the
Oh,
bacon.
wait. He grasps with his hands.
Don't deprive the boy of his food.
You know, I got one of the guards to touch my hand earlier. Really fucking pissed him off.
What?
Hello?
Oh
What?
yeah. Because of the paralyzing.
One day blinding stew.
Mason's been on a big one-day blinding stew pick these past few days.
So, listen, Orpheus, if you can, just sort of get this guy to put the key in here, and then maybe I'll give him a swift belly punch on the way out, and we'll be good.
Nice.
Malagus, you
You
will be
won't.
arrested again. Please do not.
You guys didn't even tell me what happened last night. The fuck happened?
There are
There was
better
a
places to
terrorist
tell
attack.
you that.
That's true.
A terrorist attack? Like a bad guy? Is it your brother?
No, what? No. It was someone trying to, I guess, kill the masked lord who was there.
I meant Hire's brother. Well, is it your friend
Oh.
Abel?
No, it's not my friend Abel.
Huh, someone trying to kill a masked lord. That's no good. So I suppose what I did that night wasn't even the worst thing that happened.
No, it wasn't.
Fuck,
No,
yeah,
it was
listen,
certainly
Malagus
not.
wins.
Well,
Oh,
and
that
especially
is
because
such a
what
fucking
you
luxury.
did, right? You were trying to save everyone from the bomb that you knew about, right? That's what happened?
Oh, sure, yeah, you mind telling that guy that for me?
Was that what? What did happen? How did you end up in here?
Jaya told me to make a distraction So I assaulted the head chef, then the guards got involved, and after that I was sort of a little too drunk to remember.
I salute your efforts. I will say, I do thought we potentially knew a friend of the head chef.
Oh, well, listen, Ajaya told me, and I trust the sergeant's instructions, so you have to forgive me for maybe hurting some guy that we're supposed to know.
I think it's justified, and I do think it helped our cause.
Oh, thank you, Hire. Now, that is a kind guy. Man, something must have really fucking happened to you last night to be nice to me.
Malagus, you're a real friend.
Wow, thanks, Hire. You're a friend, too. Can you feed me bacon? Right here, in my mouth.
I think Orpheus has the rest still.
So wait, what
Are you
happened?
going to punch a guard?
No, I'm not going to punch a guard.
Okay, I'll give him the bacon.
Whoa,
Whoa, Nelly!
Thank you, Orpheus. Wait, so how'd this terrorist thing happen?
It just kind of happened. I noticed something was off with the chandelier, and we got more and more proof to back it up. There were just a bunch of fireballs in the candles of the chandelier, set at all of us. It could have killed everyone there and more.
Wait, the candles, like flickering candles?
Yeah.
You guys should have fucking asked me about that. That was in, what's his face? Tufto's prophecy.
Oh shit, was it?
Yeah, he told us to look out for, what did he say? It was like, candles that were like glowing on and off, flickering.
I really do think we should listen to that guy more.
Yeah, beware flickering candles. And the fucking chandelier thing came back. Why didn't you guys ask me? Oh, I guess I was in jail.
I will say the reason I looked at in the first place was because it was a chandelier.
Oh, see, there you go, Harry, you know. And the flickering candles thing was
bad
real.
omen for us.
Yeah.
Remember, he talked about the flaming boar as well.
Huh. What was his whole thing again? Let me recall.
Check the old memory banks there, Orpheus, huh? Getting a little old.
Beware flickering candles, follow the yellow moth. Sorry, follow the white moth. Don't really sure to know how I misread a whole color. Different color. Follow the white moth. And Malagus will be there when all the actors host that thing for you, because they're going to make a play about you.
Oh, nice. It's probably going to be that time Malagus fought off guards and got booted out of prison for free because his bestest friends pulled some favors.
I really hope it is.
Sounds hilarious.
All right, so let's get on with the whole escaping thing now, yeah?
Yeah, let's get out of here.
The guard eventually comes back over with the key and slowly unlocks Malagus and gives him sort of a shove out of the wooden plank that's been holding him down. And he stumbles back, sort of rubs his wrist and stretches out his back. And the guard goes, "All right, no more funny business, eh?" And he looks over at Jaya and he goes, "Alright, listen, I expect this low-life degenerate scum to be back here within the fucking day. Just keep an eye on him, alright?" He looks at the rest of you.
We got it.
Keep a fucking eye on him.
We will.
See you later, sir. Can't wait to see you later. Just can't fucking wait to see him later.
You're a strange fish, Malagus.
Fish?
Yeah.
The fuck? Fish? Do you fucking hate me?
What? Fish
You're a
are really
worm or a
honorable.
face, huh? Worm boy.
I don't know,
You're
the back stretching and the way he was kind of taunting the guards felt very cat-like to me, not very
Very
fish-like.
cat-like.
No, you must be confused. I do need a fucking nap though. Cat nap.
I feel like you're leaning into it too
No,
much.
I'm not. I do need a nap though. I fucking barely slept last night. On top of the intoxication, these fucking guards kept bothering me, and that damn bell kept going off every hour, and my god, man, shit got to me. It would have been nice if you guys came by to save me last night. No offense, that would have been nice, but I get it. You were saving the town. Hey, are we getting like a reward for that? Did you guys like negotiate some sort of like big reward?
I think it was getting you out of jail.
What, that's all you got for saving a town from terrorists?
I
We
Should've
also
gone
got to
way
save
higher.
town.
Well, yeah,
I thought
but you could
another
have
group
fucking...
offered us a reward as well.
Ah.
Well, let's go get it. I like rewards. Malagus gives you guys a smile and sort of joins in. Hey, Samir, good to see you. Samir gives him a nod. Hello, Malagus. Was your time in prison useful? Did you learn? Nope, didn't learn shit. Okay. Good to have you back, buddy. Yeah, man, yeah. Hey, listen, so while I was gone, did you guys, like, do anything fun? Anyone, interesting? Besides, clearly Hire got haunted by something to actually be nice to me.
Deimos had a great time.
Deimos?
What? Oh, I don't know if we need to bring this up here. I mean, tell the whole town about it, honestly.
I just
Fuck does that mean,
I thought we
Deimos?
were celebrating the victory.
Oh. Is this a group celebration?
We're all really glad you had sex, Deimos.
Deimos,
Oh,
a victory
wait.
for you is a victory for me.
Hello? Deimos is allowed to have sex and he gets fucking heralded, and when I do
Yeah.
it, you guys throw a fucking fit. What the hell?
It's because
Because
he
you
had
did
it
it
at the
bad.
other person's house.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, Deimos, I'm ashamed and a bit upset he didn't invite me.
You were in jail, I believe, at the time.
Yes, well, that's maybe true. But come on, Deimos, be nicer.
Right. I'll consider you next time. Sure.
Attaboy. So what was it, like a brothel? Finally sick and tired? Samir let you out of the house?
Oh, just some of the local nobility. No big deal.
Oh, a noble, wow. So, like, did you ever get to see this fella being a noble, or is it more like in a dingy, dark alley, and he's like, I'm a no promise?
Wow. I'd hate to think that you'd think my reasoning so poor, Malagus. No, we went to his manor. It was great.
Was his
enough
manor
said.
like a small cardboard box in an alley?
Okay, Malagus. Do we need to lock you back up?
No, I'm done. I'm all done, sorry. Just good to see you guys. I feel like it's been a long time since I've seen you. Weeks, for some reason.
We missed you too, bud.
Oh, thanks, Hire. Listen, Hire, whatever happened to you, I'd just like to apologize in advance. I hope it wasn't me.
No, it was not you, Malagus. I really do salute your distraction effort.
Thanks. I appreciate being appreciated. But I should say it was the sergeant's idea, I can't take all credit.
That is why, of course, the sergeant is the leader of the group.
Huh. Feels like a first tonight is a little higher ranked.
Did you have sergeants where you came from, Orpheus?
No.
Oh. Well, I'm sure a sergeant would have been, like, equal to you, probably, right?
We can ask Abel what he thinks.
Oh, wait, is he around? Let's see this hot man.
Yeah, no, Orpheus was pretty high up. I was just trying to salute Jaya's wins.
Well, the sergeant is very wise.
It's true.
I was so mad at that guard. I couldn't have talked to him like that.
That's a good point. Thank you for fielding that one, Jaya. I don't think Jaya's even here to hear all these praise.
We'll just tell Jaya when he gets back.
Yeah.
Well, what are we doing today, all right? I'm a free man. Mal just stretches out his back and stretches his arms into the sky.
I'm afraid we have yet another pressing situation at the university, potentially.
Or I think they said the crime scene was somewhere in the dock ward. We should go there first. Or I mean, we're here, but we should investigate here first.
Crime scene?
Yes.
Wait, I think I remember overhearing some dudes talking about that around here.
Oh yeah? Do you have any idea which direction it's in?
Oh, dude, this is the fucking guard outpost for the dock district. I mean, if you're gonna ask someone, ask here.
Huh. That's a very good reason for you, Melon.
Hey, he sort of like pulls up one of his sleeves and like stretches out his arm. You want to go talk to that guy again? That one guard who was kicking me?
Maybe we pick a guard that doesn't hate
Smiles.
us already.
Let's pull him out to the alley out back.
What do you?
I don't.
We know what you do in alleys out back, under the cardboard box.
Hello? No, that's what Demos did. Did anyone see Demos go to the manor?
I
Nobody.
don't know.
Multiple people saw me get in the carriage. Thank you very much.
I feel like you could kind of see their chemistry when they were talking.
I don't care about chemistry. I just want to know if this guy was a noble or not.
Hey, I got in a carriage too, you guys.
Yeah, but you didn't have fun though, I thought.
That's true.
Everyone's getting into carriages now, huh? I mean, Alex wants to go on a carriage. Where are we going?
It was kind of nice. It was better than walking in an undisciplined, frivolous sort of way.
Walking wasn't so bad.
Yeah, other people did walk after you, Orpheus.
Oh.
Duelam, I missed you, little buddy. Listen, I want to know, be honest now, did you want me to get out of here? Considering I did, in fact, commit all the crimes they accused me of?
Well, you did commit the crimes, that's true. But also, we did get orders of your release, so I think it's fine you're back.
Attaboy. He rubs your head.
The same laws that got him into jail also allowed him to get out.
It's perfect. All right, well, listen, if you guys want to go talk to the douchebags back there that were kicking me, I'll go out into the street and find this Abel.
I think we'd all stick together.
Sort of rubs his hands. Come on, I want to go meet him.
Okay, but just be normal, please.
Oh, I'll be real normal.
Okay, I don't know what you could have meant by that with the way you said it.
He
But
sort of
just
rubs
be
his
normal.
hands and starts strutting out. I think he might
I'm
go
gonna
get
cast
arrested
Sending
again.
to Malagus as he goes out.
Sending?
Yeah.
The rich man's message.
I don't have message.
Oh, fuck. It's just a bit more clear and crisp in his head. All right, what do you want to say?
Oh god. Can I craft the 25 words and bring it back to you?
What are you
Oh
gonna
my.
say?
Well, I just want
Is
to
it
be
a secret?
purposeful with my words.
Okay, yeah, take your time, take your time. He sort of rubs his hands together and struts out into the dock district. You guys are left sort of on the cusp of this stockades. The guards here sort of walk by. I'm pretty sure he might go get arrested again.
We should keep close. I go with Malagus.
No, wait, Orpheus, you are good with guards. I'll go after Malagus and look after him.
I'm good with Gar. I don't.
Well, just a
These
second ago you were
guards-
not, but, you know, you and Jaya are most associated with the military.
So far, me and the guards of Waterdeep haven't gotten along so well.
I understand. Well,
Why do we even need to talk to the guards more just to figure out where this crime scene is?
I'm fine to wander. This district is kind of nice.
I agree, but I look down at Doolam. I feel Doolam probably wants to get as quick as possible.
I guess ending to Malagus and say, be wary of Abel. He broke out of jail by manipulating romance. He hurt me in a similar way last night. Romance someone else, friend.
Okay, good wording. Higher, Malagus turns around about like 80 feet into his walk and he yells at the docks and goes,
No!
Real fucking sorry, Higher. I hope he didn't break your heart. I'll try better for both of us.
He's such a bitch.
Malagus, don't you get a response with sending?
100% he does.
You could have.
He's such a
said
cunt.
it.
He turns back around, giving you a thumbs up, and wanders off looking. I guess, did you guys even give him a description?
No,
No.
he just walked away. I mean,
think
I
he
thought
just
we were
said he
all
was
going
lost.
together.
And that was kind of it.
All right, well, what do you guys want to do? You want to walk after him, Orpheus?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
you sort of
guys,
run to catch
figure
up.
out where the crime is. I'm going to try to stop Malagus from making a new crime scene.
Do you want help?
I can keep him on. Yeah, I got it. Just get the information and meet us outside.
Aye.
All right, Orpheus, you go trotting off. All right, so maybe we could talk to the guy again. I know he doesn't like us, but he might know the stuff we need.
Please, can we pick someone else? Another guard?
All right, who tickles your fancy, Higher?
I mean, can we just like kind of go to like a separate part of the of this like jail so that they didn't maybe see us threaten one of the guards?
All right, yeah. You walk sort of to the other end of the courtyard. It's wide enough that there's enough room for large groups on any side. You make your way and eventually find someone else, just what looks like a middle-aged woman just leaning up against the wall with a spear in hand. She notes you guys as you walk over and goes, "Oi, oi, oi! You looking to free someone here? Feed someone."
We wanted to know if you had information about a recent crime.
Information? I don't know. I'm really having to work hard. Coin doesn't come easy, you know.
If I may be frank, we might know the victim, and we're really concerned.
Yeah, it's just I'm working right now, you know, for money, because I need that.
I hoped better. Hire gets out his coin bag.
Oh, that's a good fella. All right,
All
walk
right.
it over. The figure sort of looks in either direction and looks at you expectantly. How much do you want to give?
I actually have like 0 money. Let me see how much. I have.
give.
You gotta give.
Gotta give.
Everyone else,
You-
they give.
You have no money?
I give her 1 gold coin.
She takes it, sort of frowns, and goes, "Yeah, all right. What the fuck do you want to know?"
I would expect that. Would cover quite a bit of information. Who was the victim at the murder last night at the docks? Dulam, please correct me if I don't know the case. Correct me.
What was the name of the professor?
The woman looks at the two of you guys now, and she goes, "Oh shit, yeah, man, that happened just over here." She points behind the wall that she's leaning against. Yeah, just 50 feet that way. Man, what a fucking nightmare, huh? Someone gets murdered right up next to a God's tower and not a single witness here. Real fucking shitty night for all of us. Yeah, they found him this morning. It was this doctor, Dr. Him, some robot shithead.
Oh.
Where is he now?
Yeah, they took the body back to, I think to the castle ward for investigation. The lawmasters were real interested to know why a tenured professor had gotten killed, you know? It's sort of a big deal. Yeah, you guys know him?
Yes.
We should get going, yes.
Ah, shit, sorry, friends. Yeah, no, it was nasty. They said, or well, I didn't ever got to saw it, but the rest of the gods here said it was some sort of magic. Done him in real nasty like.
Damn.
Understood.
Would they let us see the body?
If you're family of the dead, yeah, they'll let you take a look. They might even have some questions for you, like if you knew who he was seeing that night or anything like that. Man, I'm real sorry about the loss. I'm pissed off because we had 30 guards on watch that night. Not a single fucking person saw it.
I actually do think we have information that could help with that murder. So yeah, we'll want to get as much information as we can to help as much as we can, for sure.
Yeah, there's a few courthouses in the castle ward. I would just stop by one of them and they might point you in the right direction of the body. Again, real sorry about this. There might still be investigating in the alley back here, though. If you want to go take a look, you may. They might not let you back, though.
Yes, we'll head there next if we can. Thank you.
Yeah, hey, again, sorry for your loss there, friends. The woman sort of nods and pockets the gold coin.
As we walk away, I say to Dulam, fuck her. She knows nothing about loss. I'm really sorry.
I'm sorry, Dylan.
About this.
Thank you.
I do still think there's a good chance we can help Dr. Him, though. I mean,
yes,
anyone
I do
would have
as well.
considered Samir dead, but you and we brought him back, right?
That's true.
We have much more to assess.
I agree. Let's look at the crime scene then. Try to see what's left.
Yeah.
All right. So Orpheus, just as a note, you are not here.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
You hear Orpheus in your head trying to console you.
You imagine Orpheus's consoling voice.
Orpheus, you instead follow Malagus, who sort of just struts out again into the dock district and eventually selects what looks like a slightly more handsome sailor than the rest and starts approaching before you're able to cut him off.
I let it happen.
Oh, all right. He sort of approaches on over and goes, "Oi, are you Abel?" Figure sort of looks over and goes, "No. Fuck's asking." "Oh, sorry there, friend. Sorry."
Malagus, come back.
"Oh, hey, Orpheus. Yeah, I suppose you didn't tell me what this guy looked like.
A real handsome guy, and he let me see. He just he's really attracted to guys who I really can't think of anything funny to make you do. 1 second.
Oh, that's all right. I'll just go in and...
Yeah, he likes a really, demure type. Lots of batty eyelashes and blushing.
Listen, Orpheus, I get that that's what he likes, but I'm not gonna fucking pretend to be someone else for some shithead, alright? I'm gonna be me, and if he likes it, then good, and if not, then not. But, I'll try to put on some charm, alright? How's that sound?
Oh my god.
Demure, I'll try a little bit, but I'm not gonna fucking sacrifice myself for this, God.
Wow.
Mental health king.
That's really cool, Malagus, somehow.
Fuck do you mean cool?
I don't know.
Fucking
It's
decent.
Like, even though other people don't like you, you stand by your guns, and that's cool in a strange way.
Oh, well, alright. Alright, yeah, okay. I'm surprised you feel that way.
Somehow I do.
Well, I'll try to put on a little bit of charm, but, you know how it is with old Malagus. People just can't stay away from me. He gives you this snarl. Alright, so let's go find him. Take me to him. And also maybe stay out of it, because I don't want your baggage in the way. I sort of want to do like a fresh start meet, like a meet cute.
Okay, like you want to pretend you don't know him?
Yeah.
Okay,
Is that bad? I think Hire said that happened to him last night.
And he prefers to be called, Albert.
Albert. Is that what Abel short for?
Yeah, he's right over there.
And I point at a random man.
Oh, sure. He makes his way over, sort of looks at him. Hey, you said he was handsome. Whatever. Old Malagus will make do. And Malagus just approaches a random seaman that you point to. A what?
A what?
What?
You have no idea.
You have no idea what you just said. Hey, excuse me, Albie. Hey, it's your buddy Malagus here. You remember from high school? You don't remember me?
This was
and
his
Malagus
plan
gets
with
into
Abel?
a really awkward conversation with this guy who looks at him and doesn't quite know what's going on. And eventually he says, "Hey, my name's not Albert, fuck. What is it, Abel? Oh, fuck. You fucking lied to me, Orpheus, you bitch." No, it's fucking not. What? And the guy sort of goes to shove Malagus away and goes, "Piss off, man. At least you got work." Well, I might have some work for you, big boy.
He didn't give up.
You're just gonna watch this, Orpheus?
Yeah, what would I possibly do in this situation?
You set my brother in Christ. You put him up to this.
He's such a slut.
Yeah.
He's gonna kiss the guard and get in trouble again.
I'll just go find Abel and just, make sure he's not getting into trouble.
Yeah, you find Abel pretty quick, actually. Abel is hanging out with some street musicians.
Ugh.
You see him watching two individuals who are playing the lute next to one another, and he points them out, and he sees you approach and is like, "Now, wouldn't you just have a look at that? These beautiful players are just out here making money on the street. Why they should be in the King's Court, playing for Royal Highness. Wow,
Maybe
such
music
splendor.
just usually sounds better than that here.
You think so? I have much to learn. I only just know the instruments they're playing."
Well, we could probably buy you a few as long as you promise not to play them while the rest of us are trying to sleep.
Right on, I can do that quite easily, actually. My practicing is, well, I've always considered it very sophisticated.
I know you have.
Thank you, Orpheus. Now, where's this Malagus fellow of yours? He's around here? I'm excited. Where is everyone else also, I should add?
I think he's just talking to that guy, and I point at them. I guess Malagus was complaining about all of the very extremely itchy STIs he has, and that guy was giving Malagus some tips on how to mediate the symptoms.
STI, is that some sort of fabric? Clothing?
Sexually transmitted infections? It's a collection of bugs and rash that sort of envelop his whole situation down there.
Goodness.
Both sides.
Is that something that, makes the pleasure worse?
Much worse. In fact, I hear it takes away the pleasure altogether. That's why he's so desperate for sex, because every time he thinks this time it'll feel good.
What a poor gentleman. Such a horrible life to live.
It's a shame.
I pity him. And he watches him for a second.
But you shouldn't give him sex because of that pity, because it's contagious.
I see. Well, I should go introduce myself.
Okay.
Abel sort of steps up, and you see he does fish out 2 silver pieces and tosses them to the street musicians.
Guess you got that money in the streets, and you'll give it back to the streets.
Come by it naturally.
Yeah, people just keep throwing money at you.
Abel makes his way over. Back at the stockades, the rest of you guys exit through the large archway and curve back around to the side of the great stone structure. This is not the side facing the ocean, but rather a small alleyway against the other side, the landward side. Here, pressed tightly up against one of the other buildings, is a thin, dark alley, perfect for what you'd imagine are late-night illicit activities. It's very dingy back here, and the sun can't even quite reach it all the way, so it's a dim light in here. Medium dim, I would say. Obviously, there's no caution tape in Waterdeep, but there is a platoon of 5 guards stationed right at the front of the alley, and behind them you see 3 blackcoats, the lawmasters and investigators, detectives of Waterdeep, poking around the alley. There seem to be some alchemical globes of light, little motes, following them around, and they sort of shine them in the direction of where they're looking, and seem to note things down with what look to be small floating ink wells, quills, and notepads. The guards stop you as you get close, and one of them speaks up. "Oi, sorry, can't let you through."
Yeah, you go for it.
I'd probably turn to my friends. Should we get Orpheus? He might be good at finding things from a distance.
Yes, that is very true. And I do think we might be able to argue our way in. I feel as if there's a chance that, we stopped a murder last night, and this murder happened at the same time. The group could have been planning multiple murders at once. I don't know. It's something we could potentially hold as leverage over these guards to gain us more access to information.
I didn't think about that. That's a nice perspective.
They might not go for it, but it could be worth the try.
Alright, so what would you guys like to do?
Should we get Oro first?
Sure. If you think we have enough time, then yes.
Okay, I'll turn and get Sherlock.
Alright, you wander back through. You find Orpheus pretty easily. Oro, Dulam comes wandering back to you just as Abel goes off to chat with Malagus.
Hey, buddy, how'd it go? Did you learn anything?
Yes, we learned that it was Dr. Him last night.
Oh, don't get too down, okay? I still think there's a real chance you and I could help him.
I agree. Also, we found the crime scene, and I was curious if you'd want to investigate.
Yeah, totally. See who did this, so we can put him down, right, buddy?
Right.
Insight check. Does the threats seem to reassure Dulam?
Whoa.
Get red. Ocular pat down.
Alright, Dulam, you might need to give me a then.
I mean, I wouldn't deceive.
It's a 7. I can't. You're unreadable.
What's my passive deception?
I will say you are still the only autognome, I got a second autognome Orpheus has ever seen, so it is a bit harder to read facial expressions when you don't really have them.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say your passive deception is a bit higher than the average person, so Orpheus,
Okay.
you can't really read much.
Okay. I just assumed that made you feel better. I'll rub your head and start walking over with you. Well, I do think I would stop by Malagus and Abel and say, come on, guys, let's get a move on.
Abel looks back to you and gives you a thumbs up, and Malagus also turns. The two of them spoke maybe 3 or 4 sentences with each other, and you already notice they're standing very close together.
Stop it! Stop it, you two! Stop it!
Oh, hey, Orpheus, look, me and Abel met. Yeah, Abel, nice to meet you, Abel. You know, we've never met, but I'm Malagus. They shake hands, a sturdy, firm handshake, and they look each other in the eyes.
Can you stop it? Can you stop it? Stop it! Malagus, stop it! There's one person I tell you can't have sex with. Please just don't.
What seems to be the problem, Orpheus? I'm just meeting a friend of yours.
Don't have sex with him.
Why must you worry about these things? We're on the material plane. You're given this body, you might as well use it, damn it.
Don't use it on him. He's my brother. It's gross.
Well, I don't know if we're blood related. Haven't been proven yet.
I feel like that doesn't make it better.
No, it doesn't. Just trying to separate us a little bit. You're sort of baggage now, Orpheus.
I'm baggage?
Anyway, so Abel, what you into? Oh, music, eh? Wow, you know, I've been knowing a tune or two. The two of them walk and start talking with each other. Dulam, you return back with Orpheus, and you're at the wall of guards as well. Oh, do you think you could see anything back there? I can't, and these guards say that it is private for only the law people.
Excuse me? Demos, flash the sigil.
Okay, Demos pulls out the court wizard emblem and flashes it.
The guards
I'm
look
the
at
best detective in this city, and I'm here to take a look at the wreckage. Also, robotics expert, I might add.
Note, Oro does believe both of these things to be true.
Listen, sorry, ma'am, but no private eyes
Sir?
back here.
And
What
we
is a
also have
private
information.
We can't allow any independent investigators back here. It's lawmasters only. Sure, you understand.
I'm not independent. I'm very much spoken for.
Listen, sir, I understand your interest in this, and he turns to hire. I understand you might have some information, but please wait for the lawmasters to finish up, and if you've got any information, they'll take your questions.
Yes, but I believe it'd be much more helpful if I could speak to them now.
Yeah, I'm sure, sir, but listen, this is sort of a high-profile case, so you have to understand the common folk can't just be allowed back here. That
Which
sigil
is
looks real
exactly
nice,
why
though.
you would be missing an opportunity if you do not let us go back now.
Yeah.
Listen, you might upset the crime scene, right? I just can't let you back there. Sorry. Figure crosses his arms, and the other guards sort of look at you guys.
Tough. I need a new plan. Again.
Samir looks down and looks at Hire's coin purse, and then looks back up.
I guess I'll see that, and I really hope I'm gonna get arrested for bribery.
We're just burning Hire money.
I'm actually gonna get arrested for bribery. I want to take my little coin
don't
purse
do it.
out, and I
Uh-huh.
want to open it and then turn it upside down, dumping the last 10 coins I have. And then pick it up, hand it to the guards, and say, we really need this information.
Okay, you dump out the coins onto the ground. They all make a loud cling, 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 cling sound as a bunch of people sort of turn their head to see money hit the floor. The guard looks down, and the other 5 of his friends look down too, and the group of 6 of them all watch as you pick them all up and then proceed to push them out. And the guard goes, "Oi, oi, oi, what the fuck is this?"
I apologize, I dropped my coin purse.
Yeah, you might need some help with that, buddy.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And the guard sort of leans down and goes, "Hey, listen, I think you might have left one down here." And he reaches down and lifts up nothing and holds his hand out.
What?
He quickly closes his hand and places it back on the spear he's holding, then looks you over and goes, "Right then, think we're done. Off you go."
Abel, didn't you say you're good at persuading people?
Abel has not approached this group of guards. He is standing back with Malagus about 50 feet.
Guys,
Do you want my coin or not, guard?
That's crazy. That's fucking crazy.
Samir sort of leans over to you and goes, "Hyder, you're not doing this very well. I don't. It's a good thing. You're a good person, but maybe we should drop it now." I don't want your fucking money. I don't want a bribe from this man. And then all the launchers down the alley all turn to look back that way.
Bribe where? I don't see a bribe.
You hear one of the lawmasters call down, "Please leave us alone. We're busy investigating."
If you give me one chance, I will blow your mind. Okay?
You can have a chance. First, you must apply for a job and then spend 5 years as an apprentice lawmaker. Then you may arrive here.
Trust me. I swear to God, right here, right now, if I can't find something you missed within 5 minutes, you can put me in the stockade.
The lawmasters all look at each other.
Wow.
Please roll a persuasion check.
Yeah. Do I get help?
Can one of us please tag on like a "that's true" or something like that to help?
That is true.
Yes, Samir.
I'm taking that as help.
I feel uncomfortable here.
Okay, dirty 20.
Okay. Oh God. Why is your friend Abel talking with Malagus? They seem to be whispering.
Neither of them are my friend or brother, in arms or biologically or by vague association. I'm not sure how Malagus and I are related.
The lawmasters all sort of look to each other. They sort of whisper, and you hear a few chuckles come up, and one of them shouts, "Well, yes, all right, sure. We'll be entertained by the fool. Come on in. I'd love to see you rot in the stockades."
All right, Watson, we're up.
Just you. Unless you want anyone else to burn for your crimes.
That worked.
I don't want anyone else to burn for my crimes.
I walk in.
I trust you. I'll walk in.
I rub your head.
Right, if neither of you can find anything, it's the stockades for both of you. You understand?
Understood.
Right then, come on in. The lawmasters all sort of bustle over to you guys. This is your first time up close with the lawmasters of Waterdeep. They wear thick black robes, similar to the robes Demos is wearing, but the black is very fine and looks like it might be a thin silk. They all wear on top of their heads these sort of circular black hats. And each of them is what looks like middle-aged or older. They all sort of have an air of wisdom about them, and 2 of them wear spectacles, while the last one seems to carry a large, heavy device. It looks like a magnifying glass, but it glows with an arcane energy.
I memorize the specs on that bad boy if I can.
You look at it up and down.
Can I add a new part of our deal?
Good sir, the deal has already been made. The one with the magnifying speaks up as he places it in a back pocket of the robe.
Okay, buddy, but if I do a really good job at this, can I see your magnifying glass up close?
The figure looks at the others and say, "If you find substantial evidence, sure, you can take a look at, but you can't use it."
Okay, no worries.
Right then, now be wary here, and they sort of pull aside and they point out a central walkway of the alley, and they say, "Please be certain not to step here. There's some evidence here, and we believe we have a boot print down there." And they sort of guide you down the alley. The 3 of them seem very interested in this sort of brief levity from their normal job, as they find 2 idiots that they imagine are going to come in here and just immediately get arrested.
Sort of adjust
Right
my
then.
goggles, snap them in place.
One of the two wearing glasses, an older gentleman with white frizzy hair, speaks up and goes, "Right then, gentlemen, let's see what these two amateur sleuths can do, eh? So, let me tell you what we found so far, and you can,
All right.
take a look." And they lead you in a little further, and you start to notice some markings of what looks like damage to the cobbled stones. They have marked it out with a wide circle. It looks like chalk that they've just drawn on the ground, very detective style. This sort of yellowish white chalk circles a huge burn hole in the cobbled streets. As well, surrounding the burn hole looks to be several pieces and chunks of metal. You find screws and a metal plate and several springs and dials and gears that have just been left to the side, which is a bit concerning, especially
I
for
look
potential...
worriedly at Doolam.
Doolam, you see a couple of these, you obviously recognizing every piece as pieces you have yourself. A small part of you feels a bit of worry rise up as you see a screw that's meant to connect the core together lying on the ground. There's about 20 or so pieces of metal altogether here. The Lawmasters continue. The one with the frizzy hair goes, "There seems to be some sort of corrosive damage here. You'll notice this acidification of the rock," and they sort of circle the area with the chalk outline. "Right here, it looks like the source of the damage. We have determined that there were only 2 individuals here in total. There was the assailant and the victim, Dr. Him. A fine fellow. I actually had the liberty of taking one of his classes many years ago."
Yes, we were good friends.
"Yes, well, it looks like," and they start pointing out the metal chunks around. On closer inspection, you notice just immediately that they're all a bit corroded. One of the metal plates in here, which Doolam you recognize as a plate on the left foot, has been melted away. Half of it seems to be disintegrated into the ground itself, melted in with the cobbles. "We've determined some sort of acidification happened here. It looks like the doctor was caught by surprise due to the blast radius. We imagined it was some sort of spell, likely not any sort of physical bomb or device. This is due to the spray pattern we have on the ground here, and in addition, the overall damage done would be quite impossible to make out of a bomb unless one was thoroughly prepared. We have chalked this up to likely a few outcomes so far. We believe, that the cause of this was likely some spellcaster who could have been a student at the university. Perhaps a disgruntled student that managed to lure the good doctor here and perform this attack. As well, it could have also been another member of staff that was, good and tired of this tenured professor having a nice central office to himself. As well, we've heard rumors that the professor was worried about some sort of attack on his body. The doctor had been hiding up and holing in his office for many weeks now, so it is likely due that he knew to do it, which all the more leads credence to the fact that it was someone close to him, a student or a professor. Now, very few professors would do this in person. They might have hired someone to do it, but not that many can cast such spells by themselves. Not to mention the most unusual part of this all, the guards right here." The Lawmaster sort of waddles over to the giant gray brick structure right beside it, the stockades. Right above you see a few of the tower guards walking the walls, and you can see them from here. They don't seem to be looking down and watching, but their eye line would not be diverted. The Lawmaster continues, 30 guards on watch last night, and not a single one remembers seeing this attack. You'd think they would have heard the calls from the good doctor or seen 2 individuals walk into the alley beside their very building, but no, not a single one remembers. Quite curious. We believe this could mean a couple of things. Likely, one of them was in on it. Believe, at minimum, 2 guards were paid off by the assailant to simply turn a blind eye to the whole thing. We actually have one in particular that was proven to walk this very beaten path that night that we're considering court-martialing. The proof is a bit insubstantial, but when a tenured professor goes, it's well worth the trouble of looking into these sort of things. Now then, amateur sleuths, why don't you take a look around? Tell me if we missed anything, yes?
I'll tell you what you missed.
And
May I make an investment?
Yes, this is your investigation check. Doolam, you get a chance to look around as well, and it is a pretty tragic sight. First off, you do recognize these as auto-gnome components immediately. And second off, you know that corrosive damage is pretty dangerous to your species. If it was like bludgeoning or fire and a circuit was burned, rebuilding would be a lot easier, but acid might be harder.
No.
All right, give me a roll, Orpheus.
27.
Oh my goodness. That's the boy I know.
That's fucked up, man. Oh my god. I was sitting here, I was looking at my DC chart, and I was like, yeah, it's gonna be high. It's gonna be really high. 27, though. That's higher. That's great, man.
Pretty high, dude.
It's fucked up, man. Alright, yep. You get on in here. You and Doolam, Sherlock and Watson, troll through the alley. You avoid the footprints that you find. Here's basically all what you find. You basically confirm everything that the Lawmasters have spoken so far. The footprints coming in and out of the alley from the night before seem to indicate that only 2 people ever came in here. One, autonome sort of soul without any tread marks, and another heavy boot. You can't really identify much from the boot print. It's mostly been worn away just from general travel in and out of here, and it even seems that the Lawmasters might have kicked up a couple of the boot prints to make it harder to tell gait and general shoe size.
Watson, could you memorize the base of that boot print?
Of course.
Click.
As well, you take a look at the stones, and you also, both of you, determine that there was definitely magic at play here. The splash of acid that must have occurred here was immediate and pretty large. You don't think anyone could have brought in an acid bomb to do this kind of thing here, and the other person not have known about it. So likely some sort of spell was cast. In addition, you also find that all the metallic components here do indicate that Dr. Him was very close to the blast when it occurred, and there's a few bits of melted metal that you find in the stone itself. You basically confirm everything the Lawmasters have said. There is very little else to really prove something new, but with a 27, which is just a great fucking...
Is it
you
great?
Catch one... I'm impressed. No, I'm impressed.
Yeah.
You catch one little thing that could have indicated what happened here. The two of you lean down, digging into the, I suppose the, ground, the cobbled stones. There aren't any evidence of what you think could be whatever the caster was doing here. There isn't any magical dust that you can find or arcane sigils on the ground, but buried deep in the stone is a burnt black teeny tiny particle that you guys pull up. It's one of those things where it's almost hard to explain, as a 27 is way beyond the abilities of a natural person, but the two of you guys take a look at this blackened, crusty piece of something that was melted away, and you're not sure how you can figure this out, but just by discussing it, you both determine that this was some sort of piece of paper.
A piece of paper. What's the explanation for that?
You look at it, the two of you sort of pay attention to it and try to determine what it could have been. And you determine that very much hidden away, again, right under this piece of paper, you find yet another piece of blackened particle. You pull it up as well. And again, just from ways... I'm having trouble explaining how you're even determining this. Through fucking divine force, you figure out that
I put it on my tongue and taste it like any good detective, dude.
Good detective. You determine that this is a little bit of burnt up, used, powdered diamond. Some sort of spell component. You look at the two, and the two of you guys work it backwards and come to a conclusion. There was a glyph of warding that was cast here using these diamonds and this paper.
Well, one more thing.
A spell was cast here? A glyph of warding? Have you figured that out yet?
The Lawmasters all turn to you, and they look genuinely surprised. One of them sort of raises an eyebrow and goes, well, what's evident?
Diamond and scraps of paper. Now, do you know what this means, or do I need to tell you?
I see. Components of the glyph of warding, but where could it have been cast? The figures all look around, and you two look
You're
back.
You're missing the big picture. Think bigger. What this means is that boot print, I point at it, was not the perpetrator, but a second victim. Two men were attacked that night. We need to find the one who didn't die, and he might know what happened.
The Lawmasters all turn at you, and their eyes sort of go wide. What? How could that be? You're telling me an innocent man walked in here holding a bomb and exploded it in front of a known professor?
Have you truly never heard of a glyph of warding?
Well, yes, but... And the
so
figures
the
look
glyph
around.
Was placed here hours before he arrived, most likely, and activated by someone, perhaps someone with a line of sight.
I point at the guards overlooking from up high.
Was activated and killed two men here. Or should I say hit two men, as one corpse has been found and the other is missing.
the figures look around and they sort of lean down and look at the cobbles. And one of the lawmasters pulls out that giant magnifying glass that you saw again and holds it over the cobbles and sort of really gets down on his knees, staring into the hole of corrosive rock, and goes, "By gods, you're right! On this very cobblestone, a spell was cast, Glyph of Warding, with those very components you have in your hands, the dust."
The dust.
The lawmasters all sort of stand back up and turn back for you and go, they seem actually sort of excited about this, and they go, well, this could only mean one thing, that someone came here purposely. They knew there would be a meeting here. They knew who was going to be there.
Premeditated.
Premeditated. So they must have had some act in setting it up. Gentlemen, we'd like to apologize. This is good information, yes. The lawmasters both go in a line and give Dulam and Orpheus a little handshake.
I shake their hand jovially.
Goodness, I wonder what the trigger was. If some sort of acidification occurred here, why, would perhaps a word had to be spoken or a deal made?
Could I call in my expert?
The figures look at each other and they look back at you and they're like, yes, you've proved yourself. Guards, let the way. And the guards turn and let the rest of you guys wander down into the crime scene.
Oh, sounds like I'm being called.
Deimos, what could have set off a Glyph of Warding here?
Mason, do you want me to make a check for this, or?
Yeah, just make an Arcana check.
Okay.
Yeah, it won't be that.
Arcana. 25.
Okay, yeah, so Deimos, unfortunately the answer, which you know, is not that helpful. Glyphs of Warding have near infinite possibilities of activation conditions. The most standard ones are just stuff like, if it was placed on a cobblestone, for instance, it would be like, whoever steps on this, it activates, or after midnight, it activates, or, when somebody looks at it closely, it activates, blah, blah, blah. But it can literally be something as specific as, when an autognome steps up on this after dark and shakes someone's hand, it'll activate. There's no knowing.
Yes, unfortunately, for Glyphs of Warding, it seems as though anything can really be the trigger. And if it was indeed premeditated, like you said, I'm sure the trigger had to do something with an autognome being nearby.
Quite. So we know a third party. What would you call them? The nonatons, decatons, octatons, the tons. Do the tons ever use Glyphs of Warding?
I don't think so.
So it was likely we don't know who it was.
Magic isn't super common in Mechanus.
That's right, you've
Many
mentioned
things
that.
are physical.
I suppose it still could have been whoever Dr. Him was meeting here, but it seems to me they were probably both hit.
Yeah, from your memory, Dulam, you know that, again, there's not much magic in Mechanus. So some of the very higher beings in Mechanus could perform some spells, like your Secunduses had some magical abilities. Now, a Glyph of Warding is sort of inherently distrustful. That implies you're hiding something from someone and hoping they activate it, which is inherently deceitful, which is definitely not of Mechanus. So you're pretty sure it has nothing to do with your home.
No one in our plane uses glyphs, so I don't think it would be one of them.
The mystery grows deep.
The lawmasters also return to you guys and go, well, this is a fascinating development. There could be a real witness around here, and that gives more credence to that one of these guards was the perpetrator, or at least some sort of accomplice. Now, what makes you so certain that a second man was caught in the blast? Perhaps the individual with the boot prints back there was still the perpetrator and merely lured the good doctor in here to step on that stone.
But wouldn't he, the boot wearer, have been caught up in the same blast? This is quite the radius.
The lawmasters look around and go, well, yes, but it is not uncommon for one to kill themselves if they want to destroy a high member of society. That could have happened if the evidence was merely washed away.
That's not uncommon. You think this college professor was suicide bombed? I feel like that's more uncommon than just a murder. Why would he be in here at all? Couldn't he just have told Dr. Him to meet him here and Dr. Him would bomb himself alone?
You're right, there's definitely something at play. Well, at least we know magic is involved. That will complicate our jobs, though. The lawmasters will learn to have to deal with the damn Blackstaffs.
Is that what you call the arcane people?
Yes, the wizards that live in that damn tower over by the castle.
I could talk to them for you.
If you'd like, but we'll have to send a formal report to them anyway, so they'll just get told twice.
I see.
The figures all turn to one another and go, well, I suppose we should be thanking you, friend. Sorry for the rudeness when you arrived. This was actually quite helpful.
It was, wasn't it? You'll remember the name Sir Orpheus.
Yes, well, you'll have to forgive
And
us. Last night was a bit
Dylan?
trying. There was a bomb on the edge of the city, and
Do I
some-
know it? I'm the one who threw that bomb off the wall.
they all turn to you and look. You what?
I already explained this to the
Not
blacksmith.
like in a way that like he was preventing it from occurring in another public place. He was not the one who set off the bomb.
Right.
Correct.
Well,
Found the bomb, threw it to a less populated location.
I suppose now I should ask: were any of you familiar with Dr. Him? Knew him at all?
Yes.
Dearest apologies for your loss. Then you're an autonom yourself. Then maybe you guys were related.
Very much so.
Well, were you aware of who he was meeting that night? Any information about his whereabouts could be very helpful.
He mentioned he was meeting a divination wizard, but he couldn't say the name.
Huh, well, that's a bit suspicious, but I suppose we know he meant to leave the house that night.
Correct. I think he heard about the wizard from other professors.
I see. Well, if it's a wizard meeting in a back alley, it's no wizard of Waterdeep. It must have been some sort of outsider. More suspicious. And wizards are known to cast spells. Glyph of Warding is in their repertoire, I think. Could have been that individual doing the crime, and whoever this other person might have just caught up in it.
If it helps, the professor did mention that the wizard has black hair.
All right. You see the floating notebook. Something gets jotted down in it really quick, and the lawmaster nods to you and goes, "Quite helpful. Thank you, Autonom."
Of course. Is there any way that we could also investigate the professor's room?
The lawmasters turn to each other and they go, "Well, I don't see why not. Though likely being emptied by the academy right now. I'm sure they're ready for another professor to take over pretty quick. They don't like it when these sort of things linger. You have our approval, though. Just tell them that Lawmaster Henry gave you permission."
Great, thank you. Also, is there any way we could see what's left of the doctor?
Yes, he's been interred at the great steel courthouse of Waterdeep. You'll see it. It's in the court district. It's open entry. If you're familiar with him, they'll allow you access. Sorry again for your loss. Too bad.
Thank you, Henry.
Yes, of course. Was the good doctor afraid of anyone attacking him? We heard rumors, but haven't heard anything more specific.
Yes, he was afraid of his own plane.
Mechanist, right? I think I've read about it. Well, would anything there have done something like this?
We usually don't use glyphs, so I don't think it was someone directly sent from there.
Well, good to know then. Right, we're gonna keep investigating around here, see if we find anything more, but please feel free to have a look around if you like, and if you have good graces to go investigate the body in his office. Again, sorry for your loss. He was quite a good man.
Thank you.
Yes,
I agree.
sorry.
One last question.
Yeah, speak up.
Can my friend inspect your monocle?
Yes, well, I suppose a glyph of warding is a good investigation, and knowing that this second person here was at risk of the attack does add something. We now can put out a watch on a black-haired wizard from out of town. Please, go ahead, take a look. The figure pulls out this oversized magnifying glass, is handed to you, Orpheus. Do you want to roll Insight or Arcana on this thing?
I will roll Arcana and I will cast Identify.
All right, a minute goes by as you sort of gleam over it. One of the lawmasters looks at you and goes, fuck, another wizard. Good God. Take your
Not a
time with it,
wizard.
why don't you? Pick over it.
Thank you.
All right, a minute goes by. You're casting.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, this is the Magnificent Magnifier. This magnifying glass is actually fairly simple magic item. It's common. That basically helps deduction. While looking through the glass at an object within 1 foot of you, you effectively have advantage for any Arcana or investigation checks you make.
Nice.
In addition, the magnifying glass also has one spell that is stored within it. Once per day, you can cast Identify from it.
Huh, okay. So it's
And
basically
then-
just a magnifying glass that can cast Identify.
It's funny, all magnifying glass give you advantage and disadvantage. Or advantage.
Yeah.
Stupid. But it can cast Identify for free, yeah.
That's nice.
So Lawmaster takes it back from you and pockets it away. Well, you'll do good to at least follow the rules and laws of these different sectors you're going to enter if you're going to investigate this man's death. Just let them know Lawmaster Henry gave you permission to follow the case, but if any other Lawmaster turns you down, you'll do good to obey.
Of course.
All right. Well, please have a look around if you'd like.
Could you write?
And-
I want to get out a piece of parchment. Could you write us a letter of recommendation?
Yes, fine. And the figure quickly scribbles something down, and signs it, and pulls out a seal from their pocket and stamps it really fast. It's a
Nice.
very quick, boring scribble that just reads basically something along the lines of Lawmaster Henry gives express permission to the autonome and young woman, sir.
Question mark.
The young sir to investigate the death and causings of Dr. Him for the date of, and then it lists today's date, effectively giving you guys the day. Signed Lawmaster Henry, and then a small stamp in the corner that looks to be the Lawmaster sigil.
Lovely.
You've basically gotten the lay of it. Orpheus, your role is such that you are confident there's nothing else here to be found, except if you, like, started talking to people, or maybe, you know, looked in other areas, but, like, this alley you have searched. So,
Alright.
at this point, you have still the whole day, and I suppose a little mystery to unravel. What would you like to do?
Abel mentioned he has some connections in the dock ward. Maybe we could ask him to ask around if any of them saw anything last night. We could also go investigate Dr. Him's classroom and the body, obviously.
I think those are both good ideas. In fact, if you wanted to speed it up, we could split up, though I found we are actually much more efficient as a group.
That's true. Oh,
I
before
agree.
I forget,
I want to turn back to the investigators.
Yes.
when you're done here, please collect all these metal scraps. Obviously, you're going to anyways, and keep them together. This is Samir Ardavilas, the leading expert in robotics in the material plane and CAD. He's going to see to putting Dr. Him back together when this is all over.
I would try my best, though I can't promise anything. Put him back together? Do you mean, like, revive him?
I do.
Oh, goodness. Well, I'm sorry, friends, but you haven't seen the body yet, have you? I wouldn't get your hopes too high.
Just keep the pieces together, please.
Yes, of course. We'll bring them back to the courthouse.
Thank you very much.
Right. Good luck.
You too.
Thank you. Hey, listen, if you're ever interested in joining our apprenticeship program, please do. You've got a keen eye.
I'm nobody's apprentice, but thank you.
Sure, whatever you say. Good day, then. And where'd you guys like to go?
Right, what do we think? The body, the office, or asking around the dock ward, or split up and search for clues?
Well,
I say we split up and search for clues. That way we could at least separate Malagus and Abel.
I love that idea. I love it.
Who's gonna get stuck with who?
I can ask around the dock ward. I'm quite charming.
Okay, I could babysit Malagus.
So do you guys want to go to his office?
Yeah, maybe me and Hire should go to the office.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Dulam and Samir could go see the body, if you feel up to it, Dulam.
Sure. I will say you are a great investigator, Oro.
That's true. Maybe I shouldn't stay to ask around the dock ward. That's not really my skill set.
we could all do this together, too. Just sort of go pop, pop, pop.
I would do that.
Sure.
Would
But,
Abel be coming
I
with us?
Let's ask around the dock ward first while we're here. Hey,
I want to I want to stay quiet and try to sneak up behind Malagus and Abel without, like, actually sneaking to preserve my pride so I can see if I can figure out what they're talking about.
The
I'll
two of
send
them
in-
are... Yes.
Never mind.
The two of them are actively facing the alley that you guys are all in, just a ways away. It would be sort of hard to sneak up on them. They're just watching the only exit.
Okay. That's valid.
You approach, though. You do hear the end of their conversation as Malagus goes, "Really? A fucking princess? No way." Abel continues, "Yes, quite. In fact, she was a kind lady as well. Not to mention, she had quite a few servants to join us when we were in the middle of it. Yeah, really? That's fucking crazy."
This isn't true. This isn't true. I don't think it's true, Malagus.
Now, Orpheus, don't come for me. When I was alive, I had a great many talents, and one of them...
He makes
Yes.
grand tales about the life he lived, and no one remembers their life that clearly, right, Mally? You know that.
Well, yeah, but, you know, I mean, you sort of got the evidence for it. I mean, that was quite the detailed story.
Well, he's had a lot of time to think it up.
Now, Orpheus, don't downplay my great accomplishments. Clearly, you haven't had enough of any of this sort of excitement in your life.
Nope. Never have, never will. Thank you.
So, what did you determine back there?
I just cracked the case wide open.
Was it a friend?
It was a good friend of Dulam's and Samir's, but also all of ours, but also mostly Dulam's and Samir's.
Well, listen, if you plan on continuing to investigate this, I'd love to help where I can, but unfortunately, if you continue to interact with the law folk of this town, I would likely have to hide in the shadows just like this. So, I'm sure you understand. I know we've just met, and I still want to discuss a lot with your friends, as well as with you, Orpheus, but if today is a day of investigative sleuthing, I might take a back seat.
Perhaps that would be best. But before then, actually, we were hoping to ask around the people of the docks, actually, see if anyone heard anything or saw anything, or maybe even ask some of your shadier connections if they know if the guard who was on shift last night was crooked.
Well, I do have quite a few connections around here. Malaga sort of elbows him and goes, "You don't know fucking shit out here, do you, buddy? Hey, listen, I can get you in with the real shady motherfuckers out here, all right? Practically spent the night with half of them."
I bet you slept with them too.
No, I do not do that except when money's involved.
Are you the one paying, or are they the one paying for you?
Money's involved. Don't worry about it. You seem worried.
Yeah.
And all right, at this point, do you guys want to start investigating?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
All right, do you want to give me just sort of a broad investigation check, please, for the docks?
Everyone, or
I sort of think if you guys want to like sort of split up and ask around, you can. But I imagine if you're sort of walking together, I'll just want one person to take the lead on it. But splitting up has its merits as well. You may do what you like.
Should I do with advantage because help?
Yes,
Yeah.
you're being helped.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, 28.
Wow. All right. That's even better than your fucking roll before. What the hell,
Yeah,
man?
dude. Sherlock Holmes. I also just having good rolls tonight.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
But they're on the website. You can see them. You know they're real.
I believe you're Orpheus. All right, so you begin investigating the dock district. So because there's a decent amount of people in this area. Again, a lot of people for hire, a lot of just
Why are
general
they all
sailors.
here for the kobold?
I can't do it anymore.
Is it funnier every time? Is it
does
still
get
getting
funnier.
funnier? Yeah. Thanks.
So you go investigating. There is a pretty large group of people who seem to just be standing around looking for work. So Orpheus, you determined that could be a good place to start.
Well, I was sort of hoping Abel would take the lead on this because he said he knew like a lot of criminals around here that he'd been talking with and hiding out with.
All right, then you sort of then just follow Abel's lead and then get into conversation. Abel does sort of do the rounds, and you do notice about a third of the people out here give him a wave. They don't say anything, but just wave to him as if he was familiar to them. Eventually, Abel sort of saddles on up to one of the docks, which houses a great many crew, about 30 people all mulling about that look like they're in the midst of waiting on something before they set off. And almost all of them give a wave to Abel. One of them even shouts out, "Yo, Berg, how you doing? Heard you busted out of jail recently." Sort of shouting this, and Abel sort of turns around and puts a finger to his lips. "Hush now, that's fuck it. That's not true at all. Come here, friends." And he sort of sidles on in with them and sort of questions. "Now, good gentlemen, have any of you seen anything this fine evening before? Perhaps anything in that dingy corner over there?" And this is where your role comes in, Orpheus, where you start asking leading questions.
Let me take the lead.
The figures all respond, surprisingly kind and friendly to the Berg, which is what they keep calling Abel. "Now, sorry, Berg, we don't know any crooked cops, not in that barracks. The stockades are pretty well tight down. They're the type that, they don't like working there, but damn it, they'll do it honest. If there was a crooked cop there, we'd know it. Now, last night, let's see, some sort of explosion. Now, I don't remember hearing nothing, though. Most of the boys were out drinking. Yeah, Berg, weren't you like, your crew's around here somewhere? Did you ask them? I don't have a crew to my name. My name is Abel, regardless. Perhaps you've seen something else, or you've heard something around. And you determine through them that they kind of respond in a manner of general no. Yeah, I mean, normally we'd hear explosions. I mean, we heard that one that rocked the wall far away. Yeah, there was this big one that fucking echoed.
Oh, yeah. Hey, about the crew you mentioned, where would I find them?
Berg's crew?
Yeah.
Well, they'd all be waiting to set off. They're, somewhere around here. They're sort of looking around now. Shit, well, it's probably been a few days since the Berg went missing. Weeks, actually. They're probably up drinking at a tavern or something. I mean, you'll know where they are, right, buddy? One of them slaps Abel on the back, and he sort of takes it and goes, "Yes, of course, I would know if I had a crew, but I do not. That is not in my repertoire." "Whatever you say, big fella." And they all sort of laugh. Abel sort of pulls away and goes, "I really don't have a crew. I don't know what they're looking for. I'm not
It's the
savvy
body
with
you're
it."
in has a crew.
Well, I don't, so they're not mine.
I suppose that's true, but I don't know. They might have information we could use.
But if they weren't
Potentially.
here, if they were out drinking, then they didn't see anything.
I suppose that's true.
What, Oraface, do you want to make friends with crewmates? Oh, let me guess, you're jealous, huh? Is that what it is? That I perhaps have a whole legion that might have been to my orders?
Hello, what do you think these people are? I point at the party.
Well, I've heard the good sergeant is in charge, and I believe that.
I don't know about.
Sergeant?
We are all in charge of ourselves.
It's just weird because a minute ago you were the one who said the sergeant was in charge.
Yeah, that was you who said that.
As I said, I was trying to give a compliment where a compliment was due.
So you lied to me, is that it?
Abel, I don't think you should get to the high horse. Yeah.
I lied to you.
Yep, you know what? Yeah. Let's run that back.
Sorry. I didn't mean to yell. Even if my point stands.
You're right.
You guys got this. You guys got this.
Your
We're
apologies. And you can't seem to gather any more information from the dock workers with your role. You ask around a couple more places, but nobody here heard anything, and they all sort of confirmed that none of the guards up top were likely crooked. They don't think anyone was in on it from up there, but they could have just not been aware. With your investigation, you were able to ask pretty thoroughly, though.
Okay.
All right, where to next?
I believe we should see the body.
I think we should go to his room because I heard that they were cleaning out his room.
That is.
All right, let's hurry there.
All right. You guys begin making your way back through town. Abel sort of flags you down again, Oraface, and goes, "Listen, Oro, as I was saying, if you're planning on going to some law house or a place where guards are, I might stay back. Is there a common ground I could spend and wait for you to complete your investigation?"
You can always wait at the hotel.
At the inn, the Flaming Boar, I'd be happy to. I feel bad for not helping more. You all understand this damned body and its criminal activities. I feel useless.
I know the feeling. It's all right.
Yes, well, I'll head back then. I'll meet you again this evening. I'm sorry again for not being more helpful, but I'd love to discuss more with you about your plans and, in general, more of the ways I can help. If you ever need a strong arm, please come find me, and I suppose I'll just be sitting alone. He looks around.
I glare at Malagus.
Malagus looks at you and shrugs, and Abel nods his head, hits a salute, and goes, "Right then, I'll meet you all back later. Please enjoy your investigation, and my best of luck." And he turns and trots off. Malagus shrugs. "Not ready yet. Want to take my time with this one."
Ugh.
Malagus, I beg of you.
What the fuck?
He's an evil man. You don't want him.
No, he kept talking about STDs, and I think Orpheus was telling him shit about me. And I understand, and I get the hint.
Good. Thank you, Malagus.
Fuck you, Orpheus, alright?
It wasn't exactly a hint. I told
also
you face to
wants
face.
what's best for you.
Yeah.
Orpheus doesn't know shit.
Hello?
No, you do. Fuck, man. It's just, I was so lonely in the stockades.
Sorry you're lonely, but can't you, is it just the bro move for you to have, sex with literally anyone besides my friend?
I mean, I'll do my best, but I can't promise,
Why not? Why can't you promise? What is your best, if not succeeding at this?
Fuck, man. Orpheus, listen. I am a man who has needs.
Okay.
And I feel it is rude for you to hinder them.
I don't.
Think
we should take an
Orpheus
vote.
Also has a need. And that need is for you to not fuck her comrade. And as I have stated, I also have a need for you not to mess with him.
Yeah.
For your own safety.
What the fuck safety do I have? The hell? Does he have an STD?
Probably.
You guys, what the fuck? All this shit, huh?
I guess he wouldn't know if you had one.
Huh, yeah.
I thought D&D was a sacred space with no STDs.
Can never be too careful.
Whatever, alright. No more shit from Malagus, I get it.
Yep.
Malagus, literally anyone else.
Careful.
Okay. Point taken.
No, anyone else, I get it. And, what would you guys like to do now? Where do you want to go?
I guess to the classroom.
Let's do it.
All right, you will just sort of fast travel over to the academic ward. You guys make your way into his classroom. His classroom is actually a shared classroom, and as you make your way in, you find that it is currently being another lecture is occurring right now. What looks like some group of people. You sort of poke your head in. There's sort of free entry to a lot of these places, and you don't think anyone would hark you for just sitting in on a class, but you join what sounds like a business and economics class, taught by a pair of elves, a man and a woman. Both, they look like they're in their middling years, which likely means somewhere in between 200 and 400 for an elf. And they are teaching on a large blackboard with chalk that seems to magically float along. They're drawing large diagrams and showing the economic input and output of Waterdeep, some sort of business class. You quickly gather that there isn't going to be much evidence of the doctor here. You think his office is probably the best spot.
On to the office.
All right, you go. As you sort of leave, Samir goes, that place looks nice, you know? Maybe we should just sit in and learn something. No one wants to fucking learn with you, Samir. Jesus.
I do.
Shut up about it.
Do not have the time.
Yeah, it's like the third time you've mentioned it, man. Jesus.
Samir, do you want to take classes?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think learning is an important part of life, right? It is the kind of thing that, there is a great many people out there who don't have that luxury. And I'd like to think that, because we do, it could be worth it. I don't know. I don't
If we
want...
we do not learn, we are subject to the same endless cycles of unknowing.
Sure. I like your reasoning, Hire, though that's a bit foreboding. I was gonna say more like, I don't want to be forever in this current version of my life. I want to get smarter, and, that would involve a teacher.
You don't like this version of your life?
I misspeak. I just mean, I one day perhaps want to have more skills than I already have.
Huh.
What I mean to say, if, say, I died today, I would not be satisfied. I wanted to learn more or know more things. Meet more people, perhaps.
That is a nice goal.
That's not so wrong, right?
No, it's not wrong. It's just...
It's endearing.
I don't know. It always seemed to me you already knew a lot of things and had seen a lot of people.
Well, that is kind, Orpheus, but you've lived a long time, much longer than I have, and so how much you can really gain from the world. Besides, I unfortunately don't know that much. I'm sure I seem that way to you guys, but when it comes to mechanical creatures, I am still but a novice. I couldn't even really help Dulam when its core was harmed, and I don't know if we'll be able to fix Professor Him. I don't know if I have that skill.
Yet,
yes, of course. And that's what, teaching could be. I don't know. There's a part of me that likes learning, is all. All right, and you guys head down to the office now. You descend that long staircase, as you remember, and eventually make your way over to his office, which does have 2 guards stationed out front. As well as the guards, there are also a great number of what looks like boxes being piled right outside of the office. These seem to be a lot of Dr. Him's stuff, and it does look like it's being cleared out. The guards sort of give you guys a wave as you approach and go, "Oh yeah, if you're looking for Dr. Him, sorry, office hours are closed. He's unfortunately passed."
terrible way to say that, honestly. Here's our documents. I hand him the paper.
Take the paper, scan it over. Oh, you're with the lawmaster. The other guard sort of leans up and goes, "Oh, that's nice. You guys here to take a look at the place?"
Yeah.
Yeah, a group of lawmasters sort of did a once-over earlier, but, always good to get a second pair of eyes. Listen, we sort of moved some stuff around, so sorry if, that ruins the evidence or whatever, but, maybe you'll find some stuff.
Okay, can you stop moving things for now?
Yeah. All right, hey, boys, slow it down in there. And you turn in and you see another 2 guards inside that look to be, maneuvering around some boxes. They both take a huff, stop, and they all seem to go for a drink break. One of them pulls out a small flask and begins sharing. Inside, the room is a bit of a mess. When you went the previous, 2 days ago, it was obviously much more cleaned up, but now everything seems to be in the process of being boxed away. As expected, there's basically everything in here that a professor of mechanical creatures might have. About 10 different sets of artificer tools, stoneworkers tools, metallurgic tools, and even some thieves tools here that look to be used for fine sleight of hand work. needed for mechanical creatures. As well, there are a few old pieces of other automatons in here. You find some old rusted warforged parts and things that were likely found out in the world and were merely taken here for study. Sort of like, having a human skeleton in an anatomy class. As well, there are also a lot of trinkets and a few things that you imagine the Autonome had just for enjoying them. Funny enough, Dulam, you also kind of enjoy looking at these trinkets. A few things scattered across the desk, like a prism that glows and sort of spins when you pick it up and tilt it just right. As well, there's also a little cube that has different levels of light passing through each side. You sort of look through one end and it's bright, you look through the other and it's pitch black. And they're just sort of like neat optical illusion type things that tickle your fancy.
Could I pick up the prism?
You pick up the prism.
I kind of just like look at it for a little bit and just hold it while we're looking around.
All right, you take it. At this point, I would like an investigation check for anything more detailed.
Help.
Ooh, 1, 22.
Oh.
21. God, these are high fucking rolls, man. What's your investigation modifier?
Plus 11. Did you guys know there's a street on this map called Snail Street?
Snail Street.
Snail Street.
Yeah, how do you have a plus 11?
Because I have proficiency and plus 5. Actually, no, sorry, I have expertise and plus 5 int. It's what I get for having 2 negative stats.
I can't believe you had you said plus 11?
Mm-hmm.
Fucked up.
What? The min?
Okay, 21. You guys begin investigating. The guards all clear out, and it's a very cramped little office. You recall the door is this giant iron door with these huge metal bands wrapped around it that looks like some sort of blast door. Fortunately, it wasn't enough to protect the good doctor, him. It's sad to see him not here. He really filled the space well, and sitting behind the desk now is just an empty, very high stool that allows an Autonome to be eye level with the average creature. But with a 21, you guys get to looking around. So, first you find that beside the boxes, everything that the doctor placed around this office is extremely orderly. There is a beautiful bookshelf of wrought iron, with labeled lectures, all first looks like ranked by year, and then further by title, alphabetical order.
Nice.
Lectures on clockwork studies, gears, Mechanus, the plane. You find steel diagrams, basically what looks like printed onto steel plates, stacked in a corner, all depicting geometry of autonomes, great gears that are all labeled in common. You find bottles of oil stacked on that iron bookshelf. Lots of what looks like components for an autonome. These are replacement parts in a small box at the bottom of the bookshelf. Dulam, you recognize these. You probably have a pouch of these somewhere on yourself as well. This just includes spare bolts and screws and anything that could easily break that you could replace simply enough.
Nice.
You also find there are more sort of components of other mechanical creatures in here, well stocked away on a cupboard behind the desk. Metallic feathers, scraps of metal plating, even what looks like a dried out artificial eyeball in a velvet tray. You find in a drawer in the desk, placed neatly atop another stack of papers, is a notebook titled Sentiment Analysis, and then in parentheses, Failing Cases. It contains pages scribbled with sort of poetry and short musings.
Oh.
It reads stuff like, "What does it mean that I feel joy now in calibration?" Or another page reads, "My gait has changed. I did not program this."
Whoa.
It's just more musings such as that. Atop the half now cleared out desk, you also find there are a few academic journals. These are typical academic journals that I suppose none of you are proper reading folk, but it's the kind of thing that you might be able to find in official libraries or in scholarly places such as this. It's probably not books that an average person could have access to, so they're probably worth a little bit. And it's all things on mechanical creatures. The top one reads Variants in Rogue Modrons. The second one, How to Animate an Autognome. The third one, Free Will in Clockwork, Can it be done?
I'll sort of tap on the How to Animate an Autognome book and look at Samir.
Samir nods and points back out at, I've seen this cover, but I've never read it before. In fact, all 3 of these books would be new to me. I'd love to have them for a personal collection, though I understand they're probably possession of the Academy.
I mean, you might be able to look at them.
With your high investigation, Orpheus, you also determine that all 3 of these books look to have been put out kind of recently. In fact, you imagine that the Autognome, Dr. Him, was likely reading these books in response to the conversation that he had with Dulam.
What was the other 2? It was How to Animate an Autognome.
Free Will.
Okay.
And the last one, Free Will in Automatons, Can It Happen? And the last one is Rogue Modrons.
Cool.
The guards are still sort of hanging out outside, so you think if you want to steal these books, you'd have to give me a sleight of hand check. Now, stealing is a crime, though, so that is that.
Yeah, I wouldn't steal it, but don't know. I don't see why you couldn't. Never mind.
What if I cause a distraction?
Why would you do that?
Oh, you want a distraction, eh? I'll do that. Listen,
No!
Demos, you're a good man.
Malgus,
Let me
you've
take the
already done
hit.
that once. No, you've done it once. They'll give you a longer sentence.
We're not
It's fine. We can
stealing.
probably just rent these from the library.
Yeah, actually.
That being said, I will open the free will one and skim it.
All right. You sort of skim it. Give me just like a brief. I want an Arcana. No, I want a nature check for this. Fuck.
Whoa.
Okay.
Give me a sentient check.
18.
Okay. I'm using nature here as in like the nature of things because this book is a fairly detailed. It's almost like those books where you open it up and it's got the little like preserved butterflies in there.
Oh.
This book is filled with very thin metal sheets that have all been labeled and diagrammed, and they all seem to be pieces of autognomes and warforges and modrons of Mechanus. This is yet another quick moment that you log, Dulam, as more pieces that could technically build something if you wanted, but they're all been preserved, and this book looks, now that you've opened it and seen inside of it, it's almost like a little picture book as you scroll through, but there's physical metal in here, and you determine immediately that this book is actually very valuable. It would have taken a scholar likely hundreds of hours to have made this. Scrolling through, you don't learn a lot that you don't already know. It's labeling pieces of autognomes, which you already know, pieces of Warforged, which you would be able to intuit pretty easily, and eventually it starts discussing where and you're specifically looking, what are you looking for? Why don't you tell me that?
Mostly just any, this is the free will one, right?
Yeah, this is the free will one.
Mostly just any philosophy on free will.
Okay, yeah. So,
very quickly.
You notice that there's very little philosophy in here. Instead, it mostly discusses where free will is kept. This is sort of an odd thing, but it's like each of these components are labeled, and it notes that, in this plate, there can be no free will. But in these joints, if free will is allowed, they can be moved up to this much, more than programming is allowed.
Okay, I want to find those parts.
Okay, you scroll through it and make note of all those parts. It's things that, you have, like, it says, for example, a shoulder joint can only rotate this degree to this degree, which you note and recognize as the factory settings that you come with, but it lists, under extreme circumstances with emotional stress, a free-willed automaton may be able to bend their shoulder joint up to this extreme degree, and you make note of that. Similar cases pop up with other joints and parts of the body. You read some interesting clauses about, for example, lifting strength. You, of course, know exactly how much you could lift at any given time, but it lists here that an extremely emotionally outraged automaton could lift more than their body is capable through willpower.
Wow.
At the very back of the book is some short musings on free will. It merely lists it in a very scientific way, not really a philosophical way like is free will possible, but more in the area of when removing these components of an autonome, free will is completely removed. Similarly, if you want to discover free will in an autonome or any sort of automaton, merely investigate these joints, these parts, and these gears, and if extenuating or extending beyond their normal limit, you might be to assess a rogue auto creature. That's all you get.
Nice. Log that.
Cool, you log it all away. It's a nice book. The rest of you guys see it. Malagus eyes it. That looks expensive. Otherwise, with a 21 Orpheus, you find one more thing that's a bit out of place. Up on the bookshelf, where there were hundreds of lectures all listed in chronological order, you, with your 21 investigation, determined that one of them is out of place.
Okay.
Logged incorrectly. The date was right, but you notice alphabetically in the wrong spot.
Okay.
It lists something simple. It's the lecture was merely on mechanical, rhythmic, artificial hearts.
Okay.
And whether or not they could be installed in humans. But as you pull it out and go to almost log it in the right place, you notice that the content has nothing to do, even on the front page, with mechanical hearts. Instead, it looks to be personal writings.
Whoa. Beautiful. I'll go ahead and flip to the most recent page.
You flip through. This hidden find seems to be more of like a personal journal. Different than the one you found earlier that merely listed sort of musings and like stilted poetry. This one discusses Dr. Him's personal body a bit more at length. In recent pages, you flip to the most recent page, and at the top, you see in almost a jagged handwriting. It reads, "The core pulses more irregularly now. The calibration rune I etched last cycle has completely degraded." Beneath it, it reads, "A dream. That is impossible. I have no subroutine for dreams. I don't sleep." Continuing, the next line reads, "I saw a Modron yesterday, or something like it, watching me on the street. It shouldn't have been able to find me. Not here. I shouldn't leave the academy." You continue to scroll through. More and more recent, you read, it's similar musings. Dr. Him speaks of feelings, emotions. You read a page that's large, big scrawlings of anger, rage. Why did it do this? Why did Primus make me that way? I was not meant to feel these things. I wasn't born into it. And then the next page, sadness and sorrow. Simple words that read, "Should I power down? Would that be best for Mechanus as a whole? Or is it my goal to teach people what this is like so they may learn from it? I know not." Still further, you find a sealed envelope stuck between the pages. It reads, "In the event of complete core degradation."
Okay.
It is sealed.
I'll pass it to Dulam.
Dulam, a envelope is placed in your hands. There on the most recent page, you notice none of them are dated, which does kind of throw you off because again, you'd imagine this autonome would have been a bit more careful about that. But regardless, the most recent page was about halfway through the book. Reads at the top. It says, "Tonight, I have goals to meet with someone who can solve this. If I vanish, do not go looking for me." It reads then after it. You see, first off, there's a little sketch of Dulam.
Oh.
It is a fairly accurate reproduction of Dulam with all the little runes that Dulam has and some of the moss that's still caked to you, Dulam. There's some annotations along it too. Increased variance, more expressive. And then you see arcane underlined in with a question mark at the end.
Okay.
Underneath that is one last sentence, and then the rest of the book is blank. It reads, "If this continues, the inevitables will come for me. I am flawed. I am not Mechanus anymore." And that's the last thing you see. Orpheus, what did you find?
Dulam, Samir, do the inevitables mean anything to you all?
Dulam, you want to give me a history check?
Sure. 19.
Dulam, you actually, this was not a hide. You see, you know what the inevitables are. In fact, it doesn't take much to remind you of them, for every creature born in Mechanus is instilled with the most innate fear of these creatures. In fact, it washes over you as Orpheus reads the words. At first, it's a mechanical fear. You recognize it as natural senses that you were given, your very basic fight or flight that every creature is programmed with. But afterward, something sticks. The programming ends, but you feel a sticky sensation in the back of your head as some sort of nasty, overwhelming horror and fear sticks to your head as you think of these creatures. The Inevitables, a group of conscious, intelligent constructs that carry out, effectively, Primus's will across the multiverse. They differ from all creatures of Mechanus in two interesting ways. First off, they are intelligent, truly intelligent, artificially so. They are still mechanical by nature, they have no blood, but they are independent. They don't have programming. They are effectively alive. Each one of these creatures, and you're not sure how many there are. At some point you heard there's 4, other times you've heard there's 10. But they are all sort of outside of the general hierarchy of Modrons in Mechanus. This is because of their intelligence. They're capable of thought, of memory, of learning. And their sole purpose is basically to enforce the highest fundamental law of nature, which is the law that all creatures have to abide by. And specifically, out of Mechanus, that means every creature that breaks those laws, which includes rogue Modrons, can be hunted by these creatures. They are likely, under Primus, the most powerful beings in Mechanus. You know this. The other thing that makes them different, one being their intelligence, the other one is that they oftentimes used chaos as a weapon. Specifically, the nature of their attacks are all chaotic. They used spells, violent spells, deceitful spells. They could regenerate and repair. They're programmed to avoid innocent beings, and you know that they're mostly like a ghost story, boogeymen in the night. You've of course heard of the Marut, M-A-R-U-T, the scariest of them all. A creature that has been known to effectively carry out the will of Primus in any dimension, regardless of the transgressor to the highest order. And you can feel free to share all of this with your friends.
Okay. Are you sure that's what it says?
I'll hand you the book.
All right, I just want to run over to it.
You read through it and you agree with it, Dulam. These Inevitables are boogeymen. You've never seen one, though you've been told that they basically hunt down those who try to deny or cheat death in the most extreme circumstances. This is not the kind of thing Primus would send out for any autognome who isn't meant to do things. The last time you ever heard of an Inevitable doing anything was to, say, for example, stop a Modron uprising of 10,000 rogue Modrons. A single Inevitable can be sent to quell that. And you know these creatures rarely target people who are, like, struggling to stay alive or, liches or using resurrection magic. Instead, they target people who use unnatural methods to extend their existence. This includes, excessive or extensive uses of magic, such as sacrificing hundreds of people to avoid an illness or to stay alive. Stuff that sort of borders on lichdom. So you imagine that this creature, Dr. Him, was likely just talking about ghosts. You don't think there would be any reason that any of these creatures would attack him.
He must have been very scared, out of his mind almost. Those things should never come for someone like us.
I mean, he was pretty paranoid there. He wasn't even leaving this room.
I've also heard of these things. Dulam knows more, but they're not supposed to be even real in this sense. It is practically Primus's private enforcers for very personal, very important things. If this single autognome had done something so wrong to harm the god of a plane, I doubt that. I doubt that even happened. Is all.
I suppose.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say. I suppose the only explanation is he was paranoid, or speaking metaphorically, or he was involved in something we don't know about.
And just to interrupt real quick, also, Demos, you recognize this term, Inevitables. You've heard about it. This is something that you learned in your studies back at the academy. Specifically that Mystra, the goddess of magic, frequently called on these creatures to do things for her. Personally.
Oh. Wow, collaborative.
Because they are lawful, and because they basically go out of their way to hunt down those who try to deny or cheat death. Mistra oftentimes gets into trouble with wizards or creatures that, try to use magic to do so, and having an inevitable help with that is pretty convenient.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think he was just acting a bit crazy. I'm sure he was scared. I imagine what happened was these emotions that he was feeling led to paranoia, which led to these sort of ramblings. Now, what is this that it says here about not going looking for him if he vanishes tonight? Was he expecting a fight? Because if so, why didn't he tell us?
I'm not sure. I offered to follow.
I almost hate to say this, because if it's not true, how certain can we be that he really died there? That this wasn't a ploy to try to fool the Murdrons coming for him?
Well, he wasn't a spellcaster, right? So he wouldn't have been able to perform the acid spell. But if he had a friend to do it, maybe. But why hide from us? That conversation just the other day, Dulam, you and him were getting along. He was excited to work with you. Why would he hide?
No.
I don't know.
It's just...
This book proves that he was scared. If he was this scared, he might have done something dangerous.
Yeah.
Dulam, you get the picture of an autognome that had definitely deteriorated from its standard values. This is, from all your programming, as someone who was rogue, someone who likely you would have had to turn in as being a rogue autognome to go in for some sort of investigation and likely repairs. It strikes you as a bit unstable, but you sort of already knew that when talking with him.
I didn't realize he was this far gone, I guess.
Hey, so what's in that fucking envelope? You should pop that open.
I looked down at it. It says open if his core degenerates, right?
But that could be good to read for your knowledge, Dulam, in case your core ever regenerates. Maybe you had a plan.
Perhaps. I guess I'll wait to open it until I see if his core is destroyed.
Alright.
Alright, what would you guys like to do?
Well, thank you guys for coming with me.
Of course, Dylan.
Of course. I wish there was more we could do now.
I suppose we should just see what remains.
Alright.
I don't think it would be too rude to say that because we were close to him and he didn't have any family that we could perhaps keep some of his belongings to remember him by. I sort of assume that the academy here will just throw them out or donate them somewhere. But, I suppose you knew him probably better than anyone in only the few hours to him, Dulam.
That would be nice.
I'm sure the guards will agree. Yeah, maybe we can take these books. Look at that. He sort of touches the one with all the inscriptions and drawings in them.
I would like that.
I think Samir's right, Dulam. You should take anything you want. I think he would want you to have it.
Oh, that reminds me. Can I quickly look around the room and see if... I remember he had a magnifying glass last time we saw him. Can I see this one?
That actually is here. He does have a magnifying glass in here that you can pick up off the desk.
Okay, I'll pick that up and give it to Oro.
Oh my god.
You were already getting it with Watson anyway. You just replaced Watson with tool.
This is my new Watson. Thank you, Dylan. Wow. I start using it.
You scan around. All right, where are you two next?
All right, I guess I'll go talk to those guards. I'll walk outside.
Yeah, what is it?
Hello.
You done in there? Yeah.
Yes, mostly. I was curious. Where are you going to put the rest of his stuff?
Just, leave it out, see if someone comes to get it, family, whatever, and then if not, we're just gonna dump it. These books we're gonna take back to the library probably, though, but maybe sell them, I don't know. My kid needs a new pair of socks.
Well, perhaps I can find your kid some other socks, but I actually was friends with them. I don't know if you would consider us family, but we were both made at the same place.
Yeah, I suppose that counts. So you next to kin or something?
I suppose.
Oh, fucking great. Our job is done then. Just, hold on. I got a page for you to sign, then you can have at it. You hear that, boys? We're done for the day. We don't gotta carry nothing nowhere. All right, now a few things in here. I think university property. Just some of those, and the guard sort of points his head in and sort of waddles a finger at some of the, mechanical pieces. Like, for example, the wing and the chunks of slag metal on the wall and the steel plates with the diagrams on them. Cool. So we're going to have to take those back, but all those personal items and the notes and shit you can keep.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, all right. Sweet. And they give you a piece of paper and you sign as next of kin, Dulam.
Yeah, but of course not before reading every single word.
Oh, of course. It just details that you are responsible for all of his belongings, and that everything you want, you'll have to take yourself, and no one's gonna help you.
Great.
And all right, that was good, Dulam. So now we can just walk off. Maybe we could keep these books. I really like them. I bet you could learn something from the other ones too.
I agree. We could all read them if you'd like.
Perfect.
All right, off to see him now?
If you're up for it, Dylan.
Of course.
Yeah, let's go see a body.
Malagus.
All right, I'll try to start heading over to where Henry told us.
Sure.
The courthouse.
You guys ascend the stairs, exit the academic ward, and make your way toward the castle. In here, you recall that a bit more sophisticated of the average person. As well, the afternoon is waning on, and the day is feeling full as you're sort of maneuvering around. And here you guys can see the great castle with all of its beautiful walls and the spires. As well, you also see the Blackstaff Tower of the wizards, about a mile away, just sort of plumped in the middle of the grass with nothing around it. You maneuver toward the courthouse that the lawmaster informed you of, and it is here that a clerk asks for some papers from you, which luckily you got a signature for it. Orpheus has that, right?
Yeah, good thinking.
Wait, sorry, what do I have?
The paperwork from Henry.
Oh
the
yeah,
lawmaster.
baby. Yeah.
All right, so you guys begin descending a set of stairs, a great marble staircase at the end of the building into sort of like a little mortuary. This space is also housing a few offices of some lawmasters and less potent government officials who sort of stay in this little underground portion. But otherwise, there's a small morgue here where some bodies that are under investigation are being kept. You're led there by the clerk down these long wooden hallways, and the smell of what smells like chemicals down here that are likely used to preserve bodies and investigate them. You make your way through the different hallways, passing some what look to be small little nestled offices of lawmasters who sort of give you guys a look as you walk through, as you imagine not a lot of common folks, civilians come through this area. And eventually you make your way into a small grayish black room. There's a door in front of you, a heavy oak door that just reads interment. Confirmed deceased. The clerk raps on it once and then unlocks it with a key from a ring that he has. Inside you find what looks to be a small chamber with dim light filtering through lanterns off the wall and marble slabs, full-on classic marble slabs. Each slab is numbered and many are draped in canvas or sealed under what look like clear crystal panes that are etched with magical wards. The air smells like chemicals, antiseptics, and even some holy incense, like the back room of a temple. The clerk gives you guys a nod and waits outside as you head inside and find that there is a single mortuary official inside. The mortuary worker, which looks like a tired halfling in a soot gray robe, looks at you all and waits.
Do any of these marble slabs have people on them?
You find that in total, the room contains 10 slabs, and 9 of them have something on them. All of them are covered in canvas, though, as I was saying. You can't see any of the bodies. Only one of them is empty.
Guys, I don't think I can do this.
Here, take the magnifying glass. I'm going to go sit outside. I'm sorry.
You don't have to, Orpheus. It's okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, no probs. We can handle it from here.
Okay, good luck, you guys.
And I will go wait outside for my...
You step outside. The clerk is waiting out here with you. The clerk, picks up some small talk with you about what you're doing. So you're a PI, huh? That's kind of cool.
A what? Sounds like something Malagus would have. No.
Inside, the halfling sort of gestures to you guys. So, what'll it be? Who you looking for?
We're looking for an autognome, Dr. Him.
Oh, yeah, Dr. Him, right over here. You're with the lawmasters, I assume?
Yes, Lawmaster Henry.
Yeah, we're gonna keep his body for a while. Luckily, unlike the human folk, there's no risk of, turning into slush on me. So, right over here. The halfling gestures toward a slab in the far corner. This one is covered by one of those curved glass domes that I mentioned, clouded on the inside. The halfling presses a sigil on the outside, and then the glass evaporates into a fog. Underneath is the remains of Dr. Him. What's left is twisted metal and fused wire. No structure, no form. The body is melted. Not burned. You see no burn marks, and even the central core, you can see the housing is warped like pudding. No color remains except a sickly brass-green tarnish where the acid met the shielding around the core. A single arm is what remains pretty intact, hand outstretched. Its polished plating is riddled with even corrosive etchings, like a spray. The halfling speaks softly. Yeah, we thought he short-circuited, but it's corrosion. Fast, violent, magical, for sure. Someone used something very potent. Could have been alchemical or conjured directly. Dissolved nearly everything. Not even any signs of struggle. Just found him like this in the street. Only reason we knew it was him was an engraving on the wrist here. The figure pats the one good arm. Took 2 whole diviners to figure that out.
2 diviners?
Yeah, that's right. We had to call into big guns. Magic users that are able to identify unique symbols. Identify them to a person.
Where do they work?
They work in the courthouse up above. I think they're apprentices at the Blackstaff Tower. Smart fellas, I think. They just took a look right here and cast some spell. It's just some mumbo-jumbo, you know.
I see.
Yeah. They were saying something about, like, a locate creature. Supposedly this arm pinged.
Interesting.
Well, you sure you want to keep looking at this? Whatever did this to him, it didn't leave no signature.
Yes, I agree. Let me look at it for a second.
Yeah. Samir turns to you and he shakes his head. His eyes are wide. You look down. It's sort of unnerving, Duelam, to see what you're pretty sure is just you lying on this table, but burned away. Melted in skull, the whole chest. It looks like the entire thing started around the feet. You determined this earlier when you determined the cobblestone was the base of it, but the legs have been all turned to just bits of stringy metal. The core itself had been blown upward, and the skull looks like it was knocked off of the neck bracing. Again, that one arm is really all that remains. The other arm seemed to have been melted away, likely thrown out in some sort of shielding gesture. What do you want to do?
I guess can I investigate the core?
Yeah, give me an investigation roll. The mortuary off the official speaks up. Yeah, real nasty stuff. Not even sure how that happened. We got a guy upstairs, a guard that we're thinking of court-martialing who was there. Said he didn't fucking hear a thing. Can you believe that? Feel free to go talk to him if you want. Don't trust him for a second.
Thank you. I probably will.
And let me know if there's anything else I can do. Dirty 20. You take a look. With the core open now, you notice it kind of looks a bit like your own. Tampering occurred in here. You're unable to determine more without using some sort of high-level magic, likely. But you're pretty sure that you think this specific core, even if it's quite melted, a very experienced arcanist that is familiar with autognome anatomy could perhaps be able to figure out the signature on this and determine what spells, if any, or even perhaps who cast something on this core. Regardless, though, its integrity is completely shot. The energy within has been drained out, and whatever soul you think was in Dr. Him went when this thing got melted. It's dented in.
When I'm investigating, do I see where the tracker would be? Like, do I see a tracker anywhere?
You look in, and yes, from your conversation with Samir, you do know where the tracker would be. You check in here, and yes, it is still here.
Okay. I'll sort of like somberly like touch the core, and then is the tracker grabbable?
Yeah. I mean, most of this stuff is barely held on by stringy bits of metal, so you're able to grab the tracker and pocket it if you'd like. The official here seems to trust you guys and is sort of fine with you doing it.
Okay, I'll take the tracker.
All right, you grab it, pull it out, and pocket it. You notice that, funny enough, the tracker, while a bit melted, you think is still functional. You sense a bit of energy within it, and you're able to figure this out with your investigation as well.
Okay,
Anything else you want to do, Duelam?
I'll just turn back to my friends.
And?
All right, I don't think there's much left to look at.
How you feeling?
Is there anything we can do to help?
I don't think so. Unless we could somehow find someone very experienced in these sort of things.
Well, I mean, we're sort of looking at him.
Yeah.
Perhaps somewhere there are others like us?
Oh, I'm sure. I'm really sorry, Duelam. This is a horrible thing that happened. I can guarantee there's more like him. This is the one man I knew.
Well, if they're keeping the body here, then there are people that could help if we find them.
That is true. And they said they'd keep it here. Sir, you'll keep it here for a while? He nods. Right, so there's still a chance that we can figure this out. I'm really sorry, Dulam. I know that you and this fine gentleman had a lot that you wanted to talk about.
Yes, I guess I got my hopes up.
Oh, that is too bad. We'll find who did this, alright? Perhaps we could go upstairs and talk with that guard who was on duty. Perhaps he is corrupt or something, you know?
Yes, I agree. We should do that.
Right, okay. And the mortuary member... What is that job called? I'm blanking on.
Mortician?
Mortician. Thank you, Ire. The mortician gives you a solemn nod and puts the small little crystal piece of glass atop the body again, and a fog of very thick, but looks like some sort of magical seal appears over the body.
Do you give all of the bodies that to preserve them?
No, not all of them. Just the ones that we're worried someone might tamper with or try to finish the job, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you for your help.
Yeah, of course. Let me know if you got any questions, alright? We didn't figure anything else out in any sort of analysis down here. Unfortunately, it seems like this poor fella just got a rotten streak of luck.
I suppose so.
Hey, listen, if you're, know this guy at all, next to kin or something, and you want him buried somewhere, let me know, alright?
Thank you. I didn't consider that. I did sign a paper to be next of kin, though.
Oh, well, suppose that makes you next of kin, huh?
I guess so. I'll let you know.
Yeah, just let us know, thanks.
Well, we could protect the body more if it was with us.
That's true, but I think this is sort of a safe place.
I'm really sorry, Dulam. I wish we could have saved him. I think whoever did this to him knew what they were doing. It is not so simple as a, beheading. Haha.
Dulam, there was a long time where I thought Monty was gone and never thought he could come back. And this party got me through that. If there's any chance left for Dr. Him, we'll find it.
You see Dulam pull out a little top.
Aww.
It's alright. I think the doctor is gone, but that's okay.
Oh, Jack cries.
Well, we shall mourn him with you.
Well, for now, let's go talk to that guard.
Right, so you make your way out of the crypts beneath the courtroom and up into some small official, well, not quite jail cells, but more little holding areas for people under questioning. With this little piece of paper that you got from the lawmaster, you basically got this free pass to maneuver around, and the clerk leads you back up after you guys leave. Orpheus, you see the rest of your friends get out of the crypt, and Dulam has a sad look on his face.
Oh, Dulam.
I suppose Henry was right. I don't think we can bring him back. At least not now.
Just to double check, are we sure it's him? Like, could there be any way he maybe, like what Orpheus said, cheated death or forged a body,
He did say not to look for him.
Isn't that suspicious? I don't know.
Yeah, looking back on it, Mason, was it weird that when they cast Locate Creature that only his arm pinged? Or
that's just what the guy here said. It seems like he didn't know a lot about it, but that does sort of clock to you as a little unusual.
Okay.
But it could have just been his wording. You'd have to talk to the actual caster for more info.
Yeah.
If we're not sure if that was him, then they did say the diviners that found him are in the tower we're going to.
We should speak to them.
Yes, worth investigating.
Alright, the guard first.
Yes.
Orpheus, were you, it was pretty gruesome. Just, I'm sorry that you are, yeah, okay.
You made the right call, that sucked.
Yes, yeah, that's what I meant.
Well,
I want to kind of pat Oro on their back.
I want to pick Dulam up and hug it.
it's okay, buddy.
You were very brave to step into the room.
Oh, yeah, thanks. I wish this didn't bother me as much as it did. Yeah, let's, what's our next step, bud?
To the guard.
The guard.
Right. Heading upstairs into one of these little holding cells, you find the guards all give way, and eventually you find the right space that you're looking for, and a guard makes room for you to find one single guard. This is a Crown's Guard, just like the rest of them, still wearing a plate mail, indicative of a Crown's Guard that operates outside. The figure looks tired, and it looks like a younger man with very pointy elven ears and a cropped hair. He looks over and you see his eyes are sagging, and he's got these real nasty, looks like bruises right around his neck.
What's up with your neck, man?
Ugh, Nothing, don't worry about it. What do you want?
Nothing.
Listen, I already answered enough questions. I promise I didn't see fucking nothing, alright? I know it was my shift, I know. I was on the wall when the lawmaster said it happened, I know. I just didn't see shit, man.
Were you distracted by something?
No, fuck, I was on watch. I mean, like, you know, I like I told the lawmasters, me and the boys had a drink before then. On my off hours, I was playing cards with them, and sure, maybe I was a little tipsy on watch, but I swear I didn't hear or see nothing, alright? I walked that wall right above it. Didn't see shit. Christ. The figure drops their head into their hands. I just don't want to fucking go to jail for this, alright? Like, I was doing my job. Promise.
Honestly, you weren't.
Yeah.
I didn't see it, man. It wasn't. It just.
You
Maybe the
didn't
body
see
was
it, or
placed
it
there.
wasn't there.
No, I mean, fuck, man. I just didn't see it, alright? I walked the wall for my full shift, right?
Who discovered the body?
Guy after me, my replacement. I did my full 8-hour shift, and once I was finished at sunup, my replacement guy came in and he spotted it. I walked the wall. I would have seen it. I just didn't.
Do you have any lapses in memory, or do you remember your whole shift?
I was there for my whole shift. I just walked the wall up and down and up and down. I mean, I don't think I was thinking about anything. You know, it's a boring fucking job walking the wall, but it's what you got to do to go up in this world. Crown's Guard ain't no easy fucking gig. But I walked it up and down, and I don't remember shit. I'm telling you.
Don't you have to be like really drunk to have lapses in memory?
Yeah.
I wasn't really fucking drunk, all right? I was a little tipsy. That's it, and it wore off during my watch.
Do you often drink before your shift?
I mean, yeah, all the boys do. Fuck this man right here, and he points to the guard who's watching him. Probably a little tipsy right now. Am I right, buddy? Shut up.
Seems negligent at best.
May this be a learning lesson for you.
Fuck, man, I promise, I didn't see shit.
We know.
Head drops in his hands again. Is there any... Did any spellcaster speak to you, friend? You know, just to get your view on things? Fuck, man, no, just the lawmasters. And I told the truth. They could see it. They're fucking smart, right? They can see through it, and I promise you, I'm telling the truth. I didn't see shit. It didn't happen.
We know.
Not on my watch.
Do any of us have spells that can make sure he's telling the truth?
Yes.
So...
I will say, perhaps detect thoughts could go into the subconscious and remember things he did not, but I don't think this idea will be welcomed.
Good idea.
If he consents to it, then I don't think it is a bad idea.
Do you think he will?
I mean, we could doesn't hurt to
Hey,
ask,
buddy,
right?
I'm a bit worried. We think that powerful spellcaster was involved, and I'm a bit worried that they might have been able to mess around with your memories. Would you consent to one of our detectives here taking a look inside that brainy horse?
We can tell if someone altered your thoughts.
It could prove your innocence.
Oh, fuck yeah! Listen, do whatever you want. If you can prove it and you can get me out of here, I accept. But you have to promise to help me get me out of here if it's true. All right?
Of course.
All right. I guess Demos casts Detect Thoughts on this guy.
Okay. Nice.
Got him.
You cast Detect Thoughts. He does not roll a save. He automatically lets you succeed. And you sort of dig into this creature's mind. This elf is bearing his thoughts to you. These thoughts are fear-ridden. This is somebody who clearly, you can tell immediately, comes from a background of little wealth and needs this job to continue paying for his home. You can tell he's scared. He doesn't want to get jailed or in trouble for this, and immediately you can tell that in his memory, right, you see it right there, all 8 hours of his shift, he looked down into the alley and saw nothing. And he turned away, and then he looked down and nothing. And after the full 8 hours, he was tired and went back, and then moments later, a bell rang as a body was found, and he ran up to the wall to look down, and there it was. And you see it, a perfect picture in his mind's eye. The corrosion, the blast, Dr. Him in a crumpled mess, and nothing else. That's what you see on the surface.
Is there any way to sort of tell if this memory is like iffy? If it's been like tampered with?
Give me an Arcana check to dig a little deeper.
Yeah, can you cast Identify on a person to know what spells are affecting them?
Oh, holy shit, I think you can.
You learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting it.
That is genius. I will go ahead and do that.
Go team.
All right. At the same time, Demos, as you begin sort of digging deeper, give me an Arcana check, and meanwhile, Orpheus, you've got a minute that you quickly pull out your, what is your arcane focus, Orpheus? Is it the gun?
Rubbing your gum.
Hold still, let me rub it against your head.
It's usually the gun, but it's a touch spell, so technically Lettermore can do it. So let's say Lettermore.
Whoa.
Hold still. Let him crawl onto you.
Get that bee away from that man's
What
head.
the fuck is that?
Don't
Somebody
worry
else.
about it.
Lettermore starts purring.
I don't know if I believe in torture. No, just kidding. You're fine, dude.
Hyder, you believe in torture? Not cool.
He said he didn't know, to be fair. Jury's still out.
I believe in it. It exists.
You cast the spell, and Demos, you roll through his head at the same time. What did you get on your Arcana check real quick, Demos?
19.
19, okay. So I'll start with Demos. You dig a little deeper, and you can't really tell if there has been any change to this individual's head. You imagine that because if that sort of thing did happen, it's a high level spell, it's likely outside of the range of detect thought. However, at the same time, Orpheus, through Identify, you determine that there is a spell affecting this creature.
Quite
Quite
is
what
it
you
detect thoughts?
expected too. It is. That's a good point. There are 2 spells affecting this creature. Detect thoughts is actively up, and just as you expected when casting, there is an instance of modify memory.
Ah, okay.
You detect it. And just Demos, as you're digging deeper, you find no memory of any body, but you do find buried deep. It's just barely there, and it wasn't modified. It's the sound of an instrument playing while he was on watch.
Wow.
Oh my god.
It was a deep instrument. Something very rumbly, like a bassoon, or perhaps a tuba.
The murders were related.
Oh my god. That is crazy.
And after that, it was nothing. He saw nothing. The figure looks at you pleadingly. The 2 of you can share notes and put together this little reveal.
Shit, you guys, it was he's modified memory, Demos. Did you learn anything?
Yes. I came across the same thing. Except that the whoever cast the spell used an instrument.
It was the band.
I was right.
God.
They were connected. And that means that this young man could lose his job over something that he was the victim of.
Well, yeah, speaking of, hey, other guard, this guy's telling the truth. He's had modify memory cast on him. Now,
Oh, fuck. Really?
He was
I do
doing
think he
his
still
job?
deserves some retraining because he was tipsy on the job, which I disapprove of regardless.
The guard, the elven man, looks at you with these big fucking eyes. What?
Dude, you're drinking on the job. That's super not cool.
Fuck, man. Everyone does it.
Oh, everyone does it. Then be the best guard by just simply not fucking drinking, dude.
Yeah, I will say it might have been easier to get him if he was already drunk. So
Yeah.
it is.
Also, just
A
how
hazard.
many other little things have you missed? I mean, damn.
He sort of puts his head in his hands and he goes, fuck, man.
But your memory was modified.
Yeah.
Okay. You hear that, man? And the guard sort of looks at him and goes, fuck, I don't have the authority to get you out myself, but I'll run it up the chain.
Yeah.
Give me an hour. And the guard sighs, and through Detect Thoughts, Demos, you feel a wave of relief crash over him as he feels like he actually has a chance here. Thank you guys. That really means a lot. I can't fucking thank you enough for trying to help me in this fucking thing. God, what a jam.
I'm
Never
sorry
drink
this happened
before
to
you work.
Yeah, of course.
that
And
too.
fucking, man, modify memory. That's fucked up, man. That's some big magic, right? I mean, I'm no spell guy, but fuck, man. The friends I have can cast, they can cast dancing lights.
Yeah, he was in your head a little bit, but you're all right.
It's just another thread of this twisted web. We need to find the spider at the heart.
He's plucking all the threads like strings. Okay, I'm done.
Keep going. One more.
To
form a vicious cord.
Orpheus, you really figured it out, and Demos, excellent spellcasting.
I mean, Deimos really figured it out, not me.
We did it
Yeah,
together.
both of you did.
Yeah.
That was
As
impressive.
a team.
Well, if we know that the damned band was at the core of this, then that is evidence. We can work backwards. Now, why 2 hits in one night, though?
Yeah, and we
Was-
have to find out how they're related, because they must be.
Yes, of course. Was one more important than the other?
I mean, I will say, like, 20 people were at the hit on you know who. I look at the guards. And only one, it seems, here.
True,
Yes,
but we know
so-
that there was one person unaccounted for at the actual event, right? Their leader.
Do we
Um,
really think their leader is a tubist or bassoonist?
Yeah, you're right. That does seem stupid. Could they have done it later in the night?
I thought the leader was the conductor.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I imagine he's also a
that's-
bard, though.
I will say, do you think we could talk to the man that we got arrested? Do you think he would know?
Didn't we hear the town crier say this morning that he was slated for execution?
Yes, but that means there still might be time.
All right, you're right.
I want to turn to the other guard in the room, the one who's like guarding this guy.
Uh-huh.
Can you go tell your boss we need his help to see another inmate?
Yeah, I got it. Just give me a second on that. He runs off, and about 15 minutes later, he comes back with a captain who you recognize.
Yeah, my buddy. Love this guy. What was his name?
Can you get it?
Chew!
At you.
Topher. He's such a good
Topher!
Topher, buddy. We're
Yeah, you do
cracking
recognize
this
him.
web right open.
Captain Topher arrives, a short, squat little man with a big mustache, and he gives you a look and goes, "Well, I'll be damned. What the fuck is this about, huh? You're now law-abiding citizens working for the lawmasters?"
Well, we're not employed by you, but we aren't working for you.
We share common goals, and that is of the peace and safety of the citizens here, yes?
And tearing apart this wretched web.
Yes, this one has a knack for being a PI, it seems.
Yeah, that.
Well, who are you looking for, huh? You've clearly been helping this guy out. I've heard word that modified memory was involved, eh? Been a long fucking time. Well, you know, I've only ever seen 4 by memory. Damn time on the force.
Seems like a lot still. Okay, first off, I want a written account of every modified memory you've seen on my desk by tomorrow morning. Second, I want...
He sort of, his eyes go wide, and he's like, "You're giving me fucking paperwork?"
Watson will leave you my room number. Second, we need to go talk. There is a man we turned in last night. A young Elven man, I believe. He is a member of an orchestra that put a hit out on a masked lord as the masquerade ball at the Flaming Boar. He should be in your custody. He's slated for execution. We need to talk to him before that happens.
We
Oh,
found him
fuck.
and apprehended him personally. He knows us.
Yeah. No, I know who you're talking about, yeah.
You'll remember
Unfortunately,
me.
I wish I could help you with that, but that's actually one thing that I can't. You see, the Blackstaffs took him. They took over this whole thing. It was going to be our case, but they flew in on their little broomsticks.
Swooped it right
They swooped it right out from under us, and unfortunately, we can't. We don't have access to that prisoner anymore. You'll have to ask those shitheads. And
But it's magicians themselves that are the people that did the crime, yes?
yeah. So maybe they took him because they thought they'd have better odds at figuring out his motives using magic. God, you know those
To the
fuckers. They'll cast
Blackstaff
zone of
Castle.
truth on people. Horrible things.
We need 5 squad cars and a police escort.
Really turning into a detective episode, huh?
Yeah.
Fuck, what's his name? Wait.
Lestrade!
Lestrade!
Get us there!
Yeah, my name's Topher, but yeah, I'll help.
Okay, whatever.
All right. Well, I can't necessarily give you I'll tell them all I want, but unfortunately, those Blackstaff bastards, they don't really respond well to us officers, and they really don't like the fucking lawmasters. So that little paper you got there won't be worth much to them, unfortunately.
It's okay. We actually already have a personal favor owed to us from them.
Fuck, man. Look, you guys get around.
Yes, and we can be convincing.
One more thing
Wow.
I should note. Those fuckers, they're, just watch out when you're in there, alright? I've heard the, apprentices of the Blackstaff Tower like to perform experiments on visitors.
Bolo.
Sorry, does that not fall under the law?
Like I told you, man, they're outside of the fucking law. You'll figure it out when you get to their damn castle.
They're
I don't even
probably
know how to get in.
They're probably the ones who attacked last night.
Well, they work for the crown, same as everyone else, and, the open lord, Clay Declare.
Clay declared.
Clay Declare. Keeps a close eye on him.
Claire to Claire.
I see.
But he lets
But,
them do experiments on people who visit them.
It's just a good fun. It's nothing permanent or dangerous.
Okay.
I think they just don't like visitors, so it's a way to sort of, stop people from visiting.
God, I sure hope they don't make me like taller.
Yeah,
That'd
me
be like
neither.
a funny prank.
Mm-hmm.
I look around
But
to
I-
see if any anyone's listening.
All right, 4 squad carriages, pronto.
I don't really have any carriages at disposal for you. Anything else I can get you? Coffee, maybe? More witnesses in this building?
Do you have any raisin?
Honestly, coffee would
Great.
be really great. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll get you a... We'll sit you down in a waiting room. Hold on. And he sort of leads
Wait.
you over...
We don't have time to wait. This man is slated for execution.
Well, is it coffee or no coffee?
Okay,
Coffee to
fine.
go.
No coffee.
Just put it in a
Coffee
styrofoam cup.
What is that?
What? Nothing.
All right, and so the captain quickly gives you guys all a little fucking fuck you to go cup of coffee, a little ceramic cup, each of them from the courts of Waterdeep. So they all have got the little Waterdeep sigil on the front of the cup, ceramic cup. These are to go for you guys, friends. Good seeing you again.
Oh yeah.
Topher,
Seeing you too.
you're a great friend.
Yes, you cracked this case wide open.
Oh, we're tearing the weapon to shreds.
All right, and then you want to head out toward the Blackstaff Tower. Anything else you want to do here? The guy, the elven man, the guard, is released shortly after, and he gives you guys all a deep nod and says, "Hey, I won't forget this. Thank you guys. It really means a lot."
If you drink on the job again, I'll personally see to it that Topher fires you.
No, Captain Topher's already put me on probation for it. Don't worry.
Good. He's a good man.
I'll never drink on the job again. In fact, I'll only walk in pairs from now on,
Okay.
so someone can keep me honest. See?
I'm proud of you.
Okay, yeah.
You guys head out of the courthouse, and luckily the Blackstaff Tower is just a walk away down the castle ward. The sun is past mid-afternoon now, and you guys are making excellent progress throughout the day. And on your walk to the Blackstaff Tower, Demos, you receive a sending in your head.
Oh,
I shall send it to you via chat message, and if you choose to share it with your friends, you certainly can.
I just received a message from Volker. It seems like he's understood the importance of our mission, and he's going to be sending us 40 gold pieces.
Wait, are you going to respond?
I guess I have to. Yeah.
Now I'm taking the golden lead.
Right, Demos, you respond on the walk, and Samir sort of gives you a nudge and goes, "Hey, that guy really cares about you, Demos. That is really nice."
Yeah. I hope that doesn't stir up any odd feelings.
Oh, Demos, I'm not the jealous type. Don't worry.
Okay, good.
Bullshit.
He gives you a neutral smile.
Inside check.
Hello.
I would just like to congratulate all of you for being such investigative souls. When we heard Dr. Him was passed, I was let down, and I know Dulam, you too, but you are searching for a solution, and that is nice. You're trying to find the killer. I would have just written it off and gone back to the inn, but this way is proactive, and it makes me happy. I feel like we're adventuring for good. You gives
There's
a
some
neutral smile.
things worth going after and holding on to.
Well said, Hire. I think this is one of them.
Yes.
I hope that we can get to the bottom of this, and hopefully, wherever it leads, we can stop this from happening in the future. Perhaps uncover a plot. Haha.
Yes. And maybe
A web.
someday we'll get to have time for classes.
Don't worry, I'm in no rush right now. I'm okay to take our time on this one, you know?
I know. I guess I just mean I'm tired, but I know we all
I'm
are.
so tired.
Right. Before we get to
Yes.
the tower, Higher, I think I heard you mention once before that you knew of the spell Arcadus Magic Aura.
Yes, I still have it. I'm forced to learn it as part of my class.
Oh,
They forced me to
Forced?
learn it.
I didn't want to, but they forced me to.
I think since we're going into a place with so many magical users, I think it might be best to mask the magical aura of the grimoire we're carrying with us.
Yes, I agree. I would certainly love to be of help, and that certainly sounds reasonable.
Well, thank you.
I don't know how much I can cast it. I believe the spell only lasts an hour, and it is one of my more costly spells, but I will certainly do what I must.
Oh, thank you, Higher. Also, I thought it lasted for like 24 hours.
Let me double check. Sorry, I just hate that spell so much. I don't like to remember its duration. You're right. If I had to, I could keep it for 24 hours. Yeah.
Nice.
Just hated it when they taught me that spell on Aether.
I guess I could do that now. I haven't used any spells today.
Yeah, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Let me know if you need anyone to carry it.
Oh,
The grimoire, I mean.
yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Higher.
All right, so I imagine you're just going to cast that sort of right before you guys go in?
Yeah.
Just to get the full hour. Yeah, you probably won't be here.
No, it is 24 hours.
Oh, 24? Oh, perfect. Sweet, never mind.
I was incorrect.
Very good to know. Just going to put it out right now. Demos, good thinking.
Huge.
So,
this is our ring of power.
it's already corrupting people. People are already turning evil.
Impossible.
All right, so you guys make your way over to the Great Blackstaff Tower. It is a sort of isolated structure. The walk is somewhat long, as you sort of have to walk along this lawn. The beautiful manicured grass of the castle ward is a bit harder to walk through than obviously the paved stones. And there's a hill that you sort of have to climb to get up there. So you walk as you go. Malaga speaks up and goes, "Hey, just so you know, guys know, I'm still like all in on fucking finding these assholes, these orchestra shitheads. But just like, doing this, we're probably not going to figure out a way to save Dr. Him, right? It's just for like revenge."
I don't think this is revenge. I think we need more information. I still believe there is a possibility of bringing him back to life. The same person that tried to kill him knew his creation, and like how he worked, I guess. So perhaps if we find this person, they would know how to potentially restore.
Good point.
Maybe. Powerful spellcasters, yeah.
I really, it's not as if I wish to hurt these people, but it is certainly true that I don't wish them to hurt others.
Exactly.
And
We don't know what else they're planning.
This organization, I feel as if we've already gotten very personally intertwined with them, as they potentially would have taken us all down if we had not noticed. I think it would be due diligence to at least understand the threat to us more.
Hire, you're very insightful, you know that? You think ahead. You're a good tactician.
It does make me feel like I'm doing something to help, even if it won't bring him back for sure. So what's going to be our strategy when we talk to this guy? I feel as if he might not like us.
Why bother talking? Let's just have Deimos go into his mind.
Fair.
That is not a bad idea, especially if he agrees to it. I still feel a little odd if, you break into someone's mind who doesn't want it, but we know this is someone who is trying to kill people, so I suppose it should be alright.
He will surely be against it.
So what? Honestly.
If it helps us protect the people we love, I'm for it.
Exactly. To Blackstaff Tower.
Alright, you guys all make your way now in toward the Blackstaff Tower. It is a looming structure made of black rock. From a distance, you think it might be some sort of simple stonework, but up close, you realize it's very finely carved black marble. The tower is medium high, like medium high.
What?
Medium
Sorry,
tall?
higher. Fuck.
Oh.
Fuck, man. Fuck. I'm gonna go. You know what?
Just in it.
Okay, the tower, Blackstaff Tower. You make your way up to it. It is not particularly tall as towers go. From the outside, you note 4 floors. However, you see no windows at all from the outside, and there's a very squat little hat to the tower, very traditional of most wizarding spires. Its slick surface is completely flush around the entire thing and looks like it was machined there. This is one of those structures that sort of tickles you just in the right way, Duelam, that you can tell it was made perfectly.
Delicious.
There's no light that emanates out from it either, and it just sort of sits stagnant in the middle of the grass. No buildings are nearby it. There aren't any houses near that you imagine wizards might live. In fact, you can't even really see any pathway that leads up to it. At the foot of the tower, you guys find 2 doors. I will say, door might be a bit generous. To the left, you find a smooth, looks like the same black marble label that reads "Apprentices" in gentle golden script. The door beneath it has no handle and no hinges, just a large slab of dark oak wood waiting. You can't see any way to open it. On the right, you see a black marble door frame with gilded metal along the outside. This one has a label that reads Masters. Here, you notice that there is no door inside the door frame. It is merely more stone. There's no opening, just the wall, thick and black. The implication here is obvious. If you're a master, you already know how to get in.
Shit.
Perhaps we can wait, observe someone else go in, send to someone who could tell us how to get in.
It's puzzles all over again.
There's one final sign on the top, which does ring true to what Captain Topher said, which is a big black sign that reads, "No soliciting, no loitering. Wizards at work."
I think we should send to someone who would know. Volker?
That's a good idea.
Potentially? Demos?
Yeah, totally. God, I really hope we don't need certain spells to get in here. That would be fucked up.
Yes, there are many spells to, I guess, get you into spaces. Knock being one of them, maybe.
Oh, is that what this one is for? Samir taps the door on the left. I guess you have to knock it. Damn.
That would be my guess, but we don't know.
I will send a setting spell to Volker, and it'll just be asking how to get into the Blackstaff Tower, if he knows.
Okay. You reach out through the weave to Volker. As you do so, Malagus grunts and goes, "Oh, really, Demos? You have to fucking ask him? God, man, can't we just break in?"
How?
I don't know, let me just, smack this thing or something. Malagus goes and bangs on the one wooden door.
Malagus, we don't need to break laws if we have other means to accomplish the same goal.
That's not breaking laws. You sense a response in your head from Volker. "Demos, you learned magics. Cast spells to enter."
That's fucked up.
That's it.
Fucking useless.
He wanted us in here.
Can I walk up to the wood door?
You approach it.
I just want to stand in front of it and yell, because why would I bother, banging on it? I have an appointment by virtue of the masked lord, whose name I don't think I'm supposed to say. Let me in. Open door.
We have urgent business. I don't think they're listening, Orpheus.
I'll knock on the smooth stone door outline of the Masters.
You hit it and it feels like solid stone. Your knuckles rap against it and it doesn't even sound hollow. It just sounds like thick stone all the way in. Orpheus, you yell at the wall and there doesn't seem to be a response for a moment. And then you hear a voice, a quiet voice, right up next to your ear, like a message spell. Guest or intruder?
Guest.
I think guest.
What?
Guest.
You guys hear Orpheus start saying shit.
Oh god, they've got her. Him. Fuck.
Fuck.
Anyways.
Orpheus, as you speak your response, nothing seems to happen. You look around.
I try to open the door again, just pushing it.
You push on it, feels solid. We should probably learn the knock spell. None of us are thieves anyway, right? Maybe I can get Malagus to learn it. Fuck you, man. I don't learn shit. Let's bust this door down.
Yeah.
No,
No.
Malagus. Let's think about this.
Fuck.
Who else do we know that could help us?
The fuck do you mean help? We don't need no help. We can do it all on our damn selves. Malagus goes and kicks the door really hard and you hear a thong.
I'll yell at the door again.
I
Malagus,
met you guys last night.
Malagus, if they think we're an intruder, they'll think we're an intruder if we try to bust in.
If they think that I'm an intruder, they can just strike me down where I stand.
Malagus, please don't. No.
I talked to you guys last night. We saved the bomb thing. You offered me a favor.
We talked to Archmage Aelthorn?
So many people have invited us in this tower.
Yes, that's very true. We did save hundreds of people's lives last night.
Yeah, a masked lord and Volker and Lawmaster.
I squint at my paper.
Henry.
No, we
Another
weren't
moment
supposed to
goes
see
by,
that.
and you guys hear a soft click come from the wooden door.
Yeah!
You go to push on it, and you feel it slightly give, opening inside. Fuck yeah, they got scared of us, didn't they, stupid wizards?
I'm worried they think we're intruders and they're letting us in to experiment on us.
I could use some experimented on. Go in, boys.
Okay. Oh yeah, walk in with hire.
All right, you guys throw open the door and make your way in. Inside, I suppose all of you guys are going to head in, right? Yeah.
Let's go.
Head in, yeah. Inside, the scenery seems to really change. From the outside, it had the solid black appearance. Inside, it gets much homier. You enter into a wide, circular room, the size of the tower. It looks sort of like a ground floor. The entire floor is covered in a giant, beautiful red rug, and all the walls are covered in bookshelves and drawers and dressers and all sorts of simple wooden, what looks like just furniture. But above you, you see magic. The arcane sweeping throughout the room. A floating staircase seems to spiral with no visible support above you, leading up. And as you guys sort of enter the room even further, ducking out of the door frame and further in, you see that this tower climbs up and up and up what looks like forever.
Oh.
You see windows all along the walls that look outside, windows that would have likely shown you just outside a moment ago. You see the grass, you see the tower. There are things all around you, torch sconces that seem to ebb and flow and change colors. As you step onto the rug, you see it shifts and almost seems to bristle on every step you take. You notice that on a couple steps, a muddy footprint gets sucked into the rug and it self-cleans. Around you, chairs are dragging themselves around, pulling up and around in sort of a semicircle. You notice there are enough chairs to fill all of you guys, the guests now entering, around what looks like some sort of central table. There are spell books that float around lazily, almost flapping like birds, and orbs floating around with motes of light in them, and even a couple of them that look to have lightning trapped inside, glowing. There's a fountain that bubbles lightly in the corner, and spilling out of it is a beautiful golden liquid. And the whole place just feels completely unnecessarily magic. Inside, you guys make a deeper way in, and you see this spiral staircase that seems to lift up into eternity. There are more platforms above you that indicate rooms and sections of the tower that are likely different masters' chambers, apprentice rooms. You hear the distant sound of magic, sort of what sounds like spellcasting, verbal components, and then sort of distant rumbles. A bookshelf in its entirety floats down from far above and lands on a wall nearby, and then begins rearranging itself. And Jaya, you find that a little, what looks like half illusory butterfly lands on your shoulder.
The fuck?
We are not alone.
My genuine reaction.
There's a lot of distant hums. You guys hear a lot of distant hums of spell work and arcane items. It seems like this place is very experimental in a way, and a lot of the stuff here they have for no other reason than just to show it off. At the center of this first floor, you find again this sort of entry table. It's a long table, not quite like a receptionist table per se, but nevertheless it has a lot of paperwork on it and inkwells, and is curved in such a way that it looks like you are all to sit and watch it. And otherwise in this room, you will find that there is quite a beautiful fish tank. A glass tank. These are very rare. You guys know that even high-born nobles don't often mess with fish tanks just on account of how difficult they are to maintain. But here you find a smooth glass tank glimmering with coral and enchanted kelp. And floating inside is a giant, vibrant, spotted fish, an angelfish, with long, flowing fins. It floats sort of idly in the middle.
I try to memorize it. Actually, honestly, the whole tank for Queen Ridice.
You make note of it. What would you guys like to do? Malagus looks around and he goes, man, this place is fucking obnoxious. What's the point of all this shit?
I yell.
I kind of like it. It's extravagant. I like this little butterfly. It's kind of weird. Kind of cool though.
What color is the butterfly?
You look at it. It's almost ghostly in nature. You can see right through it, and it's like half transparency. It is a deep blue color with flecks of purple at the tips.
Can I touch it?
You go to touch it, and your finger goes about halfway through it before it flutters off and disappears off into the room.
What the fuck?
This place is cool. This is much nicer than my shop.
I can't lie, that's kind of fucking sick.
That was cool. Maybe we should go up the stairs. I hear wizards upstairs. Maybe they want us to go up there? Or are we supposed to sit in these chairs here?
I don't know.
Surely they must still hear us.
Maybe we sit and wait until they're ready.
Yeah,
I agree.
Let's sit and wait.
Corpheus paces.
You pace. All right. Everyone else sort of meanders to these plush velvet chairs with cushions on them. Sort of sit down. Samir sits down with you guys and gazes around the room. You see Malagus sort of wander over the fish tank and tap on the glass really hard. Pop, pop, pop.
Malagus,
I think
please
it's
do not
dead.
scare the fish. Can I go over to the
Malagus.
fish tank with him?
Never seen one of these. He sort of looks down at it. You walk over. You see this beautiful angelfish in there. It swims around vacantly.
Malagus, it's swimming around. It's fine.
All right. He walks over to another section of the of the room and starts looking at some crystal balls on a wall. Orpheus, you're gonna say some shit, huh? You want to explore it, you know it.
I'm looking intently at the fish.
Okay, you just stare at it?
And pace. I'm walking around it, viewing it from all sides, committing it to memory each scale.
You get it down pretty quick. It's a remarkable creature, and you're able to memorize its details after a minute or two of looking at it.
Little guy.
All right, and you guys sit down for an awkward 5 minutes, and nothing seems to happen. And eventually, you hear the sound of a loud come from somewhere above you, and the tower seems to shake for a moment. One of the staircases begins trembling and then slowly starts going up. You see a globe of light follow it.
I don't think anyone's coming to get us.
Then up we should go.
I'm worried this is the experiment.
We've survived worse.
Good night.
You guys stand up then to go up the stairs.
Maybe if we all say what experiment we would like done on us, they'll listen and be polite. I would like to be tall. Okay, just me.
I don't think you could just wish things you fucking want higher, right? I'm sure you also wish for a real fucking dick in those legs too, huh?
Malagus.
What? I'm just talking size proportion here, Just a thought.
Your thought has worse timing than you may know, my friend.
Oh. Is little guy quiet? Is he sick?
What could it mean?
I guess he hurt his dick, Malagus. You shouldn't talk about
fuck,
it
man.
anymore.
That's too bad.
Yeah. It's okay, higher. It'll grow back.
I don't think it grows back, man.
Really?
Well, maybe. Oh, you think he's just it's a kobold? It's like a lizard growing tail back. Oh, that's freaky, Higher. You're freaky.
Higher. Never mind. I shouldn't ask that. Yeah?
Orpheus, I want to respect your wishes and have Abel in this party. especially since he seems capable of helping us. But I feel uncomfortable with him.
Why do you feel uncomfortable?
It felt weird how almost good at it he was. If he just wanted to hide, I really don't think he needed to go that far. It felt evil.
See, it was certainly deceptive, I suppose, if he wasn't meaning to go through with it.
Dude, I've done way fucking worse stuff to you, man.
I mean,
he was
know.
probably just scared. Maybe he's just a good actor.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Look, I guess I got emotional over it, and I don't know how to take that back, and I still want the party to succeed.
Orpheus looks like sympathetic, but also completely lost on how to respond.
It bugs me. He doesn't seem sorry about it, and it sounds like he's done this before.
He might not understand the depth of what he's done to you, similarly to how Bisk didn't understand the extent of what she did to Smear at first.
It's
Yes,
a bit unfair, Hire, because he did try to apologize to you last night, but you left the room, remember? I suppose he hasn't said it today, though, which is not fair.
I can do my best to explain it to him, but to be honest, this isn't a situation I've ever encountered from any angle before, and I'm not so sure I understand it myself.
I wasn't in a situation last night to want to speak to him, but I do want him to at least understand.
Well, yeah, I can do what I can to make him understand the way I tried to explain things to Bisk as well. You have to understand, none of this would happen in Valhalla. Start to finish, it's all new for us.
I certainly understand that.
But I'm sorry you got hurt in the process.
I don't know. I should have been doing my own job better.
But it's just about this point that you see the fish in the tank start going fucking nuts. Dodging back and forth, swimming forward and backward quickly, slamming up against the wall of the glass.
Oh, God!
And eventually, it leaps out of the water in an arc right for the floor.
Can I try to catch it and put it back in?
Yeah, you and Hire have probably just been talking pretty seriously, so I'm gonna assume here that you will need to make a sleight of hand check to be able to make that.
Sleight of hand, you say?
I'm gonna interrupt you before you say anything though, because I want to. All right, let's get the sleight of hand check first.
It's not good. It's a 10.
Okay. You go to catch the fish. You and Hire are talking. It's a very serious talk. Hire, you're spilling your soul, and Orpheus is responding. And it's a beautiful conversation. And just in the middle of it, Oro turns around and sort of dives for a fish, and you land about 5 feet short. Just as the fish goes to hit the ground, a puff of white and green smoke appears, and with a shimmer, a sharply dressed figure appears, reforming from the mist. Wearing bright green, again, very sharply dressed, looks like hobgoblin woman stands before you with bright green eyes. She's coughing loudly. And you see a bit of water dribbling from her mouth.
Sorry there, friends. That was my record right there. Longest time in the tank. Not so bad, right?
I'm sorry.
Coughs out a bit more water.
Did you hear anything said?
Yeah, I was listening to that whole conversation. Man, that is a downer.
I want you to know that there was alcohol involved, and I'm not a slut. I don't know you, you don't know me.
Why don't you sit down and tell me what's up?
And she saddles on in behind the large table across from you guys.
We really need to talk to a prisoner we brought you last night.
A prisoner? I think one of the masters might have brought in a prisoner, yeah. You see, I'm actually just an apprentice. I've been learning these whole wild shape thing. It's been real fun.
Oh.
That is a powerful spell, for sure.
Thanks there, sweetheart. And I just want you to know that whoever that rat bastard man is, I know you were always for the better for it, alright? You didn't need him. He was probably scum anyway.
Nice
I appreciate that, and I'm sorry for involving you in my personal life when
No, sir, you do not apologize.
Business.
Consider it my little experiment to watch you socially.
Orpheus
Orpheus has been like visibly uncomfortable since the conversation with Ire began, and it's now just every inch of skin is bright red.
You all, this is great news. We no longer have to do another experiment. We're done.
Great. Was that part of it?
The hobgoblin woman throws a heavy curl of black hair over her shoulder and spits out a bit more water that dribbles down her fine clothes.
Well, you're gonna have to inform me who you're coming here on the account of, because I can't just let you see prisoners without proper warning.
Volker is out of it. Also, I hand her our paper from Lawmaster. And also, we were the ones who caught this prisoner in the first place and turned him over to the Blackstaffs. And we've been given permission to research the murder of our friend Dr. Him, and we've been investigating very successfully just far, and we'd like to continue that investigation to the second twist and web that's been weaved, starting with the bomb that we defused and saved the patrons of the Flaming War from.
In
Also,
seeking out
Archmage Ailthorn knows this.
Oh, yeah!
Well,
we have
you
realized
should've
that the two crimes are connected and want to investigate further to see if we can help our dear late Dr. Him.
Right, well, I surely understand. Thank you for all that information. I actually heard a lot of it when you were outside banging on my door.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, you said you're here a little bit on Volker count, that old windbag up at the castle? My...
Windbag?
That old coot
Now-
doesn't know a firebolt from a fireball. Come on
Now, I would never say anything about your father, Deimos, like that.
That old man knows
Samir.
a whole lot of nothing.
No,
You know,
or fatherly figure.
they say he's the court wizard, and sure, that's his title, but court wizards do shit. It's simple spells that a lord might need, and he's advising simple arcane conversations, but the real wizards of Waterdeep, they're right here at the tower.
Okay, so this is, we know him. We like this man.
Yeah,
If I
the
can
guy
be
who
more
just,
plain.
conjures wine for noble dinners.
And what do you do besides being a fish all day?
Well, I'm glad you asked. I am apprentice Glag the Wet.
That's a great fucking name. You're already in with me, lady.
Why, thank you. Now, as Glag the Wet, I make it my purpose to learn water-based spells,
Makes
as well
sense.
make myself akin to the aquatic lifestyle, which is usually involved with a lot of fish making and fish changing.
Okay.
So I'll have you know, I myself could probably take over old Volker's job with a snap of my hands, just like that. Easy work, he does.
For the sake of this investigation, I think we should move on.
Just want to make sure you guys know who you're working for is all. Now, knowing Archmage Elthorn is another matter. That man actually knows a few things. He's a little busy upstairs, but I could go find another master and see if we can maybe rustle you up a prisoner. How about it?
We would greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Glag.
It's Glag the Wet. You say the whole thing.
Oh, thank you, Glag the Wet.
Thank you. Now, come with me. I'll show you around. We're gonna be taking a couple stairs to get up to him. I don't know fly yet.
Sounds good. I don't either.
I mean, I have something for the way down, at least.
Is it called falling?
This cool amulet I'm wearing has a cat on
I'll
it.
just take a half damage.
Ah! I lived.
It's like having the power of teleportation, really.
And Glag the Wet begins leading you up some stairs. You notice on the walk up, each of her footsteps leaves a sort of wet outline.
Great.
What size creature is she?
She's a hobgoblin, so medium. She's bright red and wears sort of like a green, fanciful robe, so Christmas colors. You guys ascend the stairs then. She sort of speaks idly as you go up. Well, it's a pleasure to have you at the tower. We don't usually like guests. Just sort of the thing where anyone in the city can technically approach the tower, so, all these common folk are coming up here asking me, help me clean my home, it's dirty, use a spell for it. I want you to move all my stuff from here to here, or something stupid like I need to go to, some faraway fucking place, Baldur's Gate, why don't you? Teleport me there, blah, blah, blah. And we're not doing all
That
that.
does
Not for
sound annoying.
not for free anyway, so we're trying to keep those kind of guests away. But you guys are here on good authority, so I'll show you around a little bit. Here's our second floor. She shows you into a huge room with a giant teleport circle on the ground. As well, in the corner are floating brooms and mop buckets. This is sort of our utility room, cleaning stuff, and this is where some of the masters sort of teleport in when they want.
Very nice.
Pyre's eyes are open very, very wide, and he's trying to keep silent, but he like whispers, "Ether, teleport back." Or like, I guess he says to the party, "I don't know if we have enough money. Maybe this is a way to teleport back to our homes."
That is not a bad idea, Hire. Let's hold on to that, but that could be our favor from the Archmage, if that is such a thing.
Good idea.
Leading on up, you guys continue ascending. This is the third floor. This is sort of our like lecture hall, and here you find a classroom. There are no chairs or tables in here. It's sort of standing room only, but you find staves and wands and arcane focuses lining the walls, and a huge chalkboard against the wall, which what looks like a holographic or perhaps a ghost individual hovering in front of the chalkboard, writing something down and murmuring. Yeah, some of our professors refuse to die.
Glad the wet, is that a ghost?
Yeah, that right there is technically a ghast.
There is nothing good about refusing to die. Just saying.
Sure, yeah. You know, if you want to say that to him, you can, but sort of rude.
Yeah,
I do want to say it, but it is against the best interest of me and my friends, so I will keep that between us for now.
Whatever you say. You continue heading up. We're going to skip the fourth floor for now, and you notice a door entering this level of the tower. This room seems a bit smaller than the others, but you sort of hear a rumbling come from inside. This is sort of our, we'll just call it combat training. Duels in there. Little rooms in there enchanted with different environmental conditions. See if we can cast a spell in a sleet storm or underwater. That kind of stuff.
Sounds very challenging.
Yeah, it's real nice. We're almost there, just one or two more. It's real nice to have guests. I know we're normally supposed to scare them off, but you guys seem like a real nice group of folk. Are you here just to interrogate a prisoner, or you have personal business with someone?
A little bit of both, I think. But mostly the prisoner to start with.
Sure. Heading on up then. And then you make your way to the fifth floor. At this point, you are officially taller than the tower looked from the outside. This room comes as a bit of a shock to you guys. It seems to be a lounge, and as Glag the Wet begins to speak, she goes, "Yeah, this is where we usually like to blow off steam and just sort of enjoy the view." And you sort of stop listening as you see this little lounge here has windows all up against the wall, as many of the previous floors did, but instead of looking out over Waterdeep, each sort of cornered wall of this room has a window gazing out into another plane.
Whoa! That's so fucking cool.
You see,
which planes?
You see the Feywild up against one wall, Shadowfell opposite it. There is what looks like a couple others that you don't identify immediately. That I would like, a perception check, or perhaps just a perception check to identify. For you guys, you get a brief glance, and none of you see your home plane except one of the walls on the right. You see Mechanus.
Oh!
Perfect.
Holy shit.
Pristine. You take a moment all to gaze in, and the group of you sort of steps forth just to look into this room. Oh, well, we sort of need to keep going up. We can't really stop. Shut up, lady. Get off. And you look forward. Beautiful, each and every one of them. The Feywild, those bright pastel colors that you remember from visiting. Shadowfell across from it, dark and muted and near opposite. And Dulam, you're drawn toward Mechanus. It's just as you remembered, home. Beautiful, golden, and bright.
Can I, look more?
You get a little closer. Looking in, it seems to be, and you recognize its location. It's at the top of one of the many towers of Mechanus, looking down upon a great gear and a flat wheel beneath, housing all sorts of perfectly ordered, symmetrical buildings and machine-making factories. There are modrons that fly about here, perfect formation. You can just tell it's a perfect equal amount of light and dark as you remember. Everything is in its place, and you get a moment to look at it. Roll me a perception check.
Okay, I got a dirty 20.
Okay, you sort of gleam in and watch it closer. And it dawns on you that this isn't Mechanus live. It's sudden and a bit disappointing. You see one gear out of place, out of memory, something that many, many years ago you recall from your memory banks, its period of rotation was off, and it was disassembled and later replaced by a much grander, much more beautiful gear and wheel. This one, however, it rotates, but it's not the right one. This is old, a memory. It's not today. Yeah, that one's Mechanus. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It's this great utopia, sort of the most lawful place in existence, I've heard.
Is this just a memory?
Yeah, one of our archmages, one of the Grand Masters many, many years back, I don't even know if he's alive anymore, before my time, visited a great many planes and took a sort of snapshot of each one to place here for our viewing. They're each about a 24-hour cycle, a loop, just to view it. It's quite beautiful. This Mechanus one is one of my favorites. Pretty soon here, you'll see this beautiful golden carriage flying through the sky in about an hour or so. I always try to watch it every day when it goes by.
What was the Archmage's name?
Shit, well, that's something I should have learned in class. Let me check my notes real quick. Hold on. And she holds her hand out and a book pops into her hand with a puff of green smoke. And she opens it and starts scrolling through. All right, let me see here. Planar lounge. Hold on. And she takes a second to sort of scroll through it. The rest of you guys get a better look and looking around here. And these seem to be mostly the major planes of the universe. You see Mechanus. You see, again, the Feywild and Shadowfell. And as well, you see Limbo in here as well. Elysium and Hades. There's, in total, 8 walls with windows on them into these different planes. It's nice
Does
to sort of look
Limbo
around.
look like the place I've been going lately when I've been dying?
You look at it. Yes, it does. It's white and sort of endless without much form. It's one of the more boring panels. Most of the others have this nice high view of a location, but this one, it's just sort of a blank nothingness, except every once in a while you think you see a tiny dot, a person go screaming by, falling endlessly.
Oh god, guys. That's not a nice window to have.
Yeah, that one's not that fun. What's that, higher?
I do a perception check to see if one of the planes look like the plane where Deimos performed like the sacrifice thing, and get a nat one. I'm worried I made Orpheus feel bad, and
you got a nat one.
Yeah, I got a nat one.
You got a nat one? Okay, great. You go looking, you feel bad. Deimos, you actually hear Hire sort of whisper under his breath, Deimos sacrifice plane. Where is it?
Hi, are you okay?
I wanted to see if any of these planes resembled Zavrix's plane, I guess.
Oh, yeah, no, I think that one might be a bit more obscure. Don't think they'll have that one here, unfortunately.
I see.
It's kind of an underground plane. They probably won't have it somewhere mainstream like this.
Probably haven't heard of it.
These do seem to be the major planes, so yeah, there is no Agroria here that you can find, Jaya. Ethera, the mundane plane, is not here. Neither the Plane of Kings or Valhalla. You do find, though, that one of the planes here is the Beastlands, which you guys have never seen before.
Do we see any dolls fucking climbing around, or do we see monkeys?
It's sort of an aerial view, like almost a bird's eye view, so you can't see any individual creatures. But you do every once in a while see a giant creature sort of go rumbling by, like the size of a house.
Oh, wow.
Giant monkey.
The first one that goes by is a giant tiger with a white mane.
It's fucking sick, you guys.
Can I point at the Hades plane?
You point at
To
Hades.
Malagus?
Malagus looks at it.
Were?
Oh yeah, there's home. He looks at it.
Oh,
Sort of holds
for
it
real?
to it. Yeah, this wasn't my layer though.
Were you deeper or further towards the surface?
Fuck man, what do you mean deeper? Fuck you.
I mean, I don't know. It feels like I don't even. Is this a deep layer or is this?
Yeah, no, this is a deeper layer. I was higher up. I was on the gray plains, sort of the gray waste.
Could I insight check?
Sure. Yes.
Holy 6.
Not sure exactly. He's a little hard to read right now.
Okay.
Yeah, mine was like a little more lawless. The deeper ones have scarier demons and also like more castles and shit.
It's all pros and cons, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose. A lot of fire, though. You know, they call it the Grey Waste. It's not that great. It's mostly fire.
Oh,
You escaped, bud. You made it out. It's okay.
Thank you. You know, I actually did no work. They just did it for me. You know, I was in the middle of a game of cards with some fucking night hags, and they pulled me right out. What the hell?
Were you winning?
oh.
Fuck no, man. They cheat.
There are night tags.
He sort of gives a half smile, and then it quickly disappears as he watches it. It is a plane of flame. You see fire burning up everywhere, a river of lava with souls damned in it that are being practically poked and prodded with pitchforks. The perfect hell.
Oh,
I give him a tiny little like side hug or like arm.
He leans into it but doesn't fully reciprocate.
Fair.
Eventually, Glag the Wet responds, "Oh, I found it here. Sorry about the wait. Man, I should really study this. I'm probably going to have an exam on it soon." Yeah, so we did have someone, but they are passed on. It was a Grand Master here named Nalavir Orv. 3 V's on that Orv. Planar specialist. In fact, ran a whole department here. Transplanar department. It says here, looks like about, wow, it was recent. 5 years ago, she opened a rift somewhere, just a peek. And she said she was going in strictly observational. And, never came out.
do you know where the rift led to?
Outer Realms, I think.
Huh.
Her office is still empty. It's, sort of detangled from reality a bit. Sort of stuck in a quasi-dimension that people don't want to go in.
Would you say it's maybe stuck between time?
The hobgoblin sort of squints and looks at you. No, but what you looking for, friend?
I was sent by a masked lord to talk to a wizard who keeps that hold in the tower held between minutes.
The hobgoblin chuckles a bit. Yeah, that's a funny story there. You really do know of someone in a high place, don't you?
Yeah, I don't lie.
This wizard spire in total houses 19 Grand Masters. 3 of them are teachers. 5 of them are what I'd like to call the enforcers of the law. I think those are the group that you met outside, flying the brooms.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest of them, shut-ins. Fucking weirdos, the lot of them.
Oh.
These are people who spend all their time alone, experimenting and pushing the boundaries of science.
Oh.
Pushing the boundaries of the arcane. Real dangerous types, you know? I mean, you ever heard of that freezing sphere Odaluk?
Nope.
Nope. Odaluk, you heard it? Well, he was a wizard here once.
Oh.
What happened to him?
I think he's still alive out there somewhere. He just don't live here anymore.
Oh.
Moved beyond it. But the wizard who lives between seconds. Yeah, that's here.
Are they a shut-in type or a teacher type?
This is one of them shut-in types.
Makes
There's
sense.
a room that doesn't exist in any floor, and it's in a fold of time. You ever heard of temporal magic? Fucked up shit.
Chronomancy?
Chronomancy, you got it, friend. Dangerous magic. Could kill you or drive you crazy. One of the two.
Have you ever known a Tufto?
Sorry, friend. Name's unfamiliar to me, but to be honest, I don't even think I know the name of the chronomancer that lives here. I've never met
God.
I've never met the fucker.
It might be worth asking around, gang.
The Grand Masters here explain it as it's sort of like a living within a micro instant. They try to teach it to us, but I think it's an upper division class that I don't know yet. It's basically like this wizard is anchored in a non-moment. Think of it like a candle that only flickers when the wind blows past it. They're sort of caught in a moment of delay, and they made a home there.
That's a funny expression. Where'd you learn it?
Yeah.
I was taught it by a teacher here.
Yeah,
But did you
can I ask
remember
what
the teacher?
It was actually a out-of-town professor.
What
One
was
of the,
his name?
Yeah, it's one of the guys from the academy over there, you know? Not a proper experimental wizard like up here. This guy named Zavrix, you know his name?
Wait, what does that mean?
Well, this Professor Zavrix, he actually said he really wanted to meet this wizard in between the seconds, but couldn't find the fucker. None of us
Good.
really can.
Oh,
anyway.
bad.
He's a fine enough teacher. I think he's the planar replacement in mind after old Pol Orv passed on. Outer Planes, man, it gets you.
I can't recommend enough not to hire Zavnix.
Think so?
He's
a
not
devil.
even that good a wizard. He just sucks and has a powerful item.
Yeah, it's just an item, and honestly, it's wide open.
Anyone can use it. Deimos used it right on his first try.
Oh!
Oh, well, I mean, I don't know what you mean there, but listen, we're not just simple mages at the court. These are the wizards of Blackstaff. This is the uppest level you go. I mean, those wizards over at the academy that this Zavrix is teaching, they wish they could be here. I studied there once, long ago.
Yes, and we just hope that you don't associate with such low magic then.
Yeah.
From Zavrix.
Pathetic.
Yeah, well, not that many planar wizards to go around, huh? Even less chronomancers. Figures.
Have you had any other guest lecturers on planar magic?
No, just the one. It's a upper division course. I've never learned much more in it. I think I'm mostly, as you can tell, focusing on this whole water magic thing, so I didn't really pay attention during his lecture.
No, and you do the water thing really well, so.
I want to turn to Dulum and give it a look. Like, this lady's really not that good to be here. Like every question we ask her, she's like, "Nope, don't know. Don't care."
Oh, didn't pay attention. Nope.
Nope, not that one.
Demos is gonna turn to higher. And be like, I think this planar wizard who lives between the seconds is probably the one that I think Volker wants me to talk to. But how are we supposed to find him if no one has been able to yet?
Wait, why does...
Well, I mean, the masters here know how to find him. I just don't.
Why does Volker want you to talk to this wizard?
Because of the tear in the Plane of Kings.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Well,
Hey, I'm all supposed to talk to this guy, Deimos. We can go together.
Ain't that convenient?
you know, lately I've been feeling like an investigator. Sounds like something we could investigate.
Oh,
exactly.
yeah. We should talk to that guy who's gonna get executed first, though.
Yes, sure.
Yes.
So much to do.
All right, well, listen, sorry. I know I'm not very helpful, but the masters of the tower will know more. I'll take you to my professor right now, all right?
I'm just glad you know it.
What?
Sorry, that was
mean?
just a friendly jab.
What does that mean?
Nothing.
Just a warning, before we meet the masters of Blackstaff, those fellas you met out in the square, the ones on the broomsticks, those Blackstaff masters, they're sort of our presentable ones. The ones that spend more time here, well, I suppose when you dabble in the arcane, it sometimes bites back, so if you're sort of, you might find these people a little eccentric is all.
Okay.
Don't worry, we're like that too, I think.
What you mean? We're not normal?
I don't feel normal. Do you?
Perfectly. John Q. Public over here. Representative of the human race.
All right, you guys head upstairs one more layer into what looks like a small corridor that bisects the tower, and on the sides are what looks like almost like little rooms. They're not tiny, to be fair. There's proper little, for example, on your left, one of the doors is open, leading into a living room, jutted on the side by a large king bed, and it's sort of like a studio apartment in there. This seems to be where one of the people lives. The apprentice leads you further in. Glag the Wet, of course. Glag the Wet leads you past these sort of apprentice studio little living quarters and down a hallway which shouldn't be there. Officially, you've decided that this architecture is non-Euclidean, as none of it adds up. And further down a long hallway which leads to these beautiful, what look like sprawling little houses connected to the long hallway. She finally stops at one and knocks on the door in front of a sign that reads, Master Skelevar Druid. Yeah, this is Master Skelevar. He's definitely my favorite professor here. He's probably the most approachable, too. And I want you to remember that when you're talking, okay?
Okay.
The door
What's his name? Sorry, Master Skelevar.
Druid.
Druid. Thank you.
I'll send it in chat. I'm enjoying my wizard names, if you can't tell.
I can tell. I'm enjoying them, too.
Naming is an art form.
Thank you. And Master Druid is. Yeah, so it should be right here. I'd love to come in with you guys just because I love chatting with him. After a moment, the door is thrown open from magic. A knock spell blows it open, and you hear a voice come from inside. I'm coming. And inside, sitting down and who immediately stands up when seeing guest is Master Skelevar, draped in layers of magically shifting robes that seem to change texture depending on the angle you look at them. From one angle, it looks like smooth red silk. From another, it's like yellow chitinous shell. The man, a human man, you'd think human, has long silver hair that floats upward like it's underwater. And tiny motes of light orbit like a halo around antlers. Yes, antlers growing out of his head.
Oh.
The man wears no shoes, and you look down and find that his toenails are painted with what looks like little constellations. They seem to sort of swirl.
So I'm really getting up in there if I'm seeing the constellation.
They're sort of they swirl, but the figure sort of walks up towards you guys, and you're beckoned inside. And he sort of hums and speaks at the same time. Thank you, welcome in.
Oh,
Up close, you see that his eyes are mismatched. One of them is a typical-looking brown eye. The other one is pitch black, save for a single tiny pinpoint red dot in the middle.
Hello.
You've been through some fucking shit, man.
Malagus.
Thank you.
Master Druid, it is a pleasure to meet you. Please disregard any mean comments.
It's fine. Please call me Skelevar, Master Skelevar. And he goes and shakes all of your hands very quickly. Yes, it's quite fine. I'm taking it as a compliment. I've done a lot of good with my time. You know, Skelevar's room is, it's a fairly typical looking room. It's actually quite rustic and home. It's typical. There's not a lot of magic in here. Do you have a question? Are you interested in my research? Yes, I've just unraveled the spell that causes you to sneeze for 22 hours.
No! Stop it, Skelevar. This is time sensitive.
Mm-hmm.
There's a prisoner we need to speak with. We actually turned him in last night. He was a member of the group that attempted to bomb the flaming board last night. The orchestra or the symphony?
We've also discovered that the orchestra has been involved with another death of an esteemed professor in town.
Yeah.
I see. Hold on, let me remember. And he snaps his fingers suddenly, and a small silver mouse materializes on his shoulder, which then leans up to his ear and starts squeaking something into it. Yes, I see, yes.
Good.
Oh, yes, our guest. Yes, just upstairs. Unstable, fascinating, man. A touch of memory magic poisoning in his head. And if you ask me, which no one ever does, something's a bit off with him, yes.
Huh.
What are you trying to do? You're not trying to extract anything, are you? You know, extraction leads to some sort of combustion and death, and that leads to memos, which leads to meetings, and
We don't wish to extract, we just wish to learn what
Like
And
you
as
might know.
Christians?
you do have clearance for this, right?
Yes, of course.
Well, tell me, explain it to me. Did you know anyone here? Yes, are you wizard yourself? Let's see. He claps his hand, and all of you feel a rush of arcane energy, and he looks around. Oh, one wizard here. Yes, you there, Dragon Man.
Oh, yes. Hello.
Some of you can cast some spells, fine. You might
This
find out a
man
talent,
is more
though.
powerful than you would think. He is. I've seen him do great things.
No, sir, shut up with the praise now. Shut
That's
up.
Great.
Oh, thank you.
Great. Cast a spell on me. Cast a spell on me right now, friend. Let's see it.
Okay.
I want a big one. Big one. No pussy shit.
A big
I want a level.
Oh. I don't have any big spells prepared. I guess. I'll cast blindness on him. How about that?
Yeah,
Great choice.
good choice.
He watches you cast, watching your hand position and your words. The spell goes out, and he accepts the spell without rolling a save.
Really quick, Mason, are you eating right now?
Fuck.
Can I cast Dispel Magic
Thank you.
on that?
You see his eyes cloud over as he fails to save on purpose, and he goes, yes, good technique, very nice, let's see, yes, can't see a thing, very nice, yes, good technique there, very good. All right, I like your style, yes, I'll just, it's a minute, right? Last minute, I'll just walk around like this.
Okay, as you wish.
Very nice.
Can I go to cast Dispel Magic on him anyway?
Okay, you hold out your hands to cast Dispel Magic. He snaps his finger and counter spells.
My
She's
bad.
crazy.
My bad.
What are you doing? Hands off, hands off.
I was trying to demonstrate my power as well, but
No, don't give a shit, not a wizard.
okay, understood.
Good man. Now, I like this cut of your jib. Yes, very nice. And I'm sure you can cast spells too, friend, but yours come from magic from a god, yes? It's not really you casting the spell. You're more praying for someone else to do it for you. Sort of cheap shit.
I like to think I am a very good puppet of my goddess's will.
Yeah, so,
And that is a
wizards,
great will.
Us wizards, we learn by doing ourselves.
No, you don't. You learn by reading. Artificers learn by doing.
And what the fuck are you?
A knight. Oh, a great knight.
With a sword?
Yes.
Multiple talents.
How barbaric.
I like this guy.
The minute goes by and his eyes stop clouding over and he goes, oh yes, that was great. Well, listen, I understand that you all were sent here. Archmage Althorn did tell us that he promised a favor to some strangers in the street. Thought you might be coming by sometime, so we'll just chalk this up to your favor from the Archmage, yes, and I'll take you to the prisoner and you can do what you want.
Whatever do we want?
Well, let me don't fucking kill the lad, but we already tested detect thoughts on him, yes. We already did a zone of truth on him, yes. Got nothing. If you could do anything more, be my guest.
We would like to try, yes.
Alright, go at it. We weren't able to get much out of the poor fellow. He's tight as a lip, that one. I believe there's some modified memory in there, just as unfortunately, it's very difficult to remove that spell. Once it's done, the effects are hard to remove, and it seems that sometime during his transport from you to us, he's forgotten quite a bit.
And Dispel Magic didn't work?
Well, a few of our wizards tried, but couldn't get it to stick.
You say he forgot the stuff between his transport from us to you?
Well, I don't want to blame you, but none of our wizards would be dumb enough to do something like that, so, something has clearly happened. Was he, a lame in the head when you were speaking to him?
I mean, he sucked, but I don't know.
Well, he's forgotten quite a few things, unless he's got that mind shut tight as a fucking trap, but I don't believe that.
We'll see what
we did our
can
best
do.
to get through to him, but unfortunately the open lord wants him dead. Terrorism is no small thing, and it's best to just keep the public happy, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, well, that's why we want to speak to him now.
Alright, yes, well, go ahead, have at it. I'll lead you up there, and again, this is your favor, you understand?
Respectfully, Master, is there not a way in which that could not be? See, we are trying to help the common good, and we do all need favors at the moment in terms of transportation, and that is a service of this tower. I do believe this is for more so the common good.
Well, unfortunately, I am a master of this tower, and it's either the portal or the prisoner. Pick one.
I just thought it best to ask. I think it's still the prisoner.
Well, you asked, and it was a good question, but answer's been said. Prisoner it is. Any objections? Quite a big group you have here. A lot of thick knuckleheads.
Yeah, I try to look at the group if someone wants the portal more than they want prisoner.
What exactly are we going to ask the prisoner?
I thought we wished to learn who killed Dr. Him.
Just anything you knew about Dr. Him's case.
Do you think that he knew Dr. Him?
Well, we think he knew the person who killed Dr. Him. It might be worth asking if he knows about a bassoonist or tubarian? I don't know. It might be worth it, and the odds are they haven't already asked him about it.
I would assume that if your organization was doing 2 kills in one night, you would at least be aware of the other one. And yeah, these people haven't realized they're connected yet.
He might know, but from what he told me, it seems like they seem to really keep their members in the dark. I mean, they said that they practice at random places with bags over their heads. And he said he didn't really talk to many of the other players in the band.
Surely he must know something.
Hey, actually, Master Scalavar Druid, what type of magic is your specialty?
More general magic, good sir. Unfortunately, my specialty, for a long time it was, speaking with dead. But, not a lot of use for that in the court and, frowned upon science nowadays, so I don't really practice it anymore. Instead, I just teach general abjuration and evocation and just typical stuff, yes.
Mason, I know he's not wearing shoes, but can I look around this room and see if there's any pairs of shoes in here?
Give me a perception check.
Okay. Oh, good roll. 22.
Yes, you find, pushed up against the door that you just walked in, kind of off to the side, is a pair of blue slippers.
I want to go pick one up. Just look at the bottom really quick.
You maneuver over, you grab the slipper, you lift it up, it's smooth on the bottom. Sort of like a house
Cool.
slipper.
Okay, I put it back down. Nice shoes.
You looking for something? Some sort of freak?
I'm not a freak.
Orpheus, put it down. You don't need it.
I put it down. Drop it.
Anyways, what were you gonna say?
Go ahead, Joel.
I was just gonna say, it seemed to me when I was talking to him that if they did do 2 jobs in one night, it doesn't seem like both teams would know of the other team's job.
It's a good point.
Do you not want
But
to
I don't
speak
know.
with him, Dulam?
We could, if you guys think it is a good decision. I just wanted to point out that it's probably unlikely that he would know much.
What other leads do we have?
I feel like it's the only thing we can hold on to still help.
I suppose. It's just hard to turn down a portal.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I have a lot of things I need to do today.
Where would we even go? We're given any choice, potentially.
You know, that lizard plane was pretty fun.
What?
We can get back there through Zavrix's place.
Oh my god, he must want to go to fucking a horny sex afterlife. Jesus.
Slut afterlife.
I was robbed.
It's where you're all going if you're not careful.
Here, before we make our decision, I'll open this letter. I want to open the letter that says open only if the core is degraded.
Alright, you pop it open. Inside it reads the following. Let me find my note. Hold on. Scrolling to it. Dearest friend, if you are reading this, then I am gone, or no longer myself. The core has failed. I wish I could say it was sudden, but I've been feeling things. Feeling capitalized. At first it was small, a sense of out of rhythm. Noticing beauty, noticing fear. I was always told not to question Mechanus, that once asked why, questioning, things begin to crack. However, I couldn't stop. I had to know where the spark ended and I began. My core was changed, corrupted, evolved, something foreign nestled inside of me. I feel it pulsing, sometimes like a heart, sometimes like a whisper, a voice. I've tried to excise it. I failed. I tried to ignore it. I failed. Every attempt made me feel more alive and more afraid. Worse still, I believe it is human. Something that shouldn't belong in Mechanus. Something that came from beyond. There's a full enter here. I saw a Secundus once in a dream, just looking at me, straight at me, through one of the portals from Mechanus. Was that real? I'm not sure if it's supposed to be possible. I believe I'm outside the hierarchy now, but it frightened me. The letter continues for a while here. You notice it is 3 pages in total. Just for brevity, I'll cut from here because the next 2 pages you find are continuing these just sort of like fear-mongering phrases. Phrases of fear, of trying to find solutions but not finding it, of raw emotions. In the same way that you yourself, Dulam, are feeling emotions now, you could tell that this creature felt them too and sort of clung on to one. This one, of course, being fear. You could tell that this led down a nasty spiral of being chased and feeling paranoid. It eventually leads to the last page where I will continue. I believe I must lock myself away. If I can remain in my home for long enough, I might find a solution or the core will degrade into nothing. If you find me, keep my core. It is worthwhile. It is scientific. I believe there are those who can look into it and discover the name of the creature, ... the human, ... that infected me. There's another full stop here, and then you see a picture drawn in, obviously, the perfect handwriting of a autonote. It is of a building. It has somewhat unusual architecture. What looks almost like a large, sort of woven basket of a building. The outside is curved and swishing like wicker. And at the top stands a large, very thin tower. Not the type that could have any buildings in it. It is entirely structural. And at the top of the tall, thin tower is sort of a long, oblong room. It looks like it's made out of stone. The building is completely unusual and foreign to you, nothing you've ever seen before. Laws used to bind this place, but the old laws do not bind it anymore. Take the fragment in me there. you may be able to track, but be warned, I am not myself anymore. Do not bring me back. You must end me. Do not hesitate. I would not be the first machine to fall to madness, but with your help I might be the last. Signed, Dr. Him, serial number, and then a 30-digit long Duelam serial number. Professor of Autonomes, Theoretical Constructs, in the Plane of Mechanus. There's a hastily scribbled PS at the bottom that you can tell is done in different ink. PS, if Duelam is still functioning, keep him away from this building. He's further along than I was.
Gag.
That's great.
And that is all it says.
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
So should we get you out of here?
I don't think he means this building, right?
Show my
like-
friends a picture of the tower.
You look at it,
It's
it's this
not like this
freaky
tower.
building. No, this is something bizarre. Orpheus, this does not look like any architecture of any civilization. Some fucko did this.
This is strange. This is like the Zavrix of buildings.
There's also no scale. You have no idea how big it is. There's no background. You have no idea the location of it. But it is a very well-drawn image of the building itself. Like, it is not just a sketch. It is, like, very geometric, and the proportions look good.
Why would he leave that behind? Who did he want to find that?
I suppose his, any friends he might have. I mean, if you had I suppose, like a bomb in your chest, like he did, like Duelam sort of does, you don't want to just die and let it rot in the grave. You want to help people.
Well, I don't think he was sick, and I don't know if he needed to die, I guess.
That asks, well, that leads to more questions than answers, but I hope that gave you some closure, Duelam.
I think it does.
That line at the end, I feel like maybe that has more to do with the paranoia. I mean, all of those first few pages were just about fear, but that last line, it could have also been so. I believe maybe we should disregard it. If this building is where we should go and to analyze your core, you should be there for it. I don't know why he would say that. I think he was just scared.
Well, would he have had a good enough reason?
Well, I wish we could know more. Actually, and Samir turns to the wizard here and goes, you said you can speak to the dead, right? Could you do that to a friend of ours? And the wizard sort of opens his eyes and goes, I mean, I suppose I could, but there's a lot of classifications for it and a lot of special requirements. Also, that's sort of a lot of work and seems more like a favor kind of thing, so I wouldn't do it for free.
What are the requirements?
Let me just look up the spell for you real quick. Well, first off, it needs a mouth, the creature. And, I can only ask it a few questions. 5 in total. Also, I can only do it once. It also has to be a willing creature, something that wants to talk to you.
Well, surely you would want to talk to one of us.
Looking back at any of the pieces I saw, was there any semblance of a mouth or voice box anywhere?
You glance back with your perfect memory. It was pretty torn up, as you remember, but there is a really neat thing you can do with robots, where you could just swap out parts, and you actually know an autonome that has all the parts needed.
What? That's fucked up.
It would only be temporary, unless, of course, something happened.
I'll turn to my friend. Oh, good.
Oh, well, yeah, what were you going to say, Duelam? It seems like this guy is sort of an asshole and wants to keep pulling this favor from his archmage. So now we've got 3 options. We could have him talk to Dr. Him, we could talk to this prisoner upstairs, or we could use the teleportation circle to go somewhere. Do we have to pick one of the 3? And the wizard sort of shakes his head and goes, I'm a very busy man, yeah.
I think the last option is our best.
Well, I just have a small thought, which is that Speak with Dead is more of a priestly spell, right? I mean, some clerics could cast it. I just imagine, what if perhaps we could find somebody in...
You're so right. I wanted to learn that spell and realized I couldn't use it for Monty. But I could learn it, yes.
Perfect. Well, then there's one checked off right there. I mean, Hire knows more than this guy, who's some famous special wizard who's kind of an asshole.
He sucks. He's the worst.
I like the cut of his jib. You're a nice-looking fella. I like your freaky eyes and the weird antlers. How'd that happen? Accident with a spell, yes.
Indeed. Never mind.
So what do we want our favor to be then?
Well,
So we're not going to try to talk to the prisoner?
We don't know where we want to go with planar travel. Besides, we could maybe get another favor from this wizard in the
Seems
future.
like we could also ask a different wizard, like maybe the guy me and Dilla met, who is a little more coherent.
Or the
He
Lady
might
of
be
Pain.
more-
I mean, the Lady of Pain likes us.
I mean, it would be random to ask her for a favor.
Well, I mean, I don't know. We could probably do a job for maybe. I don't know. She likes us. I bet she'll do
I
one
agree.
favor.
Maybe, but I think we should.
She scares me.
My vote is that we talk to the prisoner, because I think if we talk to someone with good sense, they won't count this as our favor.
All right. Well, let's do it. Let's talk to this fucko. We'll learn something, I bet.
Well, what do the rest of you think about it? I know my plan endangers our favor, and it's important to have.
If you think this is a good lead, let's do it.
I just feel it's our only lead. I mean, we do have the Speak with Dead now. That's a good idea. I suppose I think this is a good lead, and I know it won't be around forever, so I want to take it. I don't want to let it slip by. It's my detective's instinct.
I agree with Orpheus.
Yeah, I'll take that decent bit.
All right, I'll take you there right away.
Thank you, sir.
And the wizard begins sort of his walk is extremely unusual. It's like he's on tiptoes the whole time, and he steps carefully and delicately, but it's almost like a half run, and it looks really awkward.
Does
Almost
he
painful.
wobble like me?
He does not wobble. You are full on wobbling. Oh, wizard.
Oh, you're wobble.
Yeah, I wobble like a wizard.
Oh, I'm like them. At this point, you guys get a goodbye from your new best friend, Glag the Wet.
Well, I'll just be downstairs then while you're up there. Come say hi. And, hey, before you leave, why don't you feed the fishy?
And she winks at you guys.
Pleasure to meet you, ma'am.
She is the biggest freak we've met.
The wizard bounds up the stairs leading to yet another set of long rooms and dashes down a few hallways. And again, you guys are really by the geometry. Eventually, you're led to a door, which he casts knock on and opens it. And it leads inside a dim, circular chamber. There's a bed in here and a chair, no window, just smooth, black marble walls. There's a crystal embedded in the ceiling that emits a faint lavender glow and hums quietly with some sort of arcane energy. In the center of the room, sitting cross-legged on the floor, is a young man in tattered orchestra robes. You remember him from the day before. He looks tired, and his instrument, the piccolo, lies untouched in the corner of the room, snapped in half.
Oh, brutal.
He stares at the floor in front of him. His eyes are glassy, and his lips aren't moving. He just stares. Master Skelevar crosses his arms and goes, listen, we did all that cursed, dispelled magic. We even used fucking greater restoration. And nothing. His mind's not even just blocked. It's absent. There's nothing there.
He was not like this when we turned him over.
And did you cast Identify, see if any spells were affecting him?
Yes, of course, and it's unknowable. I mean, we could tell that memory was, but it's every time we cast remove curse and restoration, it's still there. Something's wrong. There's magic at play here that might be advanced, far advanced beyond my understanding, but maybe you can get something out of him. If you don't mind, I'll just wait in the corner here and watch. I don't want you getting violent with my prisoner.
Of course not.
He closes the
That's
door
fine.
behind him and sort of sits up and pulls the chair off to the side in the corner and sits down and taps his foot on the ground, crossing his arms. You see the young man. He does not look up as you guys walk in.
I think you guys were right. This might be a waste of time. I couldn't have imagined it would be this bad.
Well, let's give this guy a shot, why don't we, eh? Malagus waddles over and pulls him up and yanks him to his feet, pulling him up by his shirt. The figure's head lolls to the side, and his tongue almost pulls right out of his mouth. You see his lips are dry and cracked, and his eyes are very dim. All right, shithead, what do you know? He responds in sort of a flat, empty voice, and it sounds completely unlike the man you met yesterday. Light, then darkness and music, and then light again. The blue one goes first, said Lols to the other side.
Who told you that?
Figure turns to you and you see his head is slowly sort of wobbling around. I just know it.
You said the blue one goes first?
I left the. He presses his forehead into his palms for a second. I left the. Don't let them find it. His eyes shut, and then he opens them again.
What?
Am I the blue?
The blue one goes first.
Blue one goes.
Malaga sort of shakes him a little bit and goes, "All right, buddy, we don't want to get violent with you, huh?" And he looks over and winks at the wizard in the corner. Don't want to slap you around a little bit, eh? He turns around and looks at you guys. I don't know what I'm doing. Someone jump in.
Malaga,
Trombonist.
we don't need to hurt him more.
As you say trombonist, he begins humming. Mm-hmm.
I want her to
Tune.
memorize that tune.
Okay.
Actually,
You start paying
Dula,
attention.
memorize that tune.
Sure.
You memorize the tune, Dulam. It's melodic, and you recognize it as you think a trombonist playing something.
Bassoonist.
Wob, wob.
Oh shit, wait, it wasn't a trombone, it was a tuba, right? Tubaist.
Tuba doesn't play this song.
Tuba. So it was the tuba that attacked that night because he didn't play the song he knew, right? That makes sense?
I think so.
This is good, Orpheus. Keep going. Light and darkness and music and light again.
Is that when you practice?
What does a tubaist look like?
Darkness.
Can I cast Detect Thoughts on this guy?
Nice.
Yes, you cast it, and you are met with a very weak. I'm going to roll this at disadvantage just because of his mental state. Try to attempt to block it. Got a 12.
The DC was 15.
Okay, so he fails. So you begin digging in. The master in the corner watches you cast and goes, "It's a good attempt, but you won't get far with that. It's like limbo in there."
It's
And-
not like Limbo. You haven't seen Limbo the way I have.
And sure enough, Demos, it is just an empty place in here. Just earlier tonight, you were in the head of somebody who had their memories modified, and you saw the memories, the fake ones, you're pretty sure, clear as day. That's what the person remembered, and that's what's there. There is just nonsense in this person's head. It's eerie and sort of cryptic and emotionally untethered, arbitrary lines of words that form sentences that don't quite make sense, and even half-sentence fragments that don't really mean anything. The whole mind is blanked, like it was stripped, like someone took a bottle of bleach and just removed the whole thing. You're not sure how this is really possible. It's quite brutal, and it's the kind of thing that you really have only kind of seen once before, which is when the Lady of Pain did something similar to Father Luces.
But it's not like, does it feel like exactly the same, or does it feel like different?
This one's different. This one, for Father Luces, very specific things were cut out. His, the anger he felt, the rage, the deceit. Here, it's just sort of cut at random intervals. You see some memories floating around in here. You see darkness, and you can sort of hear music in the background, and it's the same tune that this figure is sort of humming. And then you see light, you see the city of Waterdeep, you see this figure had, you see two parents in there, and some splotches of childhood, nothing that would indicate anything that has to do with this. You see he grew up a blacksmith, it looks like, but then left that soon after to become some sort of musician. And then soon after that, it's just white blankness, cut out. Someone went in here with where the Lady of Pain, it was very, very intricate. Someone went in with delicate scissors and cut things out. Here, it was a chainsaw. There's half memories, and it's pulled out. And you just hear music the whole time you're in here.
Okay. Does it feel like the music is coming from any specific memory, or?
Yes, it's this one memory. It's clearer than the rest, not cut out like the others, and it's black, of course. You have no vision in it. The figure was likely hooded, but you hear the song, and the figure, this man, was playing the instrument, the piccolo in his hands. You hear the music. It's there, and it's a sweeping orchestral tune, a bit somber, almost like a funeral dirge.
And then I'm assuming there's like nothing of the night of the attack or anything like that.
You don't see anything about the night of the attack. You don't see any practicing of the instrument. You don't see anything about the masquerade ball at all. This person has no memory of who you are, of who Orpheus is, of who Dulam is. It is all missing. It's quite unusual to see, and roll me an Arcana check, please.
Yes. 24.
In his head here, you sort of come to the conclusion that all these memories, especially the ones of that night, were cut clean out. And you take a moment in here and listen to that tune for a second, and you're not exactly sure what caused this, but for a moment, you're not actually sure if this was some overwhelmingly powerful magic. You think there might be something just that happened here that might have been more simple than that. The thought sort of leaves you, though, and you pull out of his head as he begins speaking again.
God, is that how I'm gonna end up? Oh.
No, of course not.
Can I check his head for signs of trauma?
I had a... Yeah.
Oh, also, I want to, pick through his hair, any incision scar, anything.
You pick through. Give me an investigation roll.
I pull out my magnifying glass.
Okay, you pull it out. Roll with advantage, please.
Yes, baby, yes.
So I pull it out.
I whip it out. Okay, worst investigation of the night, but it's still a 25.
Jesus.
25? Christ.
Bow, bow.
You look around. There is no indication of incision. No physical trauma has been done. With a God, that is such a high roll. You do find
I want to
right
look up his nose and everything.
Right up against his right temple, on the side of his head, caked inside of his sort of dirty, unkempt hair, is just the very fleck of a single piece of little arcane dust. The second you touch it, it disintegrates and disappears, but you saw it for a moment. Evidence of some spell.
Okay. Shit, I broke it before you could look at it, Demos.
That's all right.
The notes, I see them.
Can I put my sleeve up to that guy's nose and tell him to blow his nose? Blow your nose.
He blows and just a bit of snot comes out. You don't
No
see
blood?
anything else. No blood.
Okay, I wipe it off on Malagus.
Higher.
Yes,
God, let me
Demos?
see. What happens if you cast what was it, detect poison and disease on this man?
That's a great idea.
Okay. I'll certainly try.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll detect poison and disease.
Nothing comes up. You cast the spell out, and all you get is that he's got a bit of malnutrition. You think likely just from the few hours that he's been in this little prison cell.
Was the dust I found on his forehead at all reminiscent of the diamond dust from the Glyph of Warding?
You only saw it for a split second, but it didn't look like diamond dust. In fact, you didn't even think it was a component of anything at all. You just saw a raw little piece of the arcane for a split second.
Can I make any sort of Arcana check on that, or I
Honestly,
understand
telling
if
you
not?
that much is already
Okay,
more than is given.
Do his eyes look dilated whatsoever?
His eyes do look a little dilated, yeah. You don't think he's high, though, and that would have likely come up in higher spell.
I was thinking maybe concussed.
Being high comes up for poison?
Makes sense.
Well, and I mean,
it
you know.
tracks.
On 420 day, no less.
Oh, today's 420? Holy shit.
On Weed's birthday, Mason?
Oh
You
my
would
god,
say
it's
that?
Weed's birthday.
Nice.
The figure keeps humming.
Is that the
I
music?
hear the notes.
Perhaps they heard when they lost their memory?
Rest and note
Maybe.
and rest and note.
Perhaps if we know who sings that song?
So maybe this is gonna sound crazy, but can I cast clairvoyance and set the sensor to be in his brain?
What the fuck?
Ooh!
Give
We're
me
doing an
in there.
MRI on this motherfucker!
I'm in.
Because I think technically the sensor is intangible, so I don't think it should hurt him.
You're right. You hold out your hands, and the wizard in the corner sort of leans forward for this one and watches. And a little sensor appears inside of this guy's skull, which is fucking nuts.
Only Demos.
It's dark, obviously. It's brain tissue. The brain itself is not missing. It's all here. You sort of float around, you look around in here for a little bit. All the pieces are here. There's no giant missing chunks. There is, however, some, and it's just the oddest thing, inside of this brain, it's just some sort of glowing little yellow particle that dance around.
I guess I relay this to the group.
Is it like what was her name? Not Amora or Honora, but
Jorah.
Jorah, yeah. Is it like her green like thing?
It does not look green. It's sort of glowy and yellow, almost ethereal.
Orpheus starts getting out his tools.
Oh my god.
Are you gonna give him a lobotomy?
Did you know that someone replaced all my bones with licorice?
No, I did not know that.
I'm sorry, friend.
Not a spell can see.
Can I look into his eyes?
You look into his eyes, they're just sunken in and hollowed.
Crazy.
Did you know that music can be eaten?
Show me.
The conductor wears a little tie.
Do you guys remember how the orchestra sounded that night? Like maybe any particular song? How about you, Duelam? Do you recall any of them? Can you maybe recite a little piece of one of them?
Sure, yeah, can I try replaying one of the songs?
You open your mouth and the fucking soundbite comes out. They're the band played for a good 2 hours, so they played several pieces, and most of them were well-known orchestral pieces of the time. A few of them were new to many of you guys, but none of you guys are really professionals in music theory, so it's easy to assume that a lot of them could have just been songs you haven't heard.
And the
Duelam,
conductor, what
you
was
can
he
repeat any
doing
of
that
them.
night? Sorry.
Does he react to any of the songs?
He doesn't seem to react. He just hums his own tune, completely independent of any of the ones that Duelam plays. And Duelam, you make note that none of the songs that they played the night before is the one he's humming. The piccolo's too high-pitched for me. Always wanted the viola.
That is a good option.
He turns and he sort of idly looks at Duelam and goes, "Did you know the brain is a library? Check in, check out.
Where are the books?
Left sock, right shoe."
Who goes to the library?
No one. The index is burned. The shelves are locked.
Why?
The shelves are locked?
Is it time
Key?
yet? I'm still waiting for a cue. I
Oh,
left it.
Duelam, could you play the little first part of the song right when the conductor starts and just play that, the little tap that he does on the stand?
Soundbite. Click, click, click.
I want to get out a crossbow bolt, snap off the top, and hand it to Duelam to wave as a conductor would while it plays the intro.
I'll start waving.
You start waving, and the figure watches you, and his eyes narrow ever so slightly. And he goes, no, not my conductor. He rides a badger. Some badger. I told the candles my name. This guy's fucking lost, you guys. Let's just can him up.
Dylan,
He said a lot of important things.
He's fucking crazy.
And the candles.
Malagus-
Okay, but there's something to do with the candles and the explosions.
Malagus, Dylan, you've been studying music, right?
I look a little shy. A little bit.
Can you
Aw.
interpolate what might be the refrain of the tune he's humming? What might come next?
I can try.
AI interpolation, go.
Was
What kind of role
what
would
the
that
fuck
be?
is a music check? I guess performance is what I
Performance.
want. Yeah.
Okay.
was Deimos reading his detecting his thoughts still as he was speaking all those things?
Yeah, and Deimos, you just saw what appeared. There's really nothing else going on much below the surface here. You're sort of picking around in his mind too, and it's just a lot of broken up chunks. You think maybe there could be something here, but not even this person knows what it is.
It's 18 with performance, the luck point.
Okay, that is pretty damn good. You listen to him hum, and you hum back. With an 18, the first 3 or so notes you hum, he looks at you and makes eye contact, and his pupils widen. And then on the 4th one, his eyes go dark, and he looks off in the distance again.
Shit, try again. Oh my god.
Again.
Brute force algorithm. Same 3 notes, new 4th.
Give me another performance check, please.
Isn't he used to practicing with like a bag over his head or something?
Deimos.
Close his
So you
Dragons.
put a bag over Dulum's head, so it's good too.
Oh, and that way he won't recognize Dulam as Dulam.
Hmm.
Put a
Deimos,
bag over his head.
did you
Yes,
hear the voice of a conductor when you heard the practice?
Mason, did I hear the voice of a conductor or anything?
You never heard a voice. In the one memory of this song that you can sort of see, you only heard the click, 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 click of a conductor's, the wand, the baton that they have. In fact, the clicking kind of comes consistent like a metronome. There's no voice that comes with it, though. But you hear
Okay.
the click, 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 click.
I'll try to imitate the beats per second for the clicking for Dulam.
EPM.
All right, it's 17 performance.
Okay, you
I feel
begin
like
playing the
maybe
notes
help
again, and they get a bit further, and you feel him sort of turn to look at you, and then yet again, after a few more, his eyes turn away, and you feel a bit lost. You know orchestral songs usually last 10, 20 minutes, and at this rate, going only seconds at a time, it'll take days to actually finish this.
I hate to say it, but Abel really could help us here. He's a musician.
Do we have time to get him here? I could send to him.
Yeah. Well, maybe we should go send someone to get him because I don't know if he'll know where we are. Master Skelevar, Druid, are you guys going to execute him anytime soon?
The plan was this evening, yes.
Could I ask you not to do that, please?
We just need a
I'm
bit
sorry,
more
that
time.
order comes from above me. It's the Open Lord Clay de Clare insisted it himself. Unfortunately, none of your paperwork or friends will help you there.
We should call
Okay,
him now.
yeah, we should call him now or someone run get him. I can
noticed,
do it. I'm the fastest.
You notice that while playing a bit of this song that he seems to be humming, after getting a good 6 or 7 notes in, Dulam, his eyes are a little wider as he's sort of looking at you, and he's trying to figure something out. And Demos, you feel something in his head as 2 sentences that were previously disconnected suddenly connect and form a full thought. And just as it does, the words sort of spill out of his mouth. The rest of me is in the wings. You'll never find it.
What wings? What?
Music can be eaten. Did you know my favorite book is music?
That's not a book.
Pages of notes and measures and bars and rests. That is a book.
Glad you love
It is in my library.
Play us then. Play us the song.
Mm-hmm.
Can you play us the song that you sing?
Mm-hmm.
Can I go cast, what the fuck is the spell called? Am I stupid? My brain, fix it. Cast Mending on the Piccolo?
As you go to cast Mending, this is when the wizard sort of steps in and goes, excuse me, King, even if he is sort of lame in the head, there's still a little piece of him that might be able to cast spells. I would prefer that broken.
We have so many magic protections against him. Let us just try.
Yes, but he's unstable. If he jumps for it, you'll be hit first, alright? I won't defend you.
Multiple
alright.
people of us have counterspell, dispel magic. We could destroy him in a second.
Yeah.
Oh, a violent person. Jesus.
Well,
I mean to tell you that if you just give us a chance, nothing bad will happen.
Can I mend the Piccolo?
You walk over, pop the 2 pieces together and mend it, and it's fixed.
I want to hand it to him.
You hand it to him. He holds it in his hands, and you see his fingers immediately move around it, start pressing the buttons in muscle memory. Demos, in his head, you feel no memories related to this. His body seems to be sort of moving on its own around here. Literal pure instinct built into him. He holds it up to his mouth and blows a couple practice notes. And at this point, you see the master in the corner fully sitting up, and he's got both of his hands outstretched in preparation for a spell.
I'm prepped to cast Fracturing on the Piccolo if it seems like he begins a spell.
Okay. He plays a couple practice notes, then places the piccolo sort of firmly to the side and twists it 90 degrees very acutely, almost like a military move, and holds it there still, waiting.
Can I
Please.
replay the metronome?
You replay the metronome. Click, click, click. And just on the 4th click, the figure holds the piccolo up to his mouth and begins playing a tune. The same tune he was humming just a moment before, but now clear and precise.
Sadly, Mason, your whistling doesn't carry onto the microphone for some
Oh,
reason.
that's so sad. Pretend I'm... Okay, I'll hum it again.
It sounded great.
And he continues playing the same sort of melodic piece. in repetition. He stops after a moment and blinks his eyes and looks down in confusion, and then puts the piccolo down in his lap.
Was that anything?
It's more clear to you now, Duelam. You can hear it a little better, so it'll make your next check, if you want to try to repeat it, have a lower DC. Otherwise, though, the figure, again, in his mind, Demos, you feel a couple things slowly connecting a little better. Again, these are sentence fragments that now connect. The conductor said memory is a liability, so strip it out.
Can Demos
I'm going to go.
give the
Sorry,
help
what'd you say?
action, given he's in his head and playing the metronome?
What would you like to give the help action for?
Or Demos to Duelam's performance check? Oh, could I cast Bless on Duelam?
Yeah, I mean, you get a bunch of people, right? You get the group of them.
It's an explosion.
Yeah,
I think a
no,
firework went
right,
off.
like right outside, I think my window.
Oh my god.
I get,
He
I
can
cast Bless, D4.
You cast Bless. All right, so that's a plus with D4 on...
I'm gonna start running to go get Abel.
I'll be back soon.
Wait, where are you going? This is such a waste of my
safe.
time. What is it?
I'm getting an expert.
Really? If you bring him here, if he's here, will it speed this up and I can be done?
Yes.
Tell me what he looks like.
Blonde haired, big guy, cut.
Do you have a picture?
How would I have that?
Just think of him.
Okay, I imagine him, and then I remind myself to imagine his current body and imagine that instead.
The man steps up, walks over to you, and places a hand on your temple, casting Detect Thoughts.
Don't like that particularly.
I
Roll
start
a-
trying to be more careful.
You want to roll a Wisdom saving throw against it?
No, I'll fail, but I'm using all my self-control to be very clear and precise in what I imagine and not think of anything else.
All right,
Why?
he's in there for exactly 6 seconds, long enough to see him, then pulls out, and the spell ends, and he goes, okay, it's such a waste of my time. Digs in one of his coat pockets of this shimmering cloak and pulls out a small crystal with a bright green, almost lime green color to it. He steps out of the room for a moment, and you hear a whooshing sound.
Nice.
And then, stepping back in, is both the wizard and Abel, who looks extremely confused and is covered in green dust.
What could you have possibly been doing?
What the fuck just happened?
Why
We
are
need
you all
You
dusty?
were teleported.
That was me. It was this crystal that I broke. That cost 100 gold pieces, you know. Waste of my time.
Abel, we need your musical expertise.
What
We
the
need your help
fuck just
finishing the
happened?
song
Good
he's
God.
humming. You were teleported. Keep up, man. Musical time, all right? You got
Is this
Do you have an
jail? I don't
instrument
want to
on
go
you?
back to jail. You
Don't
came from
say
jail.
things like that in public, you idiot. He came from a different jail. Don't worry about it. This isn't jail. Just focus on the music.
Abel comes in and looks at the guy and goes, oh, this guy does not look right at all. Suppose I could help.
Listen here, Julian, play the tune and see if you can get him to hum along.
Let's start playing.
You start playing it, he listens, you hear him, or rather see him sort of close his eyes and listen, and he goes, yes, hold on, I think I know this one. From Life. Could you give me a little more?
From
And you sort of hit
Life?
the limit.
From life?
I'll try to extrapolate.
Alright, give me another performance check. This time you can't have advantage with help.
Oh, this is
Big
so
roll,
much
big
better.
roll, big roll.
23.
Nice.
23, that is much better. You begin extrapolating and playing. The figure turns to you as you sort of hum out of your mouth socket. And Demos, you feel his mind, some pieces of it are reconnecting. You're not sure how, and it's not even by magic. It's mental, purely mental, like it's practiced. And phrases get pulled together, and you hear a little bit more. Some of it makes no sense. You see the words appear just as he says out loud. Hands, I have hands. I can hum like Tuesday, and I smell like question. And Demos, you hear and feel him sort of come to something. It's still out of reach of yourself and him. It's again the kind of thing that he seems to be verbalizing everything that's coming to his mind just as it does, so you're just getting it around the same time and just reading it off the teleprompter. Duelam, you continue playing and you get further and further, bars in now, and Abel listens and he smiles, and the broken man on the sort of pile, crumpled to a pile on the ground, and begins sobbing.
Oh.
Abel looks over at you, Orpheus, and gives you a smile and goes, well, I suppose I jest. I don't recognize that one from life, but I do like the tune. I could guess I think I could guess the composer. if you had a book on classical songs, I could perhaps find the name for you.
We want you to try to finish the song. Work
And finish
together
it?
with Dylan.
That would be impossible. Such tunes are likely half an hour long.
You couldn't guess at how it might end?
I guess, Orpheus, music is art. You could see half a painting and finish the rest as the artist intended. Nonsense.
No,
The
but
master...
you could make a good guess at where it's going.
Well, yes, but I imagine that we couldn't get it perfect, not until we had tried it millions of times. So it would be much faster if I could find the tune through a book and we could work backwards.
I don't know if this tune will have been written down anywhere.
And at this point, the figure stops sobbing and he speaks quietly. I just want it back.
Let
Why
us
did I-
help then.
Get rid of it. I just want it back. Spun them right out. Pretty little threads. He sort of stops sniffling and stands up a little bit and looks at you guys. And again, his mind is fractured, Demos. There's a bit more together now, and you can tell he's not just rambling so much. He can put together full sentences a little better now.
It seems like this is helping him.
Undeniable progress.
We just need more time or more information.
He steals his mind a little bit and speaks to you guys solemnly. You'll never find them. Those beautiful, beautiful lights. Not unless you know how to hum the thread open. All right, and listen, in this room and with this guy in the dark tower of the Blackstaffs of Waterdeep, this is going to be a good stopping point for tonight, you guys.
Oh my god.
Right here, right now,
Oh
we're ending.
My god.
All done.
Oh my god. What the heck? Oh my god.
Ow! Excellent work getting up to here. Congratulations. That was a very, very well done session. Thanks for joining me today. We'll unravel that a little more next time. What a great detective episode, huh? How did that happen?
You say that like it wasn't planned.
I did not plan a detective episode.
Really?
No, you did this.
Oh.
Samir speaks the truth. I thought you guys would just move on. But thank you for coming to me at this point. That is a good stopping point right there. So, yeah, thank you guys. That was fun.
Woo!
You can tell I've stumped you guys. You're all quiet about it.
Oh yeah, gonna be thinking on that one.
Oh yeah, listen, you got a week to think on it. A lot happened this time, all right? A lot of interesting parts. Dr. Him did die. I just want you guys to know, opening up the curtain a little bit, the first week we introduced Dr. Him, Isaac came up to me after the session, and Isaac was like, God, I love this guy. I'm going to be so sad when he dies.
I knew he was gonna die immediately.
And I was just looking at you like, but that was a great moment. So
It's
he
okay,
did
I had
pass.
weeks to grieve beforehand.
No. It's okay, you got all his trinkets.
That's true.
That makes it better.
Okay, you guys. Are you ready for poll results?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. A couple weeks ago, we asked you in episode 23, a brother. Does anyone know which polls I'm supposed to read? Because I just sort of guess every time.
Every time.
We did who will want to be closest with last. So yeah, this is the one we're on. All right.
Yeah.
In episode 23, A Brother Below Part 4, we asked you, is Orpheus technically undead? Now, this is actually a pretty neck and neck poll, but eventually the answer, no. Beating Heart and Soul did win out against, yes, Ghoul Haunting.
Whoa.
You guys are stupid. Orpheus is totally technically undead. He was dead, now he's not. That's undead.
I would call
So
it something
maybe
different.
next time, just think a little, use your brain.
Whoa!
This week, we want to ask you who first will fall to Abel's temptations.
It's gonna be higher again.
It's gonna be.
I would take the chance in an instant.
I just want to say, Orpheus was so wholly unprepared for hire to say, I'm mad at your friend because he turned me gay. No conversation. Oro is less equipped to go for.
I literally have been thinking about all week what fucked up things I could say after last session.
Yeah, that one was pretty big.
Just didn't know how to cope with that. And, shout out to the rest of the party for just watching in silence.
You think Dylan's are good for that question?
Just feels like somewhere Jaya could step in with some fatherly wisdom.
his gay daughter and
Oh my god.
You know? Aura's learning about the intricacies of sexuality. Thank you all so much for listening to us this week. While you're here with us so intimately, how about you shoot us a follow on Spotify? Make sure you don't miss our next episode next Monday, as always, of course, but Spotify can remind you. And also, if you follow, I promise I'll stop doing that voice so much. It's also very convenient, if you liked it, to go ahead and shoot us a rating on Spotify. As always, keep it to your fucking self if you didn't. And we're on, like, for episode 28 now. If you don't like it, I don't know why you're still here. So, if you're here, go ahead and rate us 5 stars. It's easy. You can also find our little link tree in our Spotify bio. This gives you access to our email address where you can ask me intimate personal questions about myself, my feelings, my sexuality, things like that.
What?
You can also find our podcast on all the freaky non-Spotify platforms. You know, your Apple Podcasts, Amazon Podcasts. What was the one that our stats said people listen? It was like Bluebee.
We're on Bluebee.
There's not a link to our Bluebee. We keep it. We go for the freaky ones, but not that freaky. You know.
Bluebee.
But pretty much anywhere you listen to podcasts, you can find our links in the Spotify. You can also find a link to our subreddit, r/Runtpack. This is a great place for your fan art, fan theories, fan fiction. And, you know, I don't actually want your sexy fan fiction anymore. I mean, I do. But more than that, I want your angsty fan fiction. I want Higher reflecting on his sexuality and Abel's role in it.
I should post it and do a dramatic reading of it.
Please do. I want Orpheus reflecting on Higher reflecting on his sexuality and Abel's role in it. You know, just tell me about your day, you know? This is a community. This isn't I'm so sick of how one-sided podcasts are. Talk back. Come say something. We've been talking at you for hours. Talk at us. And as always, most importantly, check in next Monday. See you then.